The young man's consciousness was a little hazy. What was this foul stench blowing into his face? He remembered the naughty little dog he was raising. It must have peed on the bed again. Imagining the scene of the dog turning its butt toward his face, he turned pale with fear. Cold sweat broke out. Damn it. The young man panicked and raised his hand. Stop. Stop right there. The next second, he suddenly noticed a heavy iron chain wrapped around his wrist. Startled, "What the hell is this thing on my hand? Wait, where am I?" Looking around, the young man at this moment was locked inside a sealed room. This place was the great prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. The young man sat up. Wasn't he at the bar last night celebrating with that noisy group after resigning to go on an overseas assignment? Memories of last night flooded back. He rubbed his head, confusion all over his face, thinking, I even drank like it was life or death without giving up. The next moment, a wave of dizziness struck his head. He held his aching head, memories gradually turning chaotic. The young man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "It hurts," and in his mind appeared information about this body. Zhu Qian, styled Ning Yan, whose father had died in the Shanghai campaign 19 years ago, and whose mother later passed away due to illness, raised by his second uncle since childhood until adulthood. The young man, now Zhu Qian, opened his eyes in shock. I've transmigrated. Zhu Qian in this world had practiced martial arts all year round. At 18 he had reached the peak of body refinement, but had been stuck ever since. Relying on his second uncle's connections, he became a constable under the jurisdiction of Jingzhou Prefecture, working at the Chang'an County office. As soon as he realized this, he held his head, trying to calm himself down. A constable. Even after transmigrating, I still have to do the same police job. Zhu Qian recalled what this body had just experienced. But 3 days ago, according to Zhu Qian's memory, his second uncle, Zhu Pingzhai, a 6th-rank green robe officer of the Imperial Blade Guard, had escorted a batch of tax silver to the Ministry of Revenue. Unexpectedly, the shipment was swept away by the river midway. 150,000 taels of tax silver lost on the way. The emperor flew into a rage, personally issuing an order that 5 days later Zhu Pingzhai would be executed by beheading. All male. This world was ruled by a feudal dynasty. There were no human rights. What kind of place was the frontier? A desolate land with harsh climates. Most of the convicts exiled there would not survive more than 10 years, and many didn't even make it that far, dying on the road from accidents or sickness before reaching the border. Thinking of this, Zhu Qian swallowed nervously. He looked around and called out, "System, system, father system, come out." The prison remained silent with no response. Zhu Qian clutched his head in despair. No system. There's really no system. This is too terrifying, he shouted in fear. I must find a way to save myself. I can't just die like this. In his mind, a thought quickly flashed by. Escaping from prison. He looked at his wrist bound tightly by the iron chains. I cultivated the martial path of the 9th-rank warrior. At the peak of body refinement, my physique is strong and tough. But in this world it's only stronger than an ordinary human. Escaping from prison is impossible. Seeing that this idea wouldn't work, Zhu Qian thought of another way, relying on clan and friends. The Zhu family wasn't a powerful clan, and its members were scattered across places. Moreover, with the loss of 150,000 taels of tax silver, who would dare to intervene in this matter now? Just when he thought there was no way out, Zhu Qian suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, according to the laws of Great Feng, one can atone for crimes through merit. He snapped his fingers, his face brightened with realization. The death sentence could be pardoned if I can recover the stolen silver. Thinking of this, Zhu Qian showed a confident smile, but then his expression fell, waving his hand helplessly. But I'm locked in the great prison now, without any case records or clues. Even if I shout myself hoarse, no one will respond. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the prison. Zhu Qian raised his head upon hearing them, and 2 figures appeared before him. The jailer glanced lazily at the young man beside him and reminded him, within the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn. Zhu Qian brushed off his clothes and stood up. Xinian looked at him calmly and said, "The soldiers escorting you to the frontier have already taken 300 taels from me. This is the last of our family's silver. You can rest assured and go. Nothing unexpected will happen on the road." Zhu Qian felt a bit suspicious. He remembered that the relationship between this man and the body's original owner had never been good. Thinking so, he couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" Xinian arrogantly lifted his chin and replied, "My academic title has been stripped, but with the protection of my teacher from the academy, I don't have to be exiled." After saying that, he glanced at Zhu Qian and added, "Just take care of yourself. When you reach the frontier, you'd better restrain your temper. Whether you can live for a year or even half a year depends on that." Zhu Qian looked at him in silence without saying a word. Xinian held his head high, his loose bangs just covering the emotions in his eyes. Zhu Qian frowned, suspicion rising in his heart. Perhaps he wasn't only stripped of his title. Watching Xinian's figure quietly, Zhu Qian thought to himself, he might have also been demoted to a lowborn register, his descendants forbidden from taking the imperial exams, losing any chance to rise again. And in 2 days, the women of the Zhu family would be sent to the Jiaofeng division to suffer humiliation. Xinian was a scholar. How could he still have the face to live on in the capital? Seeing Xinian's indifferent expression as if he had already given up everything, Zhu Qian was shocked. The next moment, he suddenly rushed forward, gripping the iron bars tightly and asked, "Are you planning to destroy yourself?" Hearing those words, Xinian widened his eyes in surprise and looked at him. Zhu Qian frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Facing Zhu Qian's look, which seemed to see through everything, Xinian turned his back and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Then he suddenly stopped, slowly turned his head, and after a brief pause, Xinian spoke, "Live on." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Zhu Qian clenched the iron bars tightly. Now was not the time to give up. What kind of joke is this? Thinking so, he quickly reached out and grabbed Xinian's arm. "Wait." Xinian turned around, slightly surprised, looking at him. Zhu Qian met his gaze with firm determination and said, "The case files, help me get the records of the lost tax silver case." Xinian forcefully pulled his hand back. "What do you need this for?" Xia broke out in a cold sweat. Not knowing how to explain, "I want to solve the case. If I say that, he'll think my brain is broken." He forced a smile and quickly came up with an excuse that sounded somewhat reasonable. "I don't want to die confused, even in death. I must know the truth." Xinian stood opposite him and calmly said, "I've already read the file. I can tell you about it." Xia decisively replied, "No." He looked at him seriously and suggested, "Write it down. Hearing it means nothing." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "I need to know every detail of this case." Xinian silently looked at him for a long while. Just when Xia thought he would refuse, he suddenly said, "Wait a moment," then turned and left. Xia stood in the dungeon watching Xinian's back, the sound of his footsteps growing fainter and fainter. Xia quietly let out a sigh of relief. He recalled memories from his previous life. In modern criminal investigation methods, crime scene investigation, surveillance cameras, and autopsy were the 3 indispensable elements. Xia stood motionless in the dungeon. The case of the missing tax silver involved no deaths, and in ancient times, there were no cameras, and he himself was in prison. Fortunately, the case files could somewhat restore the crime scene. Xia pressed his lips together, his expression solemn as he thought, "Whether I live or die depends on what comes next." The dungeon door creaked open. Someone outside hurriedly stepped in. Xinian, who had just left, had returned. He rummaged through his sleeve for a moment and said, "I'm back." With that, Xinian took out several sheets of paper he had written and handed them to Xia. "Here's the case file. I wrote it all down, not missing a single word." Receiving the record of the case, Xia immediately sat down and opened it to read. Xinian, standing outside the iron bars, said, "It's time. I must go now." Xia was fully focused on studying the case, showing no reaction. Xinian lowered his eyes, his expression tinged with sorrow. He decisively turned and said, "Take care of yourself." The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. Zia-en remained motionless in the dungeon, trying to search for clues. His mind was in chaos, as if a school of fish were swimming through it. Zia-en closed his eyes, finally feeling a hint of gratitude in his heart. The truth proved that reading was indeed useful. If the body's original owner had been illiterate, the hand holding the stack of papers trembled. He wouldn't even have recognized these scrawled words. Based on Zia-en's records, it could be summarized that 3 days ago, at the second quarter of the Mao hour, around 6:30 in the morning, the Imperial Blade Guard Zhu Bingjai escorted a shipment of taxed silver into the capital. At the first quarter of the Chen hour, the convoy reached Guangnan Street. Just after crossing the bridge, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through. The horses were frightened and rushed into the river beside the street. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, and the river surged up to 6 jang high, the muddy waves engulfing the sky. Zia-en buried his head in the document, murmuring as he read. The soldiers jumped into the river to retrieve the silver, but only managed to recover 1,250 taels. The rest of the silver was nowhere to be found. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head, his face pale, disbelief written all over it, and he muttered the last word, "flew." The scene shifted to a certain mansion within the city, inside the Jingzhou prefecture, in the rear hall, where several people were gathered. An elderly official covered his mouth and coughed softly. He was the Jingzhou prefecture magistrate, Chen Hangguang, and his expression was visibly tense. Hangguang stroked his long beard and spoke. "His Majesty has ordered me to recover the stolen tax silver before Zhu Bingjai's execution. Only 2 days remain." After speaking, he turned to the 2 people present and reminded them, "My lords, we must hurry." The man was a night watch agent, Lai Yuchun. The night watch agents worked for the Royal Intelligence Bureau. Lai Yuchun finally raised his head from the stack of case records and asked, "Has there been any new progress from Zhu Bingjai's side?" Hangguang lowered his gaze, looking weary. "That brute only keeps crying for mercy. He doesn't even know how the tax silver was lost." The only woman in the room suddenly spoke up. "I used Vision Kai technique to examine him." She was from the Imperial Astral Observatory, Chu Keiwei, the youngest disciple of the chief astrologer. Chu Keiwei held a piece of sugarcane in her hand and smiled confidently. "He is not lying." Hangguang rubbed his aching temples, thinking silently. "We have already investigated and interrogated Zhu Bingjai. His personal connections and finances have all been reviewed once." Lai Yuchun found no clues, his spirit exhausted, and with the aid of the Vision Kai technique from the Astral Observatory, suspicion has been ruled out for now. But the loss of the tax silver was caused by Zhu Bingjai's negligence, and the death sentence is unavoidable. Hearing a faint chewing sound, Lai Yuchun looked up, just in time to see Chu Keiwei eating sugarcane cheerfully, the sugarcane pulp falling onto the case files, darkening his expression. At last he sighed helplessly. The sugarcane pulp fell onto the paper and bounced once, then suddenly slipped off the edge of the sheet and landed on the table. Lai Yuchun keenly noticed the sudden movement. The sugarcane pulp, losing support, fell swiftly downward. Lai Yuchun turned his hand, releasing the inner energy within his body. He directed the flow of Kai toward the sugarcane pulp, causing it to bounce up once more. Immediately after, the pulp landed perfectly on the sheet of paper and blended in with the other pieces scattered there. Only then did Lai Yuchun let out a faint sigh of relief. It was safe. At that very moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. A servant of the residence, slightly anxious, stepped forward to Chu Keiwei and said, "My lady, a letter from the disciple of the Astral Observatory has arrived, and also there are steamed buns." Chu Keiwei took a bite of a bun before opening the letter to read. "My people reported that for 20 miles along the route, no trace of demonic energy was detected in the river, nor any sign of it on the shore." As soon as those words were spoken, both Chen Hangguang and Lai Yuchun froze in astonishment. When they finally reacted, Chen Hangguang slammed his hand hard on the table and stood up. shouting angrily, 150,000 taels of silver. Where could it possibly have gone? It must have reached the riverbank. It has been 3 days, and we still haven't found even the slightest trace of the culprit. He frowned deeply, thinking in distress. If the lost tax silver cannot be found, who will bear this responsibility? Lai Yuchun's brows furrowed tightly, his face no less troubled. Could it be that our line of investigation is wrong? Perhaps it wasn't caused by a demon. Chen Hengguang immediately refuted. Not a demon? Then how did the demonic wind appear? At the same time, in the prison cell, Zia An was also frozen in silence, unable to find an answer. Back in the prefectural hall, Chen Hengguang widened his eyes in confusion. Silver falling into the river. How could it just disappear without a trace? On the other side, Zia An's eyes widened in shock, recalling the scene of that day's escort mission. His heart grew even more bewildered. How could the river waves surge several zhang high, shaking and cracking both banks? He clenched the paper record tightly, nearly crushing it in his grip. In this world, demons and demon clans have existed since ancient times, hunting and devouring one another alongside humans. In the 10,000 great mountains of the southern frontier lies a place where countless demons gather, known as the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons. 500 years ago, the Western nations, under the guidance of the Buddhist sects, declared war on the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons in the southern frontier. The war raged for 60 long years, and in the end, the demon kingdom was completely annihilated, leaving behind nothing but ruins and desolation. In the history books, this campaign was called the Jiazi Demon Extermination. From that day on, the fate of the demon race declined, gradually falling into ruin, while the Buddhist sect rose to glory, its influence spreading across the heavens. Blinding sunlight pierced through the gaps between the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the small courtyard. Lai Yuchun frowned and turned to Chen Hengguang. But why would a demon attack a shipment of taxed silver in the first place? Stroking his long beard with a knowing air, Chen Hengguang replied, "Demons act without reason. They do whatever they desire." Hearing that, Lai Yuchun could not help but sigh. Chu Keiwei, with a bun in each hand, chewed thoughtfully as she pondered. She pushed the last bit of bun into her mouth, swallowed, and spoke calmly. To a demon, silver might not be as tempting as living humans. Even if they wanted silver, stealing or robbing would be far safer than directly attacking an official tax shipment in the heart of the great Feng capital. Chen Hengguang took her words seriously, thinking it over. That's reasonable. It cannot be ruled out that someone gave the demon such an order. Lai Yuchun immediately questioned. Then who would order a demon to steal the tax silver? And for what reason? Why this particular shipment? And why exactly 150,000 taels? Startled, Chen Hengguang racked his brain to find a reason. Perhaps the person behind all this needed a vast amount of money, but could not openly seize Wheel Chu Keiwei followed up, which is why they targeted the tax money. Lai Yuchun frowned and continued. The route for transporting the tax silver was chosen at random, decided by Zhu Bingjai himself at the last moment. Yet the demon somehow managed to ambush them from beneath the river. His expression darkened suddenly, growing sharp and grim. That means there might have been an insider among the escort team. With that, Lai Yuchun turned to Chen Hengguang and said, "Go to Yunluo Library and consult the Confucian sages with the heart inquiry technique." At this, Chu Keiwei's face immediately showed annoyance. "Are you looking down on the Astral Observatory's divination technique? I already told you, the soldiers escorting the tax silver knew nothing at all." Seeing Lai Yuchun keep silent, pretending not to hear, Chu Keiwei thought bitterly to herself, "Martial men are truly crude." She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, making up her mind. "Before the sun sets, I'll finish cleaning up this mess, leave the prefectural court, and enter the palace to see the eldest princess." Just thinking of the delicious food made her eyes light up at once. The royal chefs of the palace, after all, were second to none. At this moment, Chen Hengguang turned to Lai Yuchun to discuss. The case was progressing slowly, yet time was running out. "Master Lai, perhaps we should seek advice from Lord Y." Lai Yuchun glanced at him, his expression darkening. You scholars have your own authorities, and we night watchmen have ours. This case is a trial assigned to me by Lord Y himself. Hearing that, Chen Hangguang let out a quiet sigh of relief, yet his tone remained heavy. Still, both the court and the people are watching us now. Meanwhile, in the prison cell, Ziya had read the case file until his mind went blank. I used to think that if I ever traveled back to ancient times, he thought, it would be glamorous. He imagined scenes of praise, reciting poetry with elegant charm, maybe even turning heads with his good looks and winning a few hearts along the way. In reality, Ziya sat in the cold cell holding his forehead, realizing bitterly that even after time traveling, he could not escape the cruelty of society. If this was truly the work of a demon, then there was nothing he could do. His expression grew solemn. No, that was only the capital prefecture's speculation. I can't let their assumptions cloud my own judgment. I have to analyze it myself. Maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. Once again, he read the records carefully. Why would a demon want to steal tax silver if human flesh is not tempting enough? Even if they needed silver, they wouldn't have to target an official tax shipment. Ziya looked up, his eyes gleaming like two heart-shaped lights. The book said that female demons were said to be exceptionally beautiful, alluring, with stunning figures. He couldn't help but mumble to himself, I wonder if there are any cat demons or dog demons among them. Sunlight filtered through the small barred window, casting thin rays into the cell. Ziya slapped his own cheek, forcing himself back to focus. His face straightened with the look of a righteous scholar as he began reading the records again, reanalyzing everything from the start. The case of the missing tax silver had two most obvious clues. First, the demon wind. Except for martial warriors, the major cultivation systems all possessed the ability to summon or control such demonic winds. Therefore, the presence of demon wind could only mean that a cultivator was involved. This reduced the suspicion on the second uncle, who came from a martial background, though the possibility that he colluded with others could not be ruled out. Second, the explosion. In battles involving high-level cultivators, explosions were not uncommon, but in this case, there had been no direct confrontation, so the appearance of an explosion was unreasonable. Ziya thought to himself, unless it was something that had to explode. He closed his eyes, trying to reorganize and connect the information he had gathered. Among the major cultivation systems of this world, was there any profession that required explosions to achieve its purpose? As if something came to mind, Ziya froze for a moment. No, he and the Jingzhou prefecture had made the same mistake. He unfolded the case notes again, reviewing them carefully. Making judgments based solely on the most obvious clues had been far too hasty. Ziya closed his eyes again and shifted his line of thought. When he opened them once more, his gaze turned sharp. Suppose this was not the work of monsters, but a meticulously planned human act. Ziya began to arrange the information he had according to the most logical sequence. Perhaps the flaw did not lie within the two clearest clues, but within the seemingly scattered traces surrounding them. He started from the sudden explosion. The next moment, Ziya suddenly gripped the iron bars tightly, excitement flashing across his face as he shouted loudly, "Guards!" His voice echoed through the prison. "Guards, come here at once!" The jailer, annoyed by the shouting, turned his head impatiently. He stomped over to Ziya's cell, hands on his hips, and barked, noisy again. "Do you think your life's too long?" Ziya crossed his arms, smiling confidently. "Tell your magistrate. I have important clues about the tax silver case." Inside the Jingzhou prefecture office, Chen Hangguang turned to Lai Yuchun and said, "I will personally go to seek guidance from Lord Y. Lord Lai, give me the files." Lai Yuchun held the documents in hand and replied, "I'll go with you." Chu Keiwei rested her chin on her hand and said casually, "With the grand state scholar of our great Feng taking charge, you two need not worry about being blamed by His Majesty." As she finished, she smiled. Hearing those words, Lai Yuchun's movement to stand up immediately froze. At that moment, a servant suddenly entered, bowing respectfully and reporting, "Magistrate, according to the warden's message, Zhu Bingjai's nephew, Zhu En." The servant's voice echoed through the room as he continued. "He claims to have important clues regarding the tax silver case." Upon hearing this, the three people in the room were all taken aback. Chen Hangguang stood up abruptly in excitement. "What?" He pointed at the servant and ordered decisively, "Bring him here." A short while later, Zhuan's hands were tightly bound with iron chains. He walked barefoot, dragging the shackles around his ankles that clanged noisily with each step. Zhu En was escorted before the three officials, and 6 eyes simultaneously turned toward him. Narrowing his eyes, Zhu En carefully examined them. His gaze swept over Chen Hangguang. The one wearing the official robe must be the magistrate, a 4th-rank official. Then his eyes shifted to Lai Yuchun, the middle-aged man with a silver gong embroidered on his chest, clearly from the night watchers. The next second, Zhu En's eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze happened to stop right where Chu Keiwei was seated. This young lady was stunningly beautiful. He couldn't help but wonder if she was already married. But immediately after, he glanced down and was momentarily shocked to see a flat chest. A pang of regret flashed in his heart. Nothing at all. After regaining his composure, Zhu En clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Greetings, my lords." Chen Hangguang pointed at him and said sternly, "Zhu En, 3 days ago when you entered prison, you did not say you had any important clues. Do you know the consequences of withholding information?" Hearing this, Zhu En's expression darkened. This sly old official, even though he was clearly anxious, he refused to ask directly about the clue. Still, the fact that he had been brought here meant he had already succeeded halfway. Thinking this, Zhu En lowered his head slightly, smiling before calmly replying, "My lord, just now the second son of the Zhu family came to see me. I asked him for the case files, and from those records, I deduced the truth of the entire case." Hearing this, both Chen Hangguang and Lai Yuchun were visibly shocked. Chen Hangguang asked in disbelief, "What, from the case files?" Chen Hangguang lost his patience and shouted angrily, "Guards, drag him down and give him 200 strikes." Seeing the finger pointed straight at him, Zhu En was full of question marks, pointing to himself in disbelief. Chen Hangguang's face bulged with veins as he roared, "The tax silver was stolen by a monster. That is already the official conclusion. You brat, how dare you spout nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, the household guards stepped forward to escort Zhu En away. "Back to the prison with you." Zhu En gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, "This magistrate Chen really has quite a temper." Just then, Lai Yuchun suddenly stepped forward and said, "Wait." He held the servant's hand that was restraining Zhu En and spoke calmly, "Let us hear what he has to say." Zhu En rubbed his sore shoulder and began, "According to the gate guard's statement, at the 2nd quarter of the Mao hour, my second uncle entered the city, and at the 1st quarter of the Shane hour, the escort team carrying the tax silver reached Guangnan Street. At that moment, a strange wind suddenly arose, frightening the horses and causing the M to charge into the river." Chen Hangguang stroked his long beard and interrupted confidently, "I know. That's why we concluded that the monster was hiding beneath the river and seized the silver." Zhu En immediately denied, "No." He recalled the records of the crime scene, then looked at him firmly and continued, "The strange wind and explosion were merely diversions, meant to make everyone overlook one fatal mistake." Hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. Chen Hangguang hurriedly asked, "What mistake?" Zhu En smiled calmly and said, "My second uncle was escorting 150,000 taels of silver. So allow me to ask, my lords, how much does 150,000 taels of pure silver weigh?" The room fell silent. Chen Hangguang coughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment and said, "Just say it directly." Zhu En slapped his own forehead, feeling speechless. Ancient people really aren't very quick with calculations. Huh. Thinking so, he spoke bluntly, 9,375 caddies. Hearing that number, Lai Yuchun's eyes widened as if realizing something. Chu Keiwei frowned in confusion and asked, And what does that prove? Zuin inwardly cursed. Proves that this little miss isn't very bright. Ignoring her question, he asked instead, from the city gate to Guangnan Street, how far is it? Lai Yuchun answered straightforwardly, 30 li. Inside the room, the conversation between the two men continued. On the way through several bustling streets, Lai Yuchun replied, 4. Zia and asked again, how were the horses' footsteps? Lai Yuchun widened his eyes in surprise. Horses. He finally realized something was wrong. The timing didn't add up. Thinking about what had happened that day, his expression grew serious. Guangnan Street was 30 li away from the southern city gate. With the horses' speed, they had to pass through 4 streets along the way. Entering the city at the second quarter of the map hour, it was impossible to reach Guangnan Street by the first quarter of the Chen hour. Chen Hengguang stroked his long beard, half closing his eyes as he spoke. But the tax silver was indeed escorted to Guangnan Street at the Chen hour. At that time, many commoners witnessed the horses rushing into the river. It couldn't have been faked. Chu Keiwei quickly agreed, that's right. How do you explain that? Lai Yuchun turned to look at Zia and calmly replied, because what was being escorted wasn't silver at all. Hearing this, Chen Hengguang slammed the table angrily. Absurd. Not to mention whether your second uncle and those escorting soldiers were blind or not. The record clearly includes the testimony of the commoners present. He frowned and shouted. The horses plunged into the river. Silver gleamed and sank into the water. Could that also be fake? Zia and clasped his hands respectfully and said, it's uncertain whether it was real or not, but I am willing to personally clear this doubt for you, my lord. Please allow me to borrow pen and paper for a moment. A short while later, paper and ink were placed on the table, and the brush drew a messy stroke across the page. Zia began writing quickly, his brush moving non-stop. No one knew how much time had passed before he finally exhaled and smiled. Done. With that, Zia presented the paper he had written to Chen Hengguang. My lord, please prepare the items listed here as I have requested. Chen Hengguang received the paper and froze. Although he didn't understand what the young man was planning, he frowned and grumbled inwardly, heavens above, but still. Looking at the messy handwriting sprawled across the paper, his hand couldn't help but tremble. What terrible handwriting! Chu Keiwei curiously reached out to take the paper. Let me see. The next moment, her expression instantly darkened. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she shut her eyes tightly as if to protect them, thinking to herself, and here I thought it was something special. It's just some crude nonsense written by a rough martial man. Seeing the reactions of the two, Lai Yuchun couldn't help feeling curious. Preparing himself mentally, he reached out a hand toward Chu Keiwei and said, let me see it. The next second, he saw the corner of the paper crumpled into wrinkles. His face darkened, anger flaring inside as he silently muttered, the ancestors said it well, a scholar may be killed. He hurriedly straightened the edge of the paper and finished the phrase in his mind, but not humiliated. Drenched in sweat, Lai Yuchun glanced around nervously. Very good. No one knew how much time passed before. Inside the capital prefecture, Chen Hengguang pointed at the objects laid out on the table and spoke. Everything you asked for is here. You must give this official a satisfying answer. On the table were all sorts of items. Candles, water, steel wire, salt, bamboo toothpicks, porcelain cups, and imperial paper. Zia didn't act immediately. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly as he asked, if I can help my lord solve this case, could you present a memorial to His Majesty to pardon the Zhu family of my household? Chen Hengguang stroked his long beard and replied calmly, according to the laws of the great Feng dynasty, those who earn merit may atone for their crimes. Naturally, a pardon can be granted. Hearing this, Zia finally felt at ease, turned around, and said, very well. Zia his feet bound in chains, walked forward in thought. Although he wasn't entirely certain whether the explosion of the tax silver was caused by that thing or not, the detail itself wasn't important. What mattered was opening up a line of reasoning. a way to explain to them the phenomenon of the exploding tax silver. He stopped in front of the table filled with prepared items. Zia and made a small gesture as though adjusting invisible glasses before solving a case. What he needed to do now was simple. He took a ready stance. High school level chemistry knowledge, methods of refining metal. Then, Zia and began his process step by step. Step 1. Dissolve salt in water. Step 2. Cover the mouth of the porcelain cup with a piece of official paper. Then slowly pour the salt water in. Step 3. After filtering, place the porcelain cup over the fire. Step 4. Stir continuously with a bamboo stick until the salt water evaporated completely. The three people in the room watched his practiced movements in silence. Gradually, a white precipitate appeared inside the porcelain cup. The sodium chloride crystal was complete. But the hardest part came next. Zia and began sweating nervously. Electricity, the melting point of sodium chloride. In ancient times, these two things were simply impossible to achieve. He glanced toward a certain direction and thought, but in this world, there is a profession that can do it. With that thought, he spoke. Sir, you are a disciple of the Directorate of Celestial Observations, are you not? His gaze stopped on Chu Keiwei, a 6th-grade magician of the Directorate, an alchemy sorceress. Chu Keiwei raised an eyebrow, confused, full of question marks. Zia and looked at the object hanging at her waist and thought to himself, that toy. Only disciples of the Directorate would know how to use it. Chu Keiwei proudly nodded. My master is the Grand Supervisor of the Directorate. Zia An was slightly surprised, thinking, a personal disciple of the Grand Supervisor. Then he said aloud, I must trouble you. Sister, please melt these crystals for me. Upon hearing that, Chu Keiwei frowned. Controlling fire is a skill only metal refining magicians possess. I am merely a 7th-grade geomancer. She paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. But then again, she reached for the magical device hanging from her waist and continued, My master once gave me a magical artifact. Chu Keiwei took it off and tapped it lightly with 2 fingers. From her fingertips, a golden light burst forth, and in the next moment, a bright red flame flared on the surface of the artifact. Chu Keiwei shouted a warning, step back. She controlled the flame, sending it flying straight toward the porcelain cup. Zia An, standing nearby, picked up a piece of steel wire. As soon as control the voltage carefully. This step is difficult and may fail many times. Chu Keiwei swiftly used her artifact to summon lightning. Sparks crackled and danced through the air. The electric flashes reflected in her eyes, shooting straight toward the porcelain cup and into it. Afraid of being struck, Zia An instinctively stepped back. When it seemed enough, he quickly shouted, Stop. He slowly moved closer to the porcelain cup that was still emitting smoke. Staring at the white substance settled at the bottom, he realized the sodium chloride electrolysis had succeeded. Sodium chloride, electrolyzed into sodium and chlorine gas, then evaporated. Zia An couldn't help but feel astonished. Had he been possessed by the spirit of some European chemist? The voltage was perfect. To think it worked on the very first try. Smiling with satisfaction, he lifted the porcelain cup and poured the precipitate onto the prepared sheet of paper. Please, esteemed sirs, have a look. This substance is much lighter than silver, yet its appearance is almost identical. The other 3 gathered around to inspect it closely. Taking the opportunity, Zia An began his deduction. Could it be that someone knew how to use this to replace real silver with fake, passing it off as genuine? Chen Hangguang picked up the newly formed precipitate, narrowed his eyes, and examined it carefully. Indeed, it's much lighter. If what was being transported that day was this substance, it would make perfect sense. Miss Chu Keiwei, please take a look. The sunlight filtering through the paper window illuminated the room. Chu Keiwei frowned in thought. This thing really does look like silver on the surface. She hesitated for a moment before asking, You're an alchemy sorcerer, aren't you? Zia An gave an awkward smile and didn't answer, denying it inwardly. No, I'm not. I only know a bit of chemistry. Chen Hangguang stroked his long beard and squinted. No, that's not right. Even if the silver was swapped like this, then what caused the explosion? He glanced at Zia and offered a theory. If it wasn't some demon lurking in the river, then why did the fake silver explode when it fell into the water? Zia smiled, taking the precipitate back from her hand. Allow me to demonstrate. He tossed it into a prepared basin of water and said, "Please observe." The moment it touched the water, the surface began to boil violently, white smoke rising from beneath. Then, with a loud bang, the porcelain cup exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. Witnessing the scene, the three of them stood frozen in shock. Chen Hangguang looked at the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor and stammered. This is... Zia spoke calmly. This counterfeit silver explodes upon contact with water. Holding a shard of broken porcelain, he smiled and continued. This explains why there was an explosion after the silver fell into the river. Lai Yuchun recalled the moment of the incident, and his expression immediately turned grave. That means we were deceived from the very beginning. The mastermind used the explosion and the demonic wind to make us believe it was the work of a monster, diverting our investigation toward hunting a non-existent creature. At last, Lai Yuchun understood everything. He clapped his hands sharply and exclaimed, "No wonder even the Kai divination technique of the Celestial Bureau couldn't detect any demonic presence." Chu Keiwei shot him an angry glare and snapped, "Enough chatter. No one can escape the detection of the Celestial Bureau's Kai divination technique." Zia lowered his eyes with a faint smile and said, "After the silver shipment fell into the water, the soldiers recovered only about 1,000 taels of pure silver." Thinking back to the amount that had been transported, he continued, "If my guess is correct, the recovered silver was all placed on the top layer to deceive everyone." Hearing this, Lai Yuchun's eyes lit up in sudden realization. He widened his eyes in astonishment at Zia. This man, Zhu Bingjai's nephew, had managed to piece together every suspicious point perfectly. Lai Yuchun broke into a delighted smile, stepped forward, and said warmly, "Zhu Bingjai, no, Zia, you've done very..." He stopped mid-sentence, noticing Zia's collar had slipped down slightly. Lai Yuchun froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the end, he chose to pat Zia's shoulder and praise him instead. "Good. You've done very well." As he spoke, he discreetly tugged Zia's collar back into place, straightening it carefully. Zia beamed with joy, thinking to himself, "He patted my shoulder. This official actually praised me." Lai Yuchun turned away, trying to compose himself, thinking with relief, "Don't frown, just stay calm. Good, that's better." Just then, Chen Hangguang suddenly asked, "If this silver is fake, then where did the real silver go?" Chu Keiwei immediately followed up. The tax silver was dispatched from the treasury to the capital, passing through many hands along the way. If we start assigning blame, a whole chain of officials will end up in prison. Her face grew stern as she said, "Finding the real silver now is as difficult as fishing. It must be reported directly to His Majesty." Lai Yuchun interjected at the right moment, but the tax silver was escorted all the way to the capital and handled by countless people. If it were fake, someone should have noticed earlier. The only possibility, his voice echoed in Chen Hangguang's mind, is that it was replaced only recently. Chen Hangguang's expression froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock as he muttered under his breath. Recently, as if something had just occurred to him, Chen Hangguang suddenly dashed straight outside. "Servants, prepare the sedan chair. Quickly, prepare the sedan chair," he ordered sharply, his brows furrowed and expression grave. "This official must go out at once." Seeing both Chen Hangguang and Lai Yuchun leaving together, Zia hurriedly followed after them, calling out loudly, "Prefect." He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Don't forget the promise you made to this humble man." When they had all gone, Zia stood frozen in place, lost in thought. He silently hoped that the tax silver could be recovered before he was sent into exile. If it was found only after his exile, then even recovering it wouldn't change the fate of the Zhu family. And if the prefect of Chen County harbored sinister intentions, he might seize all the credit for himself. Staring at the wide open door, Zia sighed inwardly, let's just leave it to fate. The next moment, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hey, Zia turned around and saw Chu Keiwei walking toward him. Why can salt turn into silver? She asked directly. Then she suddenly opened the small pouch at her waist. Wait a moment. In the next instant, she pulled out a long piece of sugarcane. Chu Keiwei waved the sugarcane in front of him, and Zia stared at it in disbelief, thinking, that bag, it's like Doraemon's treasure pouch. She handed him the sugarcane. Here, for you. Zia reached out to take it, puzzled. Is she trying to bribe me? He thought nervously. He stammered, I once read about the alchemy that turns salt into silver in an ancient book. Chu Keiwei's eyes lit up with curiosity, and she asked eagerly, then where is this ancient book? Who is the author? Zia thought bitterly to himself. The author of the high school chemistry textbook, published by the People's Education Press. But of course, he couldn't say that aloud. He simply replied, the ancient book has been destroyed, but I still remember what was written inside. He frowned and put on a troubled expression, saying softly, but disaster is about to befall me. I truly have no mind for such things right now. Chu Keiwei looked disappointed and waved her hand dismissively. You are a sly one. The Celestial Bureau does not interfere in state affairs. How to deal with you must be decided by His Majesty. Hearing that, Zia's eyes brightened, and he grinned cheerfully. Why don't you just take me as a disciple? With the Director General's status in the court, taking in a criminal shouldn't be a problem, right? Chu Keiwei frowned, clearly displeased. You're obviously just a rough martial man, she said coldly. Why would you want to become a sorcerer? Zia thought to himself. Of course, it's to gain benefits by association. Outwardly, however, he put on a righteous expression and replied to Chu Keiwei, because I deeply admire the elegance and bearing of the Director General. Chu Keiwei's eyes flared with anger. You're lying. She didn't bother to expose him, but instead said impatiently, then tell me the contents of that ancient alchemy book first. Zia looked troubled and said, its contents are rather mysterious. I fear you might not understand it without a detailed explanation. It requires careful guidance to truly grasp. Chu Keiwei clearly didn't believe him. She snorted coldly. Throughout the 9 provinces, when it comes to alchemy, the Celestial Bureau stands unrivaled. Hearing this, Zia took a deep breath, then began to chant a string of formulas like an incantation. Oxygen valence 2, calcium, zinc, magnesium, copper, and mercury remember well, iron 2-3, carbon 2-4. Chu Keiwei's mind went blank. Her head buzzed, and only a few huge question marks remained in her thoughts. She pressed her lips tightly, thinking, what in the world is he talking about? The next second, furious, Chu Keiwei snatched back the sugarcane from Zia's hand and shouted, You're toying with me. Seeing that she was about to leave, Zia quickly called out, My lady. Chu Keiwei turned back sharply, glaring at him with eyes like blades. She frowned and said angrily, The Celestial Bureau only accepts male disciples. She emphasized each word. 2 days later, inside the capital's detention prison, several jailers walked briskly past the rows of cells. Their steady footsteps echoed through the corridor. After a while, they stopped in front of a certain cell. One of them called out to the prisoner inside, Zhu Bingjai. Zhu Bingjai, 6th rank officer of the Imperial Blade Guards, a martial cultivator at the peak of Kai refinement, and the second uncle of Zhu Zinian. Covered in dust and dirt, he slowly raised his weary eyes to look at the jailer outside and thought to himself, so, the 5-day deadline has come. In the cell next door, someone rushed forward, gripping the iron bars tightly and cried out, My lord! The woman frowned in pain and shouted, Even if I die, I will never go to that wretched place, the Music Bureau. 2 girls, one older and one younger, imprisoned with her, also called out together, Mother, mother. Across from them, Bingjai trembled, clutching the bars, his voice quivering, My wife. It is I who have wronged you, and our children, and even our grandchild. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out, "In my next life, I, Zhu Bingjai, will be your beast of burden, a horse or an ox, to repay you." As soon as the words left his lips, tears streamed down his face. He tried to smile, though his heart was heavy with sorrow. Never would I have thought, I, Zhu Bingjai, a man loyal to the nation and the throne all my life. Bingjai slowly closed his eyes, grief and despair filling his heart. A family of loyalty and righteousness. Just then, a jailer's voice interrupted him. "Come with me. Once you sign the papers, you may leave." Bingjai froze, thinking he must have misheard, and quickly asked, "Sir, what did you just say?" The jailer grinned and handed him his official robes. "Lord Zhu, here are your robes. Please take them." Bingjai accepted the garments and his official token, his face blank with disbelief. From the opposite cell, his wife exclaimed with joy, "My lord, Xinian, our son, must have been running everywhere these past few days, arranging everything. The court must have shown mercy and compassion." She smiled brightly, speaking excitedly beside him. "Don't forget, my lord, Xinian's teacher was Yuan Jingnian, the vice minister of justice, back in the 18th year of the Yuan era." Bingjai looked down at the robes in his hands, thinking, "But Yuan Jingnian, that was more than 20 years ago. No, something's wrong. Even if they spared my life, by all reason, it should be impossible to restore my official title." Noticing something strange, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you know why the court has pardoned me?" The jailer, named Zheng Lu, replied calmly, "The case has been solved, and the tax money has been recovered." Hearing those words, Bingjai was stunned in disbelief. Zheng Lu looked him straight in the eyes and continued, "According to the laws of the great Feng dynasty, if an elder in the family commits a crime," his voice echoed clearly in the ears of Bingjai's family, "the son may atone for his father's sins by rendering meritorious service." Lady Bingjai, overwhelmed with joy, laughed and said, "Xinian, it must be Xinian." Tears welled up in her eyes as she turned to her husband. "My lord, Xinian helped the court recover the lost tax money." Bingjai was deeply moved, his eyes moist with tears. "I can't believe Xinian was able to recover the silver stolen by that demonic creature." His wife beamed with delight. "I told you our son Xinian was a talented man." But the next moment, her expression darkened into anger as she scolded. "Back then I wanted him to learn martial arts, but you wouldn't let him. You insisted that brat Zhu Xinian train instead." Bingjai avoided her gaze, thinking to himself, "I told you long ago, your son has no talent for martial cultivation." Just then, Zheng Lu suddenly coughed and said, "It was your nephew, Zuan." His words were like a dagger, striking directly at the hearts of Bingjai and his wife, making them both choke in shock. Zheng Lu took out some documents and pointed at them. He assisted the prefect in solving the tax silver case. The names of Bingjai and Zhu An were written clearly on the record. After both had pressed their fingerprints in confirmation, Zheng Lu continued, "He just left a short while ago. He's probably waiting for you now, at the back gate." Bingjai froze in astonishment, muttering, "Zhu An." Lady Bingjai's face turned pale, her whole body trembling. The little girl on her back asked innocently, "Mother, are you cold?" Lady Bingjai stood there as if struck by lightning, her mind spinning in disbelief. That unlucky child. It wasn't my own son who saved us, but that useless nephew. He was in the same prison as we were. How could he possibly have saved us? The little girl clinging to her back wobbled and nearly fell, crying out in fear, "Mother, I'm going to fall. Mother." Ignoring her daughter's cries, Lady Bingjai felt the world spinning before she fainted backward. Sunlight streamed down over the prefecture compound. At the back gate of the capital prefecture, Zhu An stood quietly, as though waiting for someone. He tapped his fingers nervously, thinking. Zhu An grinned, his eyes curved into crescents. Bingjai's eyes grew misty as he looked at him, Ningyan. Suddenly, he lunged forward and landed a loud slap on Zhu An's shoulder, sending him coughing up blood, then laughed heartily. "Good job!" Zhu An turned his head to see Bingjai throwing his head back in laughter and said with a wry smile, Second uncle, Yuri at the peak of the Kai refinement realm, where a whole cultivation rank apart. He rubbed his aching shoulder and thought bitterly, the difference between martial ranks is ridiculous. One casual slap from second uncle nearly sent me to the afterlife. Just then, Zhu En's gaze shifted to the young woman standing behind Bingjai. His heart skipped a beat, my goodness. The girl was stunningly beautiful. Her name was Zhu Lingyu, daughter of second uncle Bingjai and second aunt, and Zhu En's cousin. Zhu En thought in astonishment, I didn't expect to have such an elegant and ethereal cousin. In the memories of the original host, her face was always vague. He hadn't cared much about her. Moreover, because of second aunt's temperament, relations between the cousins had never been close. Lingyu felt Zhu En's gaze and turned to look at him. Lowering her eyes, she said softly, elder cousin. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly chimed in, big brother. Tiny legs pattered rapidly across the ground as a little girl ran toward them like the wind. She skidded to a stop with a squeak, heels dragging across the dirt, and ended up right in front of Zhu En. He looked down at the little one. Ah yes, there was one exception. The girl was named Zhu Lingyan. Though the original host disliked most of his cousins, he'd always had a soft spot for this youngest one. Lingyan beamed brightly and pointed at her wide-open mouth, stammering, big brother. Her looks clearly didn't take after her mother, that was for sure. Zhu En crouched down so he was level with her and said gently, I didn't bring any sweets today. I just got out of prison, you know? Lingyan blinked her big eyes in curiosity and asked, what's prison? Zhu En replied, it's the place where you've been sleeping these past few days. Lingyan's eyes sparkled as she asked again. Then where's the other brother? Did he take the sweets? Zhu En froze for a moment, not sure how to answer, and finally said softly, he didn't come. That's your real brother. Hearing that, Lingyan immediately showed a sad and pitiful expression. Zia En looked at the little girl and couldn't help thinking, this little sister isn't very smart, just a silly child. He turned his gaze toward Zhu Bingjai's wife and thought, this must be inherited from her mother. That's what the original host believed. Her name was Lai Ru, 35 years old, wife of second uncle and therefore Zia En's second aunt. Lai Ru looked guilty and turned her eyes away. Thank you, Mingyan. Speaking of his aunt, a vague memory resurfaced. Lai Ru once pointed angrily at Zia En's face and shouted, every year you waste more than 100 taels of silver on martial training. That's the savings of 20 or 30 years for an ordinary family. And you still have the nerve to talk back to me. Get out right now. At that time Zia En stubbornly raised his hand and swore, fine, from today I'll move out. And I swear that one day Zia En will rise above everyone. Don T regretted later. Returning to the present, Zia En thought to himself, how embarrassing. Isn't this exactly the classic story of a poor boy bullied by his aunt? He smiled brightly and said, Auntie, there is no need to thank me. Let us go home and eat first. Then we can talk later. Lai Ru shouted angrily, go home first. At that moment, Zhu Bingjai suddenly stepped forward between them. At the Zhu residence, the outer courtyard was empty and silent. Seeing the seal paper pasted across the main door, Zhu Zinian did not bother tearing it off, but directly kicked the door open. Holding a wine jug, he stood still at the entrance. Inside the Zhu residence, everything was deserted. Not a single person remained. Zhu Zinian staggered forward unsteadily, then suddenly froze, quickly turned back, and shut the door tightly. The main gate closed with a thud, and Zhu Zinian thought, I must not attract the attention of the city guards. He lowered his head in shame, then turned and walked deeper inside with an unsteady gait. Holding the wine jug tightly, he thought, at 3 I could read. He walked straight ahead. At 5 I could recite poems. At 10 I had mastered the classics of the sages. Zhu Zinian bit his lip. At 14 I studied at Yunlu Academy. At 18 I became a licentiate. He walked under a ginkgo tree with yellow leaves falling, raised his head and exhaled heavily. I truly am a man of great talent. The veins on his hand bulged as he gripped the jug tightly, as a man. Zhu Zinian tilted his head back and drank straight from the jug. Better to die with honor than live in humiliation. Thinking that, he decisively smashed the wine jug to pieces. The imperial capital of Dafu, renowned as the foremost city under heaven, was bustling with people moving about everywhere. In the early years of the Yuanjing era, the population of the capital exceeded 1,960,000. At this moment in Dafu, according to the geography records, everyone was happily strolling through the streets. Zia and walked along the road, glancing around. It was now the 36th year of the Yuanjing era, and the population of the capital should have surpassed 2 million. The official seal paper pasted on the door of the Zhu residence was torn to shreds. Zhu Bingjai stepped forward to open the door. Zia An was still lost in thought, calculating the cost of a room in the capital, which, like the garden-style courtyard of the Zhu residence in the suburbs, would be at least 5,000 taels of silver. As he entered the residence, he thought to himself if he had to pay a 30% deposit on the room. Zia An frowned, breaking into a cold sweat. That would be 15,000 taels of silver. He ruffled his hair anxiously, thinking, why do I still have to worry about room prices even after coming to another world? Lai Ru, walking ahead, suddenly turned to look at Zhu Bingjai, saying, Husband, I wonder how Nyanyan is doing. He must be very worried about us. Zhu Bingjai smiled reassuringly at her. The child said before going to prison that he would definitely save us. Nyanyan reads many classics, calm and reliable. He must have been busy for us just now. Let's surprise him when he returns. Hearing this, Zia An was suddenly startled. He broke into a cold sweat, remembering what had happened in prison. Oh no. At the same time, in the inner courtyard, Zhu Zinian spread out paper and brush on the table and laughed loudly. He waved his brush while shouting, Zhu Zinian says, live freely as a human, die resolutely as a ghost. The voice of Zhu Zinian echoed in the courtyard, live freely, die resolutely. Lai Ru was surprised, pointing in that direction. Isn't that Nyanyan's voice? Lingyan excitedly cheered. Now we can go get some sweets to eat. Zia An, who was walking behind, was startled. In the courtyard, Zhu Zinian stomped his foot on a stone bench. He stood on the chair facing the noose that had been hung. He decisively untied his hair bun. Immediately after, he threw it away with a swift motion. The hair bun landed with a thud and rolled on the ground. Zhu Zinian's long hair cascaded down, and he lightly ran his hand through it. The next moment, he tilted his head back to face the noose and shouted, Heaven did not give birth to Zhu Zinian, Dafu eternal as the long night. The hair bun rolled to the feet of Zhu Bingjai and Lai Ru. Zhu Zinian gripped the noose tightly in his hands. He slowly put his neck into it, and at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, Nyanyan. Zhu Zinian's face darkened as he looked down. His bloodshot eyes reflected the images of everyone around him. Facing countless familiar gazes, Zhu Zinian suddenly fell silent, unable to speak a word. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, disbelief written on their faces. A gentle breeze blew, shaking a few ginkgo leaves from the branches. Zhu Zinian's eyes widened, his face turned pale. Utterly astonished, his vision gradually blurred. Lai Ru, panicked, shouted loudly, Nyanyan. Zhu Zinian collapsed onto the table, lying still. Embarrassed, he silently thought, I've made a fool of myself. Everyone hurriedly gathered around him, asking, Nyanyan, Nyanyan, what are you doing? At this moment, Zhu Zinian felt he had missed a step. The paper he had left on the table was blown to the ground by the wind. On it were written in large characters, Dafu eternal as the long night. Heaven did not give birth to Zhu Zinian. Someone with the surname Zhu at that moment covered their mouth. 600 years ago, the Zhu dynasty was founded, and the first generation of the Bureau of Administration of the Celestial Bureau divided the major systems into ranks. Zia An was a 9th rank refined martial realm in the martial lineage, while his second uncle was an 8th rank peak Kai refinement realm, the 7th rank being spirit refinement realm. The martial lineage was divided according to realms: 9th rank refined martial realm, 8th rank spirit refinement realm, 7th rank spirit refinement realm, 6th rank, and beyond that Zia An did not know. In contrast, the Celestial Bureau's sorcerer lineage was something Xian knew quite a bit about, because the Celestial Bureau only belonged to the cultivation system of the Zhou dynasty, and was also very ostentatious. Among them, the inventions and creations of 6th-rank alchemists had been integrated into tens of thousands of households. The sorcerer lineage was divided into 9th-rank medical master, 8th-rank spirit master, 7th-rank feng shui master, 6th-rank alchemist, and beyond that Xian didn't know what it was. Xian looked down. His reflection was clear in the water, and he smiled with satisfaction, thinking, this face, though it cannot compare with the self-consciousness and shame of my previous life, and with looks so handsome they shocked the nation, is still acceptable. Suddenly thinking of something, Xian froze for a moment, but then wondered, why does he have no memory of the original owner before death or coma? As for myself, after resigning from the police station, I chose to go into business by the sea, becoming a diligent worker. The life ahead could have been manageable, being able to shoulder the mortgage, pay the wedding gifts, marry, and have children. As long as the neighbors weren't the Wang family, everything would be peaceful. But unexpectedly, while celebrating with some friends at a bar and drinking enthusiastically, Xian recalled the memory before facing heaven: alcohol poisoning. He clenched his fists and slammed them into the water. Xian frowned and sighed. It was already difficult enough to get a ticket into the middle class, and in an instant, he was thrown into a feudal society. What rot! The person was gone, but the money remained. Well, let's just consider it as inheritance for the parents. He wondered if the inheritance tax was high. If he had one more season, he would surely become a champion. The national football team didn't win the championship. Dying without closing his eyes, forget about it. As if remembering something, Xian suddenly jolted. Oh no, 120 grams on the computer hard drive. Still not deleted. If his mother found out, he'd be finished. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Seeing someone come out of the bathtub, he called, "Hey, someone!" A shadow was clearly cast outside the door. "Servant, the master is calling you to eat." The maid outside heard Xian and reply, "Okay, wait a moment." That maid was named Luenge, sold into the Zhou family at 7 to serve the eldest daughter. Twisting her handkerchief, she thought happily, after the Zhou family suffered misfortune, all our servants were dismissed. Unexpectedly, in just 5 days, the Zhou family had turned things around. According to what the young lady said, all the credit went to the young master. The door of Xian's room creaked open. Xian strode out. "Let's go." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Hey, don't call me young master." Luenge frowned stubbornly, but young master is young master. Xian was a bit speechless, thinking, fine, anyway, I'm not from the Wu family. After walking for a while, Luenge suddenly spoke. "Young master." Just now the master and mistress argued. Xian turned to look at her and asked, "What happened?" Luenge recalled their quarrel and awkwardly replied, "It seemed the mistress insisted on knowing how the taxes were swapped, and who did it." The master couldn't answer, and after going back and forth they argued loudly. She then looked at Xian and asked, "Young master knows, right?" Xian casually admitted. He remembered what had happened on the way back and thought to himself, on the way back from the Zhou mansion, I already told my second uncle, the taxes weren't stolen, they were swapped. At that time, the eldest daughter didn't say anything, so she kept it in her heart. Xian thought this as he followed Luenge. At the dining table, Zhu Lingyan screamed loudly, making everyone's head ache. The little girl was so frustrated that tears welled up as she shouted. Luenge arrived, bringing Xian along, and quietly said, "Madam." Lai Yuchun pointed at Zhu Lingyan, who was wailing and crying, and said angrily, take her away, it's about time to go home." Xian walked over and patted the girl's head to comfort her. He bent down and asked with concern and a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhu Lingyan looked at him in surprise. "Elder brother." She pointed at Lai Yuchen and accused her angrily. "Mother tricked me. Mother said if I could go home, she would take me to Giyu Tower." Hearing the little girl, Zhu Bingjai froze, uneasy, and turned away. Giyu Tower was the top tavern in the capital, visited only by high-ranking officials, not ordinary citizens or merchants. Zhu Lingyan, thinking of the delicious food there, puffed up her cheeks in anger. A foolish child who could not even remember the names of her elder brother and sister could remember Giyu Tower, and had even eaten there once before. It was clear this child was not stupid, just misapplied in her talents. Zia and looked at Zhu Bingjai and thought that old Zhu knows how to make others handle his troubles. He even treats his daughter like a tool. Zhu Bingjai sneezed loudly at the reminder. Zia and faintly smiled. Indeed, the little bean was Madame's key to influence. Lai Yuchun, being followed by Zhu Lingyan's shining gaze, could only cover her head and lament, all from a single joke back then, and now it's come to this. Zia and frowned at her reproachfully. Even tricking a child, madam, unbelievable. Hearing this, Lai Yuchun's fists trembled in anger. Seeing Zia and defend her, Zhu Lingyan tightly grabbed the hem of his shirt. She climbed up his thigh, startling him, elder brother, her eyes sparkling as she said, elder brother, take me there. Zia An, overwhelmed by the huge words Giyu Tower, a delicacy for each, felt suffocated. He directly grabbed Zhu Lingyan by the collar and handed her to Luenga, ordering Luenga, take her away. Luenju caught the girl and replied, yes. Immediately, she took Zhu Lingyan away, and Zia An, furious, deliberately turned on his deaf act, pretending not to hear the girl crying. The dining table finally fell silent. Beneath the table, Lai Yuchun lightly nudged Zhu Bingjai. She glanced at Zia An, who was enjoying his meal, signaling to him. Zhu Bingjai looked embarrassed. This kind of humiliation. Tanyan, wearing a look of shame as if he wanted to die, tried to swallow a bite of rice and looked at him with blank eyes. Zia An, sitting across, sensed something unusual but decided to stay silent and play dead. Finally, he couldn't hold back and said, Lin Yu, why do you keep sneaking peeks at your younger brother like that? Lin Yu, caught red-handed, was startled and flustered. Under the pressure of Zhu Bingjai and Lai Yuchun's deadly stares, she trembled and stammered, Moo. Lin Yu, with an embarrassed expression, looked at Zia An and said, I want to know how Big Brother solved the case from the files. Zia An smiled calmly and replied, in this world, there is no perfect crime. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, and said, aside from coincidences, any case caused by humans can be traced with clues. Tanyan, drawn in by this, raised his head, clearly hearing Zia An's words. First, I analyzed the route for transporting the taxes and the weight of the silver to find the problem with the taxes. Hearing this, Tanyan couldn't help but be shocked. The night was quiet, only Zia An's steady storytelling echoed from the room. After a while, Tanyan calmly sipped his tea, muttering softly, well done, that's all there is. But inside, he felt as if he had just realized something monumental. I see, so that's how it was. Lin Yu looked at Zia and with admiration in her eyes, thinking, Big Brother, you're amazing. Zhu Bingjai slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, damn it, so that's how it was, and I didn't notice it. Zia An smiled to himself, so that's how it was, and I didn't notice it, but it would be. Zia An lowered his eyes and said calmly, when they counted the silver, weren't they wearing gloves? Zhu Bingjai tried to recall, it seemed so, how did you know that? Zia An, slightly annoyed, asked, why wasn't it in the testimony? Zhu Bingjai paid little attention, picking at his ear, it's a minor matter, not important, nothing worth mentioning. It was also because that Lu person had given me a jar of cinnamon honey wine back then, and my tolerance for alcohol is deep and unpredictable. So I drank a little out of curiosity and didn't pay much attention to anything else. After saying this, he crudely cleaned his ear. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Zia An screamed silently in his mind, cursing, the scariest thing is your pig-headed teammate. He was so furious that his eyes rolled white. If this detail had been in the files, he could have analyzed the truth long ago. No need to waste so many brain cells. After a while, Zhu Tanyan drew a conclusion. It seemed likely that the Lu person my father mentioned was the one who harmed him. Remembering that drinking incident, Zhu Bingjie suddenly understood, so that's how it was. Thinking of something else, he widened his eyes. Everyone present showed disappointment and lowered their heads. Zhu Bingjie recalled what had happened and froze. He anxiously held his head, trembling. It was my fault. My recklessness almost ruined the whole family. Thinking that Y had nearly faced a total family disaster, Zhu Bingjie blamed himself even more. It was my recklessness. I almost destroyed the whole family. He frowned and lifted his head. His gaze stopped on Zia and Zhu Bingjie. Suddenly, he remembered the brother who had been severely injured back then, the one he called Big Brother. He lowered his head and said, "Back then, I and your father fought side by side in the battle of the mountains and seas." Zhu Bingjie looked straight at Zia and then recalled his brother, clearly saying they had to survive together and rise in rank together. On the battlefield shrouded in smoke and fire, the last request still echoed in his ears, Zhu Bingjie. At that time, he held his brother, whose life was almost gone, and followed his final instructions. It all depended on you. The world was vast. The Defeng dynasty ruled Central Plains, belonging to the legitimate line of the realm. Defeng built the country through martial prowess and governed it with Confucian principles. At its peak, tens of thousands of states came to pay tribute. Up to now, it has existed for 600 years. 20 years ago, Defeng allied with the western regions, subjugated the northern barbarians and the southwestern barbarians, and fought a decisive battle at Shanhai Pass. The armies contributed by all sides reached millions, and from the start of the war to its end, only half a year passed, with 1 million lives buried. Arrows and cannon fire filled the sky. That battle was one of the most brutal in history, known as the Shanhai Campaign. Zhu Bingjie recalled old memories. If it hadn't been for Big Brother taking the blade for me, I would have died. He lowered his head, and so I let Tanyan go to study. Zia N, sitting across from him, raised his head as Zhu Bingjie continued. The choice for you to train in martial arts, in truth, still carried some personal affection. Lai Yuchun frowned angrily, criticizing him. That's right, all the care goes to the biological grandson. Zia and suddenly smiled, so that was Aunt's meaning. He turned to her and asked, "Isn't second young master your own flesh and blood?" Lai Yuchun's whole body trembled with anger as she pointed at him, scolding, "You vile brat, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Bingjie clenched his fists. Enough. Tears streaming down, he shouted, "I barely managed to survive, and now I have to listen to you all quarrel." Meanwhile, Zhu Linyin had already run back because she was hungry, the little girl opening her mouth wide, waiting to be fed. She looked at Lai Yuchun innocently and asked, "Mother, why are we in a dark room, eating every day but never full?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly froze. A dark room. Each person looked confused. The girl called the prison a dark room, and Zhu Bingjie held his head, replying, "I, your father, made a mistake." Zhu Lingyan spoke innocently. "Yesterday I was hungry, and when I woke up I caught a worm." She raised both hands, smiling as she mimed a cockroach, with something on its head. Everyone stared at her in horror. "We let a child suffer like this? It is truly a failure." Lai Yuchun, her eyes brimming with tears, asked shakily, "Have you eaten?" blaming herself, Zhu Lingyan. "It's all because Mother is useless. Mother cannot protect you properly." Zhu Lingyan did not reply but continued, "Then I heard Mother's stomach rumble. Lai Yuchun was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat." "Then what happened?" Zhu Lingyan smiled brightly like sunlight. "Then I put it into my mother's mouth. My mother even ate very quickly. After finishing, she struck a pose as if saying, 'Hurry and reward me.'" Lai Yuchun froze, her mind weighed down by the words put into Mother's mouth. She pressed her lips together. The two words Mother ate made her shudder, cold sweat pouring like a stream. Lai Yuchun recalled the scene of swallowing a cockroach in her sleep, and very quickly she fell backward and vomited a rainbow. In the room, Tan Nine's voice rang out, "I am full." Zhu Lingyu lowered her eyes and continued, "Me too." Shi Yian laughed coquettishly, "Full, full," while Bingjie remained silent. That night, at Tai Tian Pavilion, Quanxing Tower, The building stood lit and majestic in the capital. On the 7th floor of Quanxing Tower, in the alchemy practice room, a group of disciples looked anguished. One grabbed his head and cried out, "Why did it fail? The step was clearly so simple." Another interrupted, "I told you, the salt dosage must be wrong." Complaints echoed, "It's too hard." Another angrily pointed at a fellow disciple, "It's the fire. I saw Senior Brother Van boiling the salt." Another suggested, "Maybe the water amount is wrong." The person practicing tried again, but in the end, where did it go wrong? The group of disciples was in an uproar. Too difficult. Turning sea salt into silver is just too hard. Another disciple silently wiped away tears, wondering why Chu Keiwei hadn't arrived yet. The person next to him replied, "I don't know." At that moment, Keiwei was quietly sneaking away, clutching a pile of food, thinking, these people didn't expect that they were still practicing fake silver. Since the tax case was solved, His Majesty saw the immense power of fake silver, quite bizarre, so he ordered Tai Tian Pavilion to produce it. The alchemists of Tai Tian Pavilion had begun the work day and night, from 9 am to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, with no reward. They had been working non-stop for 2 days already, failing and trying again. One of them, pale and trembling, pointed in a direction, Keiwei. The other senior disciples' eyes lit up like torches as they turned. It's junior sister Keiwei. Keiwei, who had been sneaking away quietly, froze in shock. She broke out in cold sweat, thinking, I'm doomed. The group of senior disciples immediately rushed to grab her, followed by a flood of questions. Junior sister Keiwei, how exactly do you produce fake silver? Junior sister Keiwei, come quickly and help us. Looking at the pile of prepared materials on the table, one of them said, Junior sister Keiwei, you are the only one who has successfully made fake silver. Quickly tell us where we went wrong. Keiwei hugged the food and thought silently. The senior disciple's process had no problem. At first, I also made fake silver like this at the zoo residence. She lowered her eyes and recalled, but when I tried again later, I failed. At that time, Chu Keiwei stood on the platform and spoke. This is alchemy passed down from ancient times, mysterious and difficult to understand, not something that can be learned just by saying so. The senior disciples below listened in astonishment, passed down from ancient times. Keiwei raised her hand to her mouth, signaling everyone to be quiet, and transmitted a mantra to the senior disciples, explaining that it must be taught and conveyed simply in order to be fully understood. She emphasized, hoping the senior brothers would remember. As soon as she finished, the disciples below immediately perked up and listened carefully. Keiwei took several deep breaths to gather herself. Then she put on a serious expression and repeated the words that Zia N had told her. Oxide valence 2 calcium iron zinc magnesium, iron 2 carbon valence 2. The entire group of disciples listened as if they had been struck and scattered on a battlefield. They shouted in astonishment, What is this? This is a mantra that takes one's breath away. Finally, someone could not help but ask, Junior sister Keiwei, what does this mantra mean? Keiwei twisted her hair and forced a smile, thinking, don't ask, I don't even know what this is. The senior brothers arrogantly said, we are Tai Tian Pavilion, with countless talents, yet we have to rely on an outsider to produce fake silver. The person next to them looked displeased. Moreover, she is a martial practitioner. Another spoke up, if this gets out, won't it make us a laughingstock? In the cultivation generations of this world, some types were often looked down upon. In the world of cultivation, sects look down on Buddhist schools, and Buddhist schools in turn disdain sects. Alchemists look down on sorcerers, sorcerers look down on ancient masters, and ancient masters look down on alchemists. Unfortunately, Confucianism in modern times has declined. The senior disciples crowded around Chu Keiwei, pleading and whining, Junior sister Keiwei, please guide us, we beg you. Keiwei walked straight up to the upper floor, pretending to be mysterious, saying, next time I will definitely teach you. After saying this, she immediately clutched her food and ran quickly, thinking to herself, to be honest, I don't understand this either, I need to get out of here fast, leaving the senior disciples shouting behind her. Junior sister Kwei, sister. At Quan Tin Tower, the Bagua platform, there was someone sitting at the center. The old man propped his chin and leisurely enjoyed the glass of wine in his hand. Kwei looked up at him and asked, "Do you know who produced the fake silver?" She frowned and thought Tai Tian Pavilion is the origin of the alchemist generation. Even alchemists not from Tai Tian Pavilion must be related to it. Behind the tax case, there must still be an alchemist involved, but definitely not an ordinary person. The one sitting on the Bagua platform smiled slightly. He was the director of Tai Tian Pavilion, and with a smile curving his eyes, he answered, "Of course the alchemist would know." The next day at the county office of Changla, a man wearing official headgear trembled as he pointed forward. That man was Wang official, and he stammered in panic, asking, You human?" Or another person continued, "A ghost." Lai Dianshu, holding paper and brush, froze in place. The whole group pointed at Zia and standing before them and shouted, "Zuzu Zia-en, are you human or a ghost?" Lai Dianshu, slightly angry, turned to scold the group. "What nonsense are you speaking in the court?" He then looked down at Zia-en's feet and continued, "A ghost has a shadow." Thal-en suddenly curled his lips into a strange smile, raising his eyebrows as a dark aura emanated from him, baring his teeth to scare them. A soulless body. As soon as the words ended, Lai Dianshu immediately trembled, foam at the mouth, and fell backward, while everyone panicked and shouted, "Lai Dianshu, Lai Dianshu." Seeing the group terrified in front of him, Zia-en chuckled and said, "Just kidding, greetings Minister Dianshu. Colleagues, I have been released from prison." Lai Dianshu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "What happened?" Murmurs of Zia-en's explanation echoed throughout the county office. Hearing Zia-en's account, the people in the office relaxed, realizing it was all about earning merit to atone for faults and understanding the situation. Lai Dianshu shyly cleared his throat a few times, recalling his earlier embarrassment. Zia-en bowed respectfully and handed an object to Lai Dianshu, smiling, "It is normal if you didn't know. After all, the verdict has not yet been issued." Lai Dianshu, "This is evidence delivered by the Jingzhou mansion." Lai Dianshu accepted it and went out the door, saying, "All right, the session is over, dismissed." Wang official patted Zia-en on the shoulder and called Ning Yan. He draped his arm around Zia-en excitedly and said, "You must host a drink for the guests." The surrounding colleagues cheered. "Host? Host?" One of them added, "Yes, surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. We must host a drink." Zia-en laughed heartily and agreed, "No problem." Officer Wang, his face leering, whispered into Zia-en's ear, "I heard that Kulun on Linchui Street just entered a batch of Kingson. Ningyan, will you come with us tonight?" Zia-en immediately froze. Entertaining guests with drinks is one thing, but now being asked to invite Kulan to sleep as well, that's too much. Thinking that, he could only step back quietly and wave his hand with a smile to decline. "I'm really sorry, recently the family is poor. At that moment, Zia-en suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked down at his feet, and coins had appeared under his shoes. Just as he did not know what to do, someone suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in, "Elder officer." Everyone turned sharply to look at the door. Officer Wang looked at the person standing at the door, panting with hands on knees, in surprise, Lai Dianshu. Lai Dianshu raised his head, his expression serious. "The county magistrate ordered us to go to the inner hall." Officer Wang slapped his own face and replied, "All right." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zia-en silently prayed, Boss, quickly sit down." Then he quickly took the silver ingot from the ground, tucked it into his belt, and pretended to know nothing. After successfully picking up the silver, Zia-en finally asked, "The boss looks unwell. What happened?" His colleague, eyes half closed, sighed. "During the few days you were in prison, a murder occurred on Camping Street." He recalled the crime scene, where a wealthy merchant had died. The county magistrate was furious, scolding Officer Wang every day until he was in tears. Zia-en stroked his chin, unable to resist asking, "It's just one merchant dead. The county magistrate is 5th rank. Isn't it unnecessary to fly into such a rage? The colleague frowned, looking awkward. The merchant was connected to a certain middle-ranking official. Moreover, Zia heard him say, "This year is the year of Jingcha," which made Zia raise his head. Jingcha is the examination system for officials in the Great Feng Dynasty, held once every 3 years. And officials who fail are demoted, even reduced to commoners. It was a matter of career prospects. No wonder the other party was a distant relative of a middle-ranking official. If he exposed the crime, Magistrate Zhu could be hit in the face with a book by someone above. He might have to face a life of rags, poverty, and cold. In the county office resting room, Officer Wang angrily slammed his fist against the door. Damn it! He was so frustrated that tears welled up in his eyes as he roared, "The money is gone. Where do I find it?" Zia's colleague hurriedly handed Officer Wang a cup of tea to calm him down. "Boss, did Magistrate Zhu scold you again?" Officer Wang hung his head in despair. "Don't mention it. Today was really unlucky, and I also lost a tael of silver." Zia stood not far away, covering his mouth and chuckling silently. "So that money was the one you lost." Zia's colleague leaned closer to Officer Wang and whispered, "Boss, or maybe." He smiled teasingly and said, "Touch a fish." Hearing this, Zia suddenly froze. Touched a fish. The meaning in the lowest level of the bureaucracy is, find someone to die in your place. The hand holding his hat unconsciously clenched. Officer Wang gritted his teeth and said, "There is no choice, Zio Lai. Now you go to the slum in the West City. Find a few old, law-breaking people living on the edge." The colleague named Zio Lai quickly replied, "Yes." Immediately after, he was suddenly pulled back by Zia and, "Wait, boss." Zio Lai was pushed aside as Zia shouted, "Listen, Ningyan." Zia ignored him and urgently said, "We cannot let the culprit roam free." Zio Lai hurriedly tried to advise him, "Ningyan, don't be so meddlesome. The boss is scolded by the county magistrate every day. There is nothing he can do." Another colleague held Zia back and spoke to soothe him. Yes, it's just a common criminal. Sending him to reincarnation early is for the benefit of the people." Zio Lai panicked and added, "Boss, Ningyan has just experienced a major disaster. It's natural to be a bit sensitive about this." Officer Wang slammed his hand on the table. Zhang Yaowei, 51 years old, was from a Wheelie family in Kongbin Street, owning over 100 acres of land in the outskirts of Changle County, and had 3 shops in the capital selling silk, incense, and sundries. His first wife had died young, and he remarried a virtuous girl 20 years younger than himself. Her name was Yang Zhenjin. Apart from the son Zhang Zian left by the first wife, Zhang Yaowei had no other children. Zia chewed on melon seeds, mumbling to himself, 20 years younger, could it be? He couldn't help but think silently, as long as you work hard to earn money, your future wife is still in kindergarten. 4 days ago, Zhang Yaowei had returned to his hometown to collect taxes, arriving home around 3 to 5 in the morning. His wife, sleeping inside the house, suddenly heard a loud scream outside, and Zhenjin startled upright. She hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed out. Immediately after, Zhenjin's eyes widened in terror. Zhang Yaowei was dead in the courtyard, lying in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Zhenjin saw a dark figure climbing the wall and fleeing. Zia turned to his colleague and asked, "Did the night patrol soldiers investigate?" And the colleague replied promptly, "The Imperial Guard said no suspicious figures appeared that night." The capital had 3 walls: palace walls, inner city walls, and outer city walls. The outer city, although patrolled by night soldiers, had no curfew. The city gates remained open all night through the 12 watches, and merchants could freely enter and exit with prior preparation and a proper permit. Zia, a little curious, asked how much silver was lost, and his colleague shook his head. None. He recalled the events of that day and continued, "The deceased had just returned from tax collection, carrying silver coins, copper money, and rice. How could the thief have killed him and still carried away a large money box while escaping?" Zia's eyes gleamed. Something was wrong. If he were the thief, observing the terrain first, he would definitely choose to steal the next day. Not that day. Officer Wang blew on his tea to cool it down and politely asked, "May I ask, Officer Zhu?" He turned to Zian and asked, "Who was the culprit, and where?" Zian propped his chin, smiling with curved eyes to reassure him, "Don't rush, boss. According to the file, there were footprints outside Zhang's house, right? You can deduce from this that the thief climbed the wall to escape, so that woman was correct." He raised his finger seriously and said, "First, why leave footprints?" Officer Wang sipped his tea and asked, "Is there a problem?" Zian didn't answer but continued, "Why was there mud?" Officer Wang, slightly impatient, replied, "Because there was mud on the soles, and the area next to the wall is a flower garden." Zian tapped his hand on the file lying on the table, frowning as he asked, "Then why are there no footprints inside the room on the file?" Xiao Lai patted Officer Wang on the shoulder and proposed a hypothesis. Maybe when the thief entered, he was careful about this, so he left no trace. A colleague nearby immediately added, "But after committing the murder, in the rush to escape, he left footprints." Zian closed his eyes and imagined the situation that day. There was a possibility. If below the wall was already a flower garden, were there footprints in the garden when he sneaked in? If the thief could jump over the wall and cross the garden without leaving footprints, if he possessed such lightness skill. He emphasized, when he escaped, he didn't need to step on the wall to gain momentum. Zian then raised another finger. Secondly, the victim was struck directly on the head with a blunt weapon and died. Right. Officer Wang supplemented, "Died instantly on the spot." Zian voiced his inner doubt. Why a blunt weapon? The culprit using this method, wouldn't a sword or knife make killing easier? Xiao Lai spoke up with suspicion. Maybe the thief originally didn't intend to kill. Officer Wang suddenly slammed the table and stood up. No, he remembered the crime scene and continued. A blunt weapon to the head causing instant death shows intent to kill. After speaking, Officer Wang couldn't help feeling unsettled. Yes, why use a blunt weapon and not a sharp one? Zian looked at him and replied, "Unless the culprit didn't have a weapon at hand." These words made Officer Wang startle. No weapon at hand. Zian flipped the page of the file below. The last point, also something he paid attention to, when bringing the victim's family to the county office for questioning. He tapped on the lines written in the file. Zhang Yangxi, having knelt for too long, suddenly fainted. After the doctor examined her, it was discovered she was pregnant. Xiao Lai, hearing this, muttered casually, "Fatherless since the womb." A colleague added, "Truly pitiful, the child lost its father before birth." Zian's face darkened with anger, thinking, can the public stop interfering? He decisively closed his eyes as if not hearing and continued. Zhang Yangxi was 20 years younger than the deceased, married to him for 10 years. He raised the question, why did she become pregnant now? Officer Wang suddenly realized, if both man and woman are healthy, it's impossible to go 10 years without having a child, unless intentionally avoiding it. One of them must have a problem, so it's difficult to conceive. Zian directly confirmed his thought. It's possible the child was not the deceased's. Zian poured himself a cup of tea. Perhaps this was not a simple theft. He looked straight at Officer Wang and said boldly, "This is a murder case involving a secret affair." Zian recounted everything according to his reasoning. Zhang Yangxi secretly had an affair, either with a paramour or an outside man. He even considered Zhang Zian, the son of the deceased. The two took the opportunity when the victim went out to collect money to secretly meet. Unexpectedly, the victim returned early, caught them in the act, and a conflict broke out. The paramour, enraged, grabbed a vase or another blunt object and killed the victim, which is why Yao lost his life. Zhang Yangxi and the paramour hurriedly handled the crime scene and dragged the victim into the yard. Finally, they pressed a muddy shoe against the wall, faking the scene as if a thief had broken in. If the paramour intended to meet secretly, he would definitely have investigated beforehand, learned the patrol patterns, so as not to be discovered by the Imperial Guards. Everyone was stunned by Zia An's words. Zia An leisurely sipped his tea and continued, if a real thief had taken the money, he would never act that night. He would wait until the victim exchanged all collected silver into certificates, put them in his bag, and take it away. Zia An then thought of Zhen Zhen and said, the excuse Zhang Yangshi gave, conveniently using the money collection as a cover, guiding everyone to think it was a robbery. As he spoke, Zia An curled his lips in a slight smile. Zhao Lai hurriedly asked, can one file alone identify the culprit? Zia An smiled, eyes curved, and replied, I'm only speculating based on the details of the case. This may not be the truth yet. Verification is still needed. Officer Wang, who had been lost in thought, suddenly raised his head and asked, why do you think the paramour could be the victim's son? Zia An calmly set down his cup of tea, and with sharp eyes looked at him, replying, the reason I suspect he has 2 points. First, the victim's son, Zhang Ziyan, said that night he was in the study reading the accounts. Zhang Yangshi's cries were so loud they woke him, showing a strong disturbance, yet he, who was awake, didn't hear anything at all. Does that make sense? Second, if no traces of the thief were found in the garden during the break-in, then the thief may not even exist. Therefore, it can be inferred that the suspicion of the victim's son is very high. Officer Wang now understood, so the footprints on the wall were very likely deliberately left to mislead us. Zia An smiled confidently. Exactly. By the way, directly compared the shoes of the victim's son. Officer Wang shrugged. Surely he would not leave any footprints. Zia An gave him a thumbs up. Boss, truly insightful, understood immediately. Really the divine officer of the... On the court platform, a man and a woman knelt straight. The woman was the victim's second wife, Zhen Zhen. She tensed and clenched her handkerchief. The man was the victim's son, Zhu Ziyan. He smiled brightly, not looking like someone who had just lost his father. The person sitting above struck the wooden block on the table, creating a solemn sound. He was Chu County Magistrate. Chu County Magistrate was learned, competent in work, not skilled in procedures, but he knew how to govern. He pointed at the two kneeling on the court and interrogated, how did you kill Zhu Yaowei? His merit was having a conscience, not greedy, incompetent, but not troubling the people. His flaw was treating subordinates poorly and prone to sarcasm. Chu County Magistrate's eyes bulged as he shouted fiercely, confessing honestly. Zhu Ziyan spoke boldly, Sir, why would you say that? How could I, a humble subject, kill my own father? Chu County Magistrate squinted angrily, playing dumb. Not long ago, Officer Wang came panting to find him. Sir, regarding the Zhang family case, I have a lead. I hope Sir will issue instructions. I will bring the person immediately. Please trust me. Chu County Magistrate thought silently. It would be strange if I trusted you. What ability do you have? Do you think I don't know? He rested his chin and looked at Officer Wang with disdain. Small, incompetent officials like you. When there's profit you behave like obedient monkeys. But when it comes to governance, you're all useless. Officer Wang felt indignant. Sir, please hear my explanation. Returning to the present, Chu County Magistrate lowered his eyes. It is believed that someone stood behind to help you reason this out. Not far away, Zia An hid behind a pillar, observing everything. Magistrate Zhu knew perfectly well he was there, thinking to himself, Zia An, the one who solved the tax case. Zhu raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. He looked at Zhang Ziyan kneeling below and asked, at the time of the incident, where were you? Zhang Ziyan immediately replied, I was in the study. Zhu continued to press, why weren't you with your wife? Zhang Ziyan answered, I was reviewing the account books. Zhu questioned further, were there any witnesses? Zhang Ziyan, feeling cornered, retorted, at this late hour, where would there be witnesses? Zhu's face darkened with anger, and he turned to the other, Zhang Yangshi, I am asking you. He spoke sharply, you have been married to Zhang Yaohui for 10 years without issue. So how is it that you are now pregnant? Did you collude with someone else to plot your husband's death? Upon hearing this, Zhen Zhen and Zhang Ziyan both flinched. Zhen Zhen quickly responded, tears welling in her eyes, Your Honor, I am innocent. My health is poor. and in recent years I have been resting daily. It was difficult enough to conceive my husband's child. How could your honor accuse me of plotting to kill him based on this? Zhu's face darkened. Zia and looked at him in disbelief. Magistrate Zhu, questioning like this, how could you ever uncover the truth? Zhu slammed the wooden block on the table in anger. You said you saw the killer climbing the wall and escaping. He glared at Zhen Zhen and asked, why today when the deputy prefect inspected the garden beneath the wall, were there no footprints, no signs of trampling the flowers and grass? Zhen Zhen trembled in fear as she answered, this? Zia N was hiding not far behind a pillar, observing everything. Magistrate Zhu knew Zia N was there, thinking to himself, Zia N, the one who solved the tax silver case. Zhu covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked at Zhang Ziyan kneeling below and asked, at the time of the incident, where were you, Zhang Ziyan? Zhang Ziyan immediately cooperated. I was in the study. Zhu continued, why were you not with your stepmother? Zhang Ziyan replied, I was reviewing the ledgers. Zhu asked rapidly, are there any witnesses? Zhang Ziyan retorted, in the dead of night, where there would be witnesses. Zhu's face darkened with anger, and he turned to the other, Zhang Yangxi. I ask you. He interrogated you. You have been married to Zhang Yaohui for 10 years without issue. Why are you pregnant now? Did you conspire with a lover to kill your husband? Hearing this, Zhen Zhen and Zhang Ziyan were startled. Zhen Zhen quickly responded, tears in her eyes, Your Honor, I am innocent. My health has been poor, and in recent years I have been resting daily. It was already difficult to bear the child of my husband. How could Your Honor accuse me of conspiring to murder him? Zhu's face darkened. Zia and looked at him speechless. Magistrate Zhu, questioning like this, how could you discover the truth? Zhu angrily slammed the wooden block on the table. You claim to have seen the murderer climbing the wall to escape. He glared at Zhen Zhen, asking, why did the officer inspecting the garden under the wall not find footprints, no traces of trampled flowers and grass? Zhen Zhen, frightened, stammered, this matter. Zhang Ziyan, afraid Zhen Zhen might speak recklessly, quickly shouted, Your Honor, how could mother know how the thief broke into the house? The county office cannot prove it, nor can you frame us mother and son. Zia N, hiding nearby, witnessed this and was so furious he felt like spitting blood. Mother and son, damn you, don't insult these words. Magistrate Zhu, losing patience, drew the law order pointing at the arrogant someone and executed them. As soon as he finished, the officer stepped forward to try to escort Zhang Ziyan away. Zhang Ziyan struggled, shouting, Your Honor, is this coercion? I serve in the Ministry of Rights as a junior officer. His words hit Zhu's weak point, making his expression ugly. Junior officers of this rank often think themselves refined, but in reality, they are like mad dogs, attacking anyone they dislike and reporting them. Zhu, furious, thought, these damn junior officers. He bared his veins in anger and shouted, How dare you threaten me? Someone, strike him 20 times. Outside came the sound of sticks hitting flesh. Even if Zhang Ziyan confessed and the case was handed to the Ministry of Justice, he could still manipulate the case through connections with junior officers, possibly even framing Zhu. At this moment, Zia N suddenly tapped the case recorder on the shoulder, helping me convey a message to Magistrate Zhu. The recorder looked up at him. Zia N, why have you come here? Zia N raised his hand to signal silence and winked, smiling as he said, Tell Magistrate Zhu, temporarily take a recess, I have an idea. In the county office, in the detention room, Zhen Zhen sat tensely, curled up on the chair. Her heart was pounding rapidly. Her anxious expression said, What exactly do you want by locking me in here? At that moment, the door to the detention room creaked open. Zia N entered, carrying tea, smiling warmly to reassure her, Don't worry, we're just going to talk for a while. Zia N smiled, eyes curved, took off the hat on his head. You can call me Sir Zia. Zhen Zhen blinked in confusion and asked, Zia. Zia N poured tea for her. Please have some tea. Zhen Zhen stared silently at the cup of tea in front of her, not daring to touch it. Zia N raised his own cup and took a sip, noticing she wore so much gold and silver. It seems Zhang Yaohui treated her very well. Actually, I think, given her age, after so many years without getting pregnant, the problem mostly lies with Zhang Yaohui. Zhen Zhen seemed relieved and used her handkerchief to dab her tears, speaking, "It's all my fault. I didn't meet expectations, after so many years only now having a child, and the old master was harmed at this exact time." Zia and spoke to comfort her. The dead cannot come back to life. He smiled slyly like a fox and asked, "Did Zhang Yaohui often go to the brothel?" Hearing this, Zhen Zhen became angry. Of course he went often. From ancient times to now, old masters and high officials, who hadn't gone to the brothel. She finally relaxed and lifted the cup to drink. Zia and smiled awkwardly, sweating inside, thinking, damn, she's cautious. Over 50 and still frequently goes to the brothel. The treasury is empty. It seems I can confirm the child in her womb belongs to the old master nearby. He put the cup down and said, naturally, I sympathize with her. Zhang Yaohui is over 50, attached to the brothel and indifferent to her. It's understandable that a wife would have an affair. Zhen Zhen was rubbing her belly and suddenly stopped. Zia and exuded a dark aura, his voice low and firm, but killing someone is wrong. As soon as he said this, Zhen Zhen panicked and dropped the cup of tea. She jumped up, flailing and denying, I don't know what wrong I've done. Zia and looked straight at her and said, I've gone through the files, and Zhang Ziyan is 7 years younger than you. Zhen Zhen, not understanding, asked, what do you mean by that? Zia and smiled calmly, you're like an eagle eating a chick. Zhen Zhen turned her head away, not understanding. Zia and no longer smiled. Then I'll put it in terms you can understand. Zhang Yangshi, you were lonely, unable to endure solitude, so you seduced your stepson, doing something shameful. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen was shocked and turned back to look at him. Zia and recounted everything as if he had witnessed it himself, in detail, leaving her stunned. The events of that night. You took advantage of Zhang Yaohui going back to the county to collect taxes to secretly meet with the stepson. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaohui returned early and caught you two in the act. A conflict broke out between father and son. You used a vase to hit Zhang Yaohui from behind, killing him to cover up the crime. You dragged Zhang Yaohui's body to the yard, faking a story of a burglar breaking in to steal and murder. Zhang Ziyan deliberately left footprints on the wall to support your excuse. Zhen Zhen's face turned pale. She slammed her hand on the table, loudly denying, I didn't, I'm innocent. Seeing her trembling hand, Zia and immediately realized she was terrified. He looked straight at her and asked, aren't you curious how I know all this? Zhen Zhen's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Zia and said calmly, Zhang Ziyan has already confessed. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen paled, horrified, impossible. Zia and seemed to read her thoughts. He smiled and asked, is it because you thought your lover could never confess, since you believed everything had been covered up perfectly, when in fact there were still many mistakes? Zhen Zhen's eyes widened in alarm, glaring at him. Zia and directly exposed the facts. First, Zhang Ziyan only left footprints outside on the wall, but none for entering the house. If a thief is skilled, when escaping he will show his ability and leave no footprints. Second, Zhang Yaohui was killed by a blunt object, not a sharp one. According to the law of the imperial court, anyone entering a house at night without reason would be punished with 80 lashes, and the homeowner could be killed without trial. So how could a burglar entering a house not bring a weapon? Yet Zhang Yaohui was killed by a blunt object. Zia and then looked at Zhen Zhen with sharp eyes and said, third, why does the county office insist that you killed Zhang Yaohui and not a thief? Zhen Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, terrified, unable to speak a word. Zia and helped her answer, because you made a mistake. Zhang Yaohui's body was positioned with his legs toward the house and his head facing outward. The fatal wound at the back of his head, which shows the killer struck him from behind, using a blunt object. At this point, Zia and suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. How could this be? A thief seeing the master return would either wait for the right moment to act or retreat, but deliberately killing him, then not fleeing with the loot, makes no sense. Zhen Zhen clenched her hands into fists, then finally relaxed. Zhen Zhen slumped into the chair, tilting her head back in despair, thinking, I didn't expect there to be so many gaps. Zia and spoke, speechless. Right. Zhang Ziyan was also at a loss, so he confessed about you. Zia and twitched his lips and emphasized. He even said, you shamelessly seduced him. He didn't want to continue entangling with you, but you threatened him with the child in your womb. Zhen Zhen's eyes widened, unable to believe it. No, it's not like that. Zia and didn't care about her turbulent emotions, and continued, that night, it was you, taking advantage of the chaos, who struck and killed Zhang Yaohui. Zhen Zhen recalled that day and denied it in her mind. It wasn't me. Zia and now showed a cold demeanor. Zhang Ziyan knew of so many gaps, it was impossible to escape. So he confessed to the county magistrate, offering 5 dozen taels of silver, building connections, and putting all the blame on you. Hearing this, Zhen Zhen's legs immediately wobbled. Zia and looked at her with knife-sharp eyes, deliberately emphasizing the last words, leaving you to bear it alone. The crime of attempting to murder her husband. And with that, Zhen Zhen collapsed to the ground. She remained silent, her pale face revealing utter despair. Zia and stepped forward toward Zhen Zhen. Zhang Ziyan was someone she understood best. He looked down at her from above, thinking to himself, I don't know what kind of person Zhang Ziyan really is. I just can't believe that a relationship based solely on desire, with no love involved, could last long. Zhen Zhen sat on the ground, dazed and pitiful. Zia and analyzed silently. Moreover, Zhang Ziyan is a second-generation wealthy heir, with property and youth. What awaits him is an entire ocean, everywhere filled with the allure of wealth and opportunity, making it hard for him to leave. Seeing Zhen Zhen bow her head in silence, Zia and couldn't help thinking, why sacrifice for a girl? He squatted down to face her and said with a smile, But the county magistrate, Wai Guangzheng, is upright, honest, and just. He won't trust Zhang Ziyan's one-sided account, which is why he ordered me to come question you. Zia and looked straight at her and said, If you confess, the county magistrate promises. Zhen Zhen, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly raised her head. Zia and finished the sentence, promising that you will be spared the death penalty. Zhen Zhen's eyes filled with tears as she asked, Really? Zia and smiled and replied, Really. In fact, I have deceived Zhen Zhen. According to the law of the Imperial Bureau, a woman who commits adultery and conspires to murder her husband shall be executed by Ling Chai, and the lover shall be publicly beheaded. There is no exemption from the death penalty. Zhang Ziyan, seeing Zhen Zhen's confession, was caught off guard, unable to argue, and in despair confessed himself. County Magistrate Zhu looked at the statement, trembling with anger, cursed the 2 villains, doing something so immoral. Then he seemed to recall something, looked up at Ning Yan, and said, I will recognize your contributions. Well done. Zia and bowed and smiled modestly, saying, It's all thanks to your guidance. Sir, I have only learned a few tricks from listening carefully. Wang Budu rubbed his chin, puzzled, thinking, this doesn't make sense, it's unreasonable. He recalled Zia En's early days, that rookie, naive and reckless, only secretly causing trouble, truly daring. Following Zia En, Wang Budu stared at his back, confused, thinking, how can such a reckless person solve a case like a genius in the blink of an eye? Xiao Lai saw him. Wang Budu did not answer him, but went over to drape an arm around Zia En and grinned. Ning Yan, to thank you for solving such a big, difficult matter for me today. I will take you to the brothel to play and experience it once. He and Xiao Lai covered the mouths and laughed until the whole body shook. The little chick is about to grow up. Zia En was teased and showed an unhappy expression. Xiao Lai's eyes shone brightly as he asked boss, are you inviting guests? Wang Budu, heartbroken, shed tears, lost several taels of silver. Zia En pricked up his ears, face showing disappointment, so not inviting guests. He put on a righteous expression and said, I am not that kind of person. I am not going anywhere. Zia En froze and thought to himself, virginity lost. In this life, I will never reach the Kai refinement stage. Speaking of the cultural tradition of brothels, inside contains a lot of profound knowledge. The brothel is the guild for ordinary citizens. The high-end brothel, the customer group is businessmen and officials. Zia and thought silently, this is not just a hair salon and club. In the Imperial Bureau, mentioning brothel culture inevitably involves courtesans. Wang Budu, thinking of the lively beauties, said, the young ladies in the brothel are really beautiful, all daughters of officials. Each has delicate skin, soft flesh, can squeeze out liquid. At the beginning of the year I and the deputy magistrate went there to play. Fortunately met Miss Fu Huang, really beautiful. Zia and froze, his face darkened. The words righteous and upright just established immediately collapsed. Zio Lai threw food into his mouth and chewed noisily. Miss Fu Huang, boss, did you enjoy the spring night with her? Wang Budu laughed and said, Fu Huang is the flower of the brothel. That night, if there were no guests, I would have spent it with her. Zia En's face turned red. Heart beating fast, he asked how much silver for one night. Wang Budu, sweating profusely, raised 3 fingers, 30 taels. As soon as the words were spoken, Zia En reached for Zio Lai's food, smiled and said in front of Wang Budu, boss, eat some peanuts. Look at how infatuated you are. Zia En calculated in his mind. 30 taels can buy several young ladies in the house and play mahjong with them. Seeing the gold flying away like it in the courtyard of Zhu Zia En's house. Today is the year of Zhengzi, the day of Shengbing Zhu, and the hour of Jiawu. According to my estimation, it should be the year of the rat, that is, October 18th on the Gregorian calendar. Zia En took out paper and pen and began scribbling something. He wrote while muttering excitedly, I have to start keeping a diary. After all, I am not exactly a righteous person. That's right, I must adopt a different way of life. Living too high here may not necessarily be good. In ancient times, many high-ranking officials had their homes broken into. What kind of person could live a leisurely life? Zia En glanced at a passerby dressed in silk and brocade. He confirmed, middle class, living comfortably. More than ordinary people, are not involved in the battles of high ranks. Losing a little is no problem. People in this class are the most leisurely. Zia En wrote these observations in his diary. In addition, today he found a tael of silver in the market. The currency system of the Imperial Bureau. 1 tael equals 8 kyan and 1,000 coins. 1 kyan equals 125 coins. October 19th, overcast. In this world, more reliable than silver is gold. Although merchants have no status, I plan in a few days to resign. No longer be a sub-magistrate. The sub-magistrate earns 2 taels of silver per month for 1 sheng of rice. When will I be able to go to the brothel and sleep with the flowers of the house? Therefore, I must have money. October 20th, overcast. I have not resigned yet. I will do business first. Today I saw colleagues holding promissory notes to intimidate merchants. I felt very uncomfortable. Zia En turned away. But I know this is the normal state of society. I cannot change anything. He held a shining silver ingot in his hand, and today he picked up a silver coin at the administrative office. October 21st, clear sky. Today Wang Budu took me to the brothel to play, which slightly changed my impression of the brothel. Zia En sat listening to the zither. It was a pleasant melody. Moreover, it was a place where soul and body intertwined. Zia En frowned, hearing muffled sounds from the next room. Wang Budu. He exhaled with a weary expression. I am terribly afraid, because I am still at the Kai refinement stage and cannot lose my virginity. Zia En suddenly noticed something. He smiled brightly, eyes sparkling as he picked up the shiny silver. Then I found a silver coin at the brothel, just enough to pay for the music. Could this be unexpected luck lately? October 22nd, listening to music at the brothel. He was attentively served wine by the beauties there. October 23rd, listening to music at the brothel. Zia En happily drank until his cheeks flushed. On October 24th, listening to music at the brothel. This time Zia En actively poured wine for Wang Budu, smiling with curved eyes. Wang Budu asked why he was so happy. Because playing with girls made me happy. October 27th, listening to music at the brothel. Today he didn't pick up any silver. The beauties in the brothel waved at him, taking a leisurely walk. Zia and angrily frowned, saying, "This filthy and vile place, I will not come again." October 28th. In this world there is gunpowder, there are firecrackers, there is armor too, surprisingly effective. Zia and thought to himself, "I hate metallurgists." He suddenly had an idea. Right, glass. I can also melt glass. These ancient people surely have never seen it. Zia and held the glass bottle, heart restless and eyes teary. October 29th. Unexpectedly, there is glass now. Also today, I found money left by second uncle for protection. 1 silver coin. Zia and secretly smiled watching Zhu Bingjai search for silver everywhere. The money I hid here, why can't he see it? On October 3rd, Zero listening to music at the brothel. He happily drank with Wang Budu, and oh, there's October 3rd one today, I discovered another way to make money. That is, improved paper. Zia and joyfully imagined, as long as the paper is successfully improved, more and more money, eat the best food, sleep with the most beautiful flower. This will no longer be a dream. The paper-making process is Zia and frantically scratched out this line in the diary. Today I found a silver coin at the market. He slightly wondered if my frequency of picking up money was too high already. November 3rd. These days I spent all my saved money. Went to borrow from second uncle. A poor person like second uncle had no money. Zhu Xinian first showed contempt, then mocked me. Finally, he handed me 5 silver coins. Zia and happily accepted the small silver. Immediately after, he put on a serious expression as if delivering a speech and said, "Heaven did not give birth to Zhu Xinian like me. The great pang lasts forever like the long night." Zhu Xinian was pierced through and through by these words, blushing with shame and gritting his teeth. Finally, unable to endure it, he hurriedly ran away. Besides his arrogance and sharp tongue, this junior brother of mine is actually quite decent. Zia and furrowed his brow, tears welling up in his eyes as he enacted a tragic love scene. Second brother, if we were not sworn brothers, I would have made you the heroine. November 5th. Today I went to the tea house with colleagues, feeling lazy, listening to Master Shu tell stories. If novels of martial arts, the 4 great classical detective stories, or online literature from later generations were written, I could earn money lying down. Zia N's eyes were filled with thoughts of money. He laughed gleefully, thinking I really am a smart kid. Zia N held the small silver bar in his hand, unexpectedly finding another silver coin today. Tomorrow I'll have money to go to the brothel. November 7th. I was truly naive. A novel of over several million words, and I'm using a brush pen to write it. Zia N thought of another plan, though I could make a charcoal pencil, but he clutched his head, face pale and panicked, shouting, "I no longer remember the content of the novel. After traveling a week through time, I've become useless." On November 8th, it was raining, matching Zia N's current mood. Clearly, he understood a bit of everything, yet could not turn any of it into silver. It was at that moment he truly realized the failure of the examination-based education system. Today, after talking with his second uncle, Zia N suddenly discovered that this world was worse than he had imagined. Corrupt officials were rampant, and a slightly greedy one was considered a good official, while an honest one was rarer than a newly grown girl in the courtesan house. On November 9th, the sky was cloudy. Zia N waited anxiously. Why hadn't Miss Chu Keiwei from the Directorate of Celestials come to find him yet? Didn't she want the legendary alchemy secret technique? It didn't matter whether she was a formal disciple or not. What mattered was that, in this cold and indifferent world, he longed for love. He sighed softly. "Come find me soon. I don't want to struggle anymore." On November 10th, Zia N still refused to accept that his novel plan had died prematurely, so he told his 2 younger sisters the general plot of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. After hearing it, Ling Yu's eyes turned red, but Ling Yin didn't cry. Instead, she said, "Big brother, buy me a bun." He gave her a light smack, and then she cried. Zia N thought this was something she should experience at her age. On November 11th, he drank wine with the registrar, who said that the princess consort of Prince Chenb, I was the most beautiful woman in the dynasty. How beautiful she was exactly. He couldn't describe it himself because he had only heard it from the county magistrate. Zia and asked his second uncle, who did his best to depict her beauty with his limited vocabulary, and Zia and distilled the key point. A large and beautiful soul. This made Zia and somewhat curious and expectant toward the princess consort. On November 12th, by this point, he still had achieved nothing. He blamed himself, thinking he had brought shame upon his homeland and upon all transmigrators. By November 13th, a full month had passed since Zia and arrived in this world. He finally received his monthly stipend and decided to work diligently, leaving business matters for later. On November 14th, Zia and listened to music at the courtesan house. In the backyard, a flock of birds suddenly flapped their wings and flew away in fright, because Zia N was practicing throwing darts under a tree. Every single dart hit the bullseye. He was stunned. How could every throw be so accurate? There must be something unusual about this body of mine, he thought. It's unbelievably lucky. Moreover, in just over a month, he had picked up a total of 1 tael and 2 silver coins. That amount equaled half a month's stipend, enough for a family of 3 to live frugally for 3 months. The strangest thing was that each time he only ever found exactly 1 silver coin. There was no need to question why. Something about this was he felt utterly dejected. A whole month had passed. He had tried countless times to awaken the system, yet it never appeared. Who would have thought? Someone as unlucky as an African tribal chief who'd been buying lottery tickets his whole life without ever winning, could one day evolve into a short-lived European emperor. But one thing was certain. The original host of this body had never been blessed with good fortune. If he had been, his aunt-in-law wouldn't have despised him. She would have treated him like an ancestor instead. Lai Yu would have flattered him with messages and kind words, asking, "My good nephew, does that feel nice?" The family no longer fought. They survived by relying on Zia N's mysterious luck of picking up money. They would constantly ask, "Did you find any silver today?" Ling Yin would tug at his sleeve, saying, "Big brother, buy me candy." Zia N lay in the yard sunbathing, sighing deeply. Gifts with unknown origins like these were truly unsettling. They brought more anxiety than joy. All he could do was take one step at a time. The layout of the zoo residence included a small courtyard where he currently lived, which originally belonged to one of the zoo family's old stewards. It was separated from the main estate by a single wall. After the old steward passed away, the courtyard was left unused. Lai Yu had kicked him out without mercy, shouting, "You rude little brat, get out of my house." Back then, the original Zia N had declared boldly, "One day, I will rise above all others. When I leave, aunt, don't you dare regret it." The original host quarreled with his aunt and in anger moved here. Zia N propped himself up and hurried away to freeload a meal. Today was a rest day, so he went to his second uncle's house for breakfast to save money. Money should be spent where it deserves to be spent. For example, on listening to music at the brothel and admiring the young ladies. A family of 4 at the second uncle's house was enjoying breakfast, but the peaceful meal was suddenly interrupted. Zia N frowned as he looked at the dishes. "This breakfast should be mine." Lai Yu frowned and asked, "Why did this unlucky nephew come here again?" On the table there were 6 steamed pork buns, a plate of pickled radish, a bowl of tofu in soy sauce, and a bowl of plain porridge. For a martial artist at the refinement realm, the appetite was heavier than ordinary people. This amount could only half fill the stomach, so Zia N turned his target to Ling Yin. The little girl asked suspiciously, "Big brother?" Zia N set his mind on her breakfast. "Can you share 1 steamed bun with your big brother?" The little girl was very protective of her food. "No." He started scheming. "Don't worry, big brother won't let you lose. My pork buns are placed beside yours, so those 4 buns are ours together. Shouldn't we divide them equally?" Ling Yin tried to calculate, "Mine plus big brother's." She clapped her hands together to seal the deal. Zia N looked cunningly pleased and praised. "A smart girl. You have 2 pork buns, big brother has 2 pork buns, then I'll even give you half of a fried dough stick, yours and big brother's." Doesn't that mean you gained something? Lai Yu helplessly held her forehead when she saw her daughter being tricked. How could I give birth to such a silly girl? Suddenly outside, the appearance of a person made her joyful. Xinian. The figure of his weary steps carried him into the house. Lai Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, Xinian, you're finally out. Zia and called him by his courtesy name, Ziju. When will you break through the aperture opening realm and reach the 8th rank of self-cultivation? Xinian followed the Confucian cultivation path, and the Yunlu Academy where he studied was founded by the first disciple of a Confucian sage more than 1200 years ago. His aperture opening realm belonged to the 9th rank among the Confucian system, which enhanced memory, allowed one to read swiftly, and strengthened learning ability. But he was still something of a failure, once beaten until his head swelled. Irritated, Xinian said, I'll let you off this time. As for the 8th rank self-cultivation realm, he replied, there's no clue yet. The teacher said it must be understood through self-realization. Zia and questioned, you were able to pass the aperture opening examination, so how did you cultivate it? He then revealed, by memorizing the sacred texts of the sages and applying their teachings. At first it takes a lot of time to memorize, later it depends on comprehension, similar to the Kai refining realm of martial artists who spend years tempering their energy and blood. Zia and sighed in dismay, so you still have to memorize everything. Zhu Xinian clenched his fists with regret and said, I still haven't written my farewell poem. Lin Yu's words struck him like an arrow to the chest. Second brother has no talent for poetry. Lai Yu scolded angrily, don't talk nonsense. Your second brother is remarkably gifted. Poetry is nothing important. Zhu Bingjai sighed and urged, just write a few lines, anything. Thus, Zhu Xinian, proud and arrogant as he was, finally realized the benefits of social connections. He regretted deeply, if only from the start, I had befriended that senior figure of the literary world. Perhaps everyone could have been rescued from prison, and we wouldn't be left with no one to turn to. The man replied frankly, your maternal grandfather was just like you, skilled only in prose, lacking poetic talent. Lai Yu slapped her husband sharply. What do you mean by that? Are you blaming my father now? Xinian could pass the provincial exam only because of the Lai family's guidance. Since he followed me, we barely count as a scholarly family. Look at Ling Yin, because she followed you, she still hasn't even entered the basics. The little girl just wanted to eat. Mother, I still want to eat buns. Zia interjected, Aunt, do you mean that our Zhu family has foolish genes? She threw the blame on him. If you had studied properly from the beginning instead of practicing martial arts, your handwriting wouldn't be such a mess. What nonsense about genes. Zhu Bingjia was already used to such quarrels and ignored his sister-in-law, knowing that with Zhu Erlang's stubborn temper, he would want to take the initiative. The senior scholar from that academy must have quite a high status. Seeing that no one was arguing with her anymore, Lai Yu felt triumphant and said smugly, out of words already, aren't you? Zia went to the backyard with his second uncle to spar. Zhu Bingjia's sword strike was blocked by Zia at the last instant, stopping just inches from his shoulder. Zia stepped back to maintain a safe distance. His uncle praised him. Not bad. Your skill has improved quite a bit. Zia, however, replied modestly, Second uncle, you flatter me. Zhu Bingjia instructed, if you want to progress further, the only path is to advance to the 8th rank, the Kai refining realm. But for the flow of Kai in your body to truly circulate, you must first sense the rhythm of heaven and earth. Aside from soaking in medicinal baths, to ascend into the Kai refining realm, you need a master of the 7th rank spirit refining realm to open your heavenly gate for you. During the Mountain and Sea campaign, I accumulated enough military merit to earn that privilege. A master in the army opened my heavenly gate and helped me enter the Kai refining realm. After returning home, 2 years later, Xinian was born. But now the world is peaceful. There are no more battles to earn merit. So how will you ever advance to the Kai refining realm? Zia was puzzled. What are you trying to say, second uncle, and why all this long explanation? Zhu Bingji said bluntly, I just want to see you start a family, get married, and have children." Zia-en was speechless and looked away, realizing that elders throughout history have always said the same thing to the juniors. Some truths never change. He also understood that aside from earning merit, there was another way: spending money. Martial practitioners relied on force to make a living, which violated the law, so the court kept strict supervision over the number of martial warriors. By law, a master of the spirit-refining realm was forbidden to secretly open the heavenly gate for anyone. If they wanted to do so for their own kin, they had to report it to the authorities. However, the current state of officialdom was utterly rotten, with corrupt officials running rampant and the authority of the imperial court steadily fading away. Because of this, there were still spirit-refining masters secretly making deals on the black market. I wanted to earn money desperately, precisely so I could use silver in place of military merit. Otherwise, what was the point of this iron staff I carried? At that moment, Lai Yuchen arrived with her 2 daughters and called out, "Husband, since you're free today, why don't you take Lingyan and Lingyu out for a walk around the city?" Lingyan pleaded, wanting to go out with her father. "Father, let's go to the market, please." Zhu Bingjai refused. "I already have an appointment to drink with my colleagues. I'll be leaving soon." "Zia-en, you take them out instead." Lingyu was startled, went out. "With Big Brother." Her face flushed red. "All right then." Zia-en smiled brightly. "Perfectly. I happen to be free right now anyway." He thought to himself, "I wonder how that younger brother of mine is doing on his end." Outside the capital, at Jinyang Pavilion, the disciples had already gathered. Some were whispering excitedly, "Master Zikian has finally descended from the mountains. If we can catch his attention, our official careers will be much smoother from now on." "Ziju, have you prepared any poems for the occasion yet?" Zhu Zinian recalled that his elder brother had already written one for him, but only half. When Zinian chased after him to ask, "Where's the other half?" Zia-en had bolted away, shouting, "Lingyan's calling me, I forgot." He later revealed, "I only managed to write half the poem. Uncle Yang, you're taking fame and fortune way too seriously." His uncle countered, "This isn't about fame and fortune. The pursuit of learning and the world of officialdom are alike. Only through hardship and study can one achieve success, just as flattering and maneuvering are needed to gain status." Their companion chimed in, "Uncle Yang is right, and now that the bureaucracy is rotten to the core, even petty officials collude with corrupt ones to oppress the common folk, while natural disasters drag on year after year. If we want to change this situation, our thinking must be a little more flexible." Meanwhile, others at Jinyang Pavilion were also deep in discussion. Mo Bai, the great national scholar once known as the foremost master of Go under heaven, spoke first. 5 years ago, he had played 3 games against Duke Y and lost all 3. In a fit of anger, he smashed the board and from that day on, never touched a Go piece again. He now said, "Brother Yang, if back then you had been even half as flexible as they are, you wouldn't have wasted more than 20 years of your life." Zhang Shen, the strategist, whose 6 treatises on military strategy written in his youth had long become a required text for all military officers and generals of Great Fong, and who was the only military theorist considered comparable to Wai Da, replied, "That's not correct. Brother Yang's ambition is vast. He's paving the way to reach the realm of destiny." Sitting to the side, Zai Qian let out a long sigh. He was known as Scholar Zai Qian, the top scorer of the imperial examinations in the 14th year of the Yuanjing era. The following year, he quietly withdrew from officialdom, returning to Yunlu Academy to pursue scholarship, and in time became one of the most renowned Confucian masters in the realm. Today, 22 years later, he had come to Qingzhou to assume the post of provincial administrator. He added, "In the end, we were still cast out of the official circle." The other 2 men then spoke one after another. "The problem lies not with us, but with those from the Imperial Academy. They refuse to let the scholars of Yunlu Academy like us rise again. A bunch of petty men, deceiving their superiors and exploiting those below, scheming only for power and profit. In less than 200 years, they've dragged the empire into this miserable state." As for the tangled history of grudges between Yunlu Academy and the Imperial Academy, it could be traced back to a particular period in history. Yunlu Academy was founded by the first disciple of a great Confucian sage, claiming to be the true orthodoxy of the Confucian path. Yet 200 years ago, amid political struggles during the founding of the dynasty, they completely fell from imperial favor and were despised by the reigning emperor ever since. At that moment, a certain scholar from Yunlu Academy seized the opportunity and established his own school of thought. Relying on a philosophy that sought to understand the way of heaven and earth and to eradicate the evils within the human heart, he gained the emperor's favor. With imperial support, he founded the Imperial Academy and became a grand master of his generation. From then on, the Imperial Academy replaced Yunlu Academy as the main institution producing officials for the court. Thus, the struggle for the true orthodoxy of Confucianism continued for the next 200 years. Zai Qian revealed, "This journey of mine is to open a new path for Yunlu Academy, to lay a foundation for our presence within the bureaucracy. But if we wish to restore the grace and influence Yunlu Academy once possessed, we must unite our efforts, and we will need even more brilliant young minds to join us." Mo Bai then called out to the young scholars in the distance, "Students, is there anyone who would like to compose a poem as a gift for scholar Zai Qian?" He added, "There will be a reward. Whoever takes first place will receive my personal jade pendant." Chu Tuizhi stepped forward and bowed deeply. Student Tuizhi wished to compose a poem for scholar Zai Qian. The others gasped in awe. It was the jade pendant of a great scholar, the personal pendant of scholar Zai Qian himself. At once, the crowd erupted. "The student wishes to compose a poem. I wish to compose a poem for my master as well." "Me too." Mo Bai spoke regretfully. Ever since the Imperial Academy reinterpreted the sacred classics of the sages, students across the world could only bury their heads in masterpieces and immerse themselves in literature. Poetry and prose have lost their spiritual vitality. This is also the reason why Confucianism has begun to decline in recent times. Among the 6 great systems of thought, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, arts, witchcraft, antiquity, and martialism, Confucianism once stood invincible, maintaining a neutral stance between the major traditions. However, up to now, Confucianism has gradually fallen behind other schools of thought. Zai Qian interrupted, "Enough, let us not mention such matters anymore. Is there anyone else who wants to compose a poem?" Tuizhi was extremely confident. No one could possibly write better poetry than he could. The jade pendant would be his. Suddenly, Xin Nian suddenly spoke up. "Master, I have a poem." Those who knew him broke out in a cold sweat. "Hey, come back here. What are you doing?" Even Zhang Shen was taken aback when he saw that the person stepping forward was him. Xin Nian introduced himself, student-styled Zai Jiu. "I have a farewell poem for scholar Zai Qian." Zhang Shen forced a smile as he introduced Zai Jiu, "My student, the author of a famous treatise on military strategy, a talent worth cultivating, but a man who does not know how to write poetry." Yet his figure stood tall, the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind. Xin Nian closed his eyes and slowly felt the world around him. He suddenly recited from his heart, 1,000 miles of yellow clouds drifting beneath the shining sun." Each verse caused the 3 elders to tremble. The northern wind blows, scattering geese and drifting snow. Zai Qian listened, deeply mesmerized. These 2 lines, truly captivating and moving. This time, being appointed as an official, it seemed he would be trusted and granted power by the court. But those in power who came from the Imperial Academy would simply watch as he soared to success, to secure a foundation for Yunlu Academy within the bureaucracy. This journey to Qingzhou. The future was uncertain. The path ahead was filled with fog. The hand of Zai Nian lifted with excitement. He continued. Zai Qian froze in astonishment as he heard those powerful words. Each line struck directly into his heart. "Grieved not that no friend walks beside you on the road ahead, for who in all the world would fail to know your worth?" A poem of transcendent brilliance. The other students around him all felt chills across their skin. The whole group was overwhelmed with awe. They all praised in unison, What a beautiful poem. Wonderful. Where is the second half? Tan Nyan froze at the question. He smiled awkwardly. This poem only has half. The students were furious. Who writes only half a poem? Are you even human? However, for Zai Qian, this was already more than enough. It is fine, it is fine. Half a poem is already enough to astonish others. Brother Zhang, this student of yours is remarkable, truly peculiar. Although it is a 7-character verse missing half its lines, the poetry of Dafeng has declined in recent years. Once this poem spreads, it will surely shake the literary world and be praised by scholars throughout the land. He then asked, Tan Nyan, does this poem have a name? He recalled what Zia once said. The poem was written from my inspiration. The title, you think of it. I forgot. Do not ask again. Therefore, Tan Nyan closed his eyes and said, it has none. Zai Qian's tone became excited. Do not rush, since this poem is written to bid me farewell. Then this old man shall give it a name on your behalf. Tan Nyan waited expectantly for Zai Qian to continue. He spoke mysteriously. Then let it be called Farewell to Zai Qian at Manyang Pavilion in Qingzhou. Splendid. A student gifting a poem to his mentor. The title should use the given name or courtesy name to mark respect. Only equals or intimate friends may write the name within the poem. Thus Tan Nyan turned toward his own teacher to ask for his opinion, requesting the master to decide. He and Mobai were both infuriated, shouting angrily, shameless old man. Clearly this old fellow is willing to disgrace himself just for fame. Tan Nyan confessed truthfully, Master, honored teachers, this poem was not written by me. It was written by someone else. Zhang Shen immediately understood, as expected, while Zai Qian, still confused, was shocked. The other students were astonished and pressed him for the name. Who it is he from our academy? He replied awkwardly, it is my elder brother. He studies the classics diligently at home. He is neither from the Yunluo Academy nor from the Imperial Academy. From Tan Nyan's perspective, Zia was a man of calm and indifferent nature, uninterested in fame or fortune, rough and straightforward, wishing only to devote his life to quiet study until his hair turned white. The students admired this greatly. What spirit! He is truly the image of what I aspire to be. After the poetry presentation concluded, scholar Zai Qian departed for Qingzhou, and the jade pendant was finally awarded to the first-place winner, Tan Nyan. While sitting in the carriage, Mobai suddenly reached out his hand. He grabbed Tan Nyan's wrist tightly and said, Zai Qiu, I suddenly feel an urge to take on a disciple. Since there is nothing urgent today, take me to meet your elder brother. Zhang Shen pushed him aside to argue. Zai Qiu, if you and your elder brother both became my disciples, that would surely be quite a story. He grew excited at the thought that, in the future, if a timeless poem could bear my name, to have it known that I, Zhang Shen, was the teacher, that would not be bad at all. Mobai reminded him, military strategy is not the orthodox path. A learned man must first study the classics, understand the principles of the sages, and cultivate himself before governing his family. On Zia's side, Lin Yin's eyes lit up as she stared at the string of candied haws. Sister, candied haws. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Our family just went through a great misfortune. We have no money left, and I don't have any on me. The little girl turned her gaze toward her brother. Big brother. Zia replied, Big brother didn't bring any silver either, but he was full of confidence. Soon there will be. When his foot stepped on a piece of silver with a clink, Zia immediately knew, it's here. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, you picked up silver, while Lin Yin only thought, I get to eat candied haws. His hand trembled slightly as he picked it up. Unbelievable. I picked up another silver coin. Zia thought to himself, this defies all logic. Just enough money to listen to music at the courtyard of orchids. Could it be fate that wants me to go there every day? Still, I should focus on finding a way to break through to the Kai refining realm first. Besides, I still don't know the upper limit of martial strength in this world. When I become stronger in the future, maybe I'll uncover the reason behind this strange luck. He went ahead and bought 3 skewers of candied haws. Lin Yin pouted and pleaded, Big brother, I want that one, the big one. Zia handed the string of coins to the shopkeeper. Here's your payment, sir. Lin Yu blushed slightly. Big brother, thank you. He felt a bit embarrassed too. His older little sister really looked lovely. As soon as Lin Yin finished hers, she began again. Big brother, is your candied haw sweet? Zia frowned. Didn't I just give you one? Then a mischievous idea popped into his head. You want to eat, huh? The little girl was startled by his words. How did Big Brother know? Zia pretended to look dangerous to scare the child. If you eat too many candied haws, worms will grow in your mouth. Lin Yin asked fearfully, what kind of worms? He described, white and chubby ones, all fat and greasy. The little glutton swallowed hard, practically drooling. Sounds delicious. Zia was speechless and handed her the candy. Here, take it, I surrender. Lin Yin instantly brightened up. Thank you, big brother. As she ate, her attention was caught by voices nearby. Sir, come in for a drink. My lord, come listen to some music. Lin Yin pointed toward the building next door. Big brother, the girls upstairs are so pretty. That was the Giyu house, a third-class brothel. The young ladies standing on the upper floor were calling out to attract guests, dancing and waving. Sir, come watch the show. Sir, have a drink. But even for a third-class brothel, you had to pay 2 silver coins just to enter. If you wanted to spend the night with one of the courtesans, depending on her rank, it could cost 5 or 6 coins, or for the expensive ones, 1 or 2 taels. Looking at his remaining small string of coins, Zia realized that was all the fortune he had. He sighed, feeling completely unworthy. He explained to Lin Yin, those ladies are businesswomen. Of course they have to dress beautifully. The girl tilted her head, puzzled, what kind of business they do. Zia answered vaguely, selling a ballon. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with foodie excitement. Big brother, let's go up there then, a ballon tastes so good. Lin Yu, behind them, panicked, her face turning red. Big brother. Zia pretended not to hear. Maybe the older little sister already understood what he meant. A balloni? The fish ball shop over there doesn't seem bad either. On the roadside, someone was buying food. 3 skewers for me. Yes, I'll take 2. Zia quickly slipped away. Big brother will go buy some for you too. Wait here. Lin Yin said innocently. Sister, big brother is so nice. Lin Yu, flustered, felt her heart stir at his kindness. He soon returned carrying a fragrant, steaming bag of fish cakes. Zia cheerfully held it out. Here. Because a group of men had come to make things difficult for Lin Yu. A few of them teased, little lady, where are you going? Hey, you cannot leave. Come and have some fun with us young masters. Lin Yin grew angry and struck at them. Do not bully my sister. The little girl pointed at the man on the horse and shouted loudly, bad man. Zhu Lai covered his ears and cursed, so noisy, you little brat still not weaned. He pulled hard on the reins and the horse neighed loudly. Seeing the horse rear up, Lin Yu became worried for her sister Lin Yin's safety. Zia threw away the bag of fish cakes and hurriedly took out a string of coins. Zhu Lai, with a cruel face, pulled the reins tighter. See how I trample you to death. In Zia's hand there were only a few loose copper coins. Zia used all his strength and threw all the coins in his hand toward that bastard. The horse that was rearing up was immediately struck by the flying coins. Bright red blood spattered in all directions. Lin Yin's eyes widened as she witnessed the scene. Blood even splashed onto her face. The horse's throat was cut, and it collapsed to the ground. The guards hurriedly rushed forward to support their master. Master, be careful. Young lord, are you all right? The people nearby panicked and ran away in fear. Stay away. A fight has broken out. The remaining guards ran forward in worry to check. Young lord, are you hurt? The little girl, after witnessing such a bloody scene, was so frightened that she sat down hard on the ground. Lin Yin stared blankly at the dead horse lying on the ground. Then she subconsciously raised her hand to her cheek, where a little blood had splashed. Lin Yin's small hand was now stained with blood. Zia stepped forward and placed his own hand into the little girl's palm. He hugged Lin Yin, who was enduring her first shock, into his arms. "Don't be afraid. Big brother is here." The little girl obediently buried her head in Zia An's embrace. Lin Yin's voice grew trembling as she called Big Brother. Lin Yu ran up anxiously from afar, calling Lin Yin. Zhu Lai roared angrily from behind. "My horse! Who did this?" he instructed. "Lin Yu, take Lin Yin to the county office at Chuangle and beat the drum. Just say I sent you. Then tell Wang Budao to send someone to the Chu household to invite my second brother on Huang Lin Street. Hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, his guards pointed toward Zia An. Lin Yu, knowing she had an important task, replied, "Big brother, be careful." Then she hurriedly led her sister away. Zhu Lai stepped forward to settle accounts with Zhu Lai's horse, worth a fortune and rare, was a golden coat with white spots, a breed ridden only by those with money and status, typically officers of at least deputy general rank. It was equivalent to a modern Lamborghini. In ancient times, whoever could ride a Lamborghini must be the son of a high official, and someone who could defeat the son of an official. Zia An introduced himself. "I am Zia An, the grandson of Zhu Bingjai, of the 100 Guards Imperial Sword. Those two just now are my younger sisters. I do not know how they offended you. I only acted to save my sisters and accidentally killed your prized horse. I, Zhu, will definitely compensate." Zhu Lai, upon confirming his identity, said, "The Zhu Bingjai you mentioned is the one who lost the tax silver." Zia An smiled and immediately admitted it. Yes. Having identified his background, he ordered his guards, "Maim him, leave him breathing only." The group drew their blades and aimed them at Zia An. He wanted only to curse, "Damned, this guy must be mad." Zia An's body struggled to evade attacks from behind. Then he twisted to avoid the spear of the man in front. He stamped his foot and leapt up high to break out of the encirclement. Zia An was fairly confident. 2 early-stage refining essence cultivators could not possibly harm him. The guards below also began to move. One suddenly appeared behind him and threw a punch. Zia An quickly sensed the dangerous aura from behind. Surrounded on 3 sides, he was alarmed, attacked from 3 directions. Zia An was careless, and a blade slashed across his abdomen. Pain surged as blood poured from the wound. Suddenly tension rose again as another strike came. The man was about to smash down with his bare fist. All 3 joined forces to attack. A resounding blow sent Zia An crashing to the ground. The guard had completed his assigned task. Zhu Lai arrogantly said, "That Zhu fellow, Neil and Kowtow, call me grandfather twice, and this young master might spare your life." Zia An lay on the ground calculating. He was at the peak of refining essence. The strongest among them was mid-stage, but combined they could suppress him. However, he gave a cold laugh, his tone mocking, "Grandfather, grandmother's taste is quite good." Inwardly Zia An told himself, "It's fine." Zhu Lai froze for a moment at that attitude. His footsteps fell heavy as if weighing 1,000 caddies, stomping hard onto the ground. With calm confidence, Zia An uttered a line filled with quiet menace. "It's my turn now." Then his stance shifted. His movements carried astonishing speed and power. The opponent's blade slid past helplessly. The one who had punched him earlier began to realize something was wrong. Zia An's fist drove straight into the man's chest. Then he lunged toward the leader, grabbing Zhu Lai by the throat. Zhu Lai gasped for air, struggling to speak. "Let go, I am." Zia An ignored who his father was and smashed his fist into him again. The scenes from moments ago replayed backward in his mind as he spoke in a cold, steady voice, "It's not your turn yet." The man's face swelled from the flurry of punches. Only after exhausting himself did Zia An stop, muttering, "Good, very good." With Zhu Lai's face pressed under his boot, he still tried to act tough. "Do you know who I am?" Zia An replied, "Then let me teach you a principle." Every word came through clenched teeth. When a common man's rage erupts, blood will flow 5 steps. Sudden shouts rang loudly along the long road, "Move aside, move aside." Someone tried to force their way through the crowd, but ahead was a chaotic scene, curses ringing out. The county office was working. All unauthorized people left at once. Wang Budao had arrived there without anyone noticing. He planted his hands on his hips and barked angrily. You bastards dare brawl on the street in Chuanglak. Take them all away from me. Orders given. His subordinates immediately moved in unison. Understood. The clang of swords filled the air, and before long they had restrained everyone. Stand still. All of you stand still. Zhu Lai and his gang, now weak, were pinned to the ground with blades pressed to their throats. They glared in fury and shouted, "What are you doing to us?" Zhu Lai refused to submit and struggled. Grab that H-1-80 fellow. I will chop him into pieces. He writhed like a worm, stubbornly defiant. Hurry and release me. Do you know who I am? Wang Budao spoke quietly from behind. Brother, you are in trouble now. His face tensed as he glanced back at Zia and warned, that bastard's background is not simple. Have you thought of a way out? Zia staggered, clutching his wound, smiled faintly yet confidently, thinking, I have no choice. He stifled the pain to ask, have you already informed my second brother? Sure enough, soon at the ancestral hall, Magistrate Zhu had already received the news and stepped out cheerfully to ask about things. Isn't this young Master Zhu? Is Master Zhu well? Hearing those words only enraged Zhu Lai further, and he pointed accusingly. This man assaulted me on the road, tried to kill me, and arrested him at once. Magistrate Zhu, startled, waved his hand with a calming smile. Young Master Zhu spoke too harshly. But then his face shifted, eyes flashing with anger as he looked over. Without another word, Magistrate Zhu kicked Zia hard in the chest, knocking him down. You damned wretch! You even dare to strike the son of Minister Zhu. How many heads do you have? Despite the harsh tone and words, his heart clenched with worry as he sought a way to help Zia. This time you have been reckless. When it was done, he forced a smile and turned to flatter Chao Lai. Young Master Chao, please do not take this to heart. It is all our people. May the magistrate not hold a grudge against this lowly man. Do not quarrel with such a mere fellow as him. Zia stood there blankly, sweating, surprised to learn that he was the son of the Minister of Household. He carefully recalled the rules. In the imperial bureaucracy of Defeng, a high official's patience depends not on rank alone, but on background and power. Especially among the great officials, there are many first and second-rank ministers. The more he thought, the more depressed he felt for his fate, even though his second brother is a 100-guard imperial swordsman. Before the Minister of Household he is nothing. I am unworthy. I am nothing. Zia pressed his lips together, unable to act. Beating the son of the Minister of Household is a big trouble. Chao Lai was still furious and shouted at him, Stop this act with me. If you will not arrest him, then I will do it myself. Saying that, he flicked 2 fingers to give orders. You three. His subordinates clasped hands, respectfully waiting for orders. Young master. He waved his sleeve and commanded loudly, Seize this brat for me. Understood. Hearing this, Zia jolted. He gritted his teeth and fell into a dilemma. At that urgent moment, Magistrate Chao suddenly acted without thinking. He shouted with majestic authority, Who dares use force in the county office? Kill them without mercy. Kill them all. His guard detachment quickly drew swords into position and blocked them. In no time, Chao Lai's group was surrounded on all sides, sweating profusely. He scowled and, furious, warned in a cold voice, That Chao fellow, who dares touch my people? Magistrate Chao laughed politely. Young Master Chao, please do not misunderstand. I am an appointed official of the court, simply carrying out the law. As he spoke, he drew a small roll of paper from his sleeve, saying that this office has a complaint. At that remark, Magistrate Chao's face darkened, his tone hardening as he accused, Young Master, you let your horse loose and assaulted people. You bullied a virtuous woman. The accuser is Zhu Lingyu. Unexpectedly, Chao Lai showed no fear. Instead, he sneered with arrogant disdain. Chao Lai was unafraid, folding his arms across his chest to argue. Let my horse loose and assault. Who did I injure? Bully a virtuous woman. Did I even lay a finger on that woman? The more he spoke, the more the veins on Magistrate Chao's hands stood out. He clenched the paper and hastily rolled it up. His face turned pale, uneasy and glancing around, already frightened by the man's boldness. Perhaps the complainant had mistaken the person. He felt helpless inwardly. Zhu Ningyan, I have tried my best. Zia and standing nearby cursed inwardly. Old Chow, do not be cowardly. The situation became extremely tense. He looked around at the gunpowder-thick air in a panic. Oh no, Old Chow cannot adjudicate. I must find a way to save myself. He began imagining hundreds of escape plans. If all else failed, he could run, though that would surely implicate the second brother's household, when suddenly a figure flashed past. Zia and startled. Watching the hurried retreating back, he wondered if the man had gone off to find some cheating app. He turned to speak and caught Magistrate Chow's expression. He glanced over at him, Zia, and watched the expression on his face suspiciously. Old Chow did not stop him, or rather, he could not stop him. Seeing the look of helpless resignation in his eyes, Zia and had a bad premonition. This was not good. Then Zia and crept back closer, and whispered into Wang the head constable's ear. Boss, I am in trouble today. I need to ask a favor. He frowned and replied, Say it. Zia and smiled brightly, held out his hand and pleaded, Lend me 1 liang of silver. He immediately tossed a few small coins into Zia An's hand. Though in reality old Wang did not even have a full liang, Wang the head constable asked, What do you need it for? Zia An hurriedly put the coins away and looked straight into Wang's eyes as he begged, Boss, ride to my house right now. Take a book from the cabinet next to my bed. He carefully described the location and features. A book with a green cover. Do not take the wrong one. The diary is a small yellow one. Take the book I need. Wang gaped in astonishment as Zia An rattled off his instructions. After you get the book, go straight to the Tai Tian Institute and find a young woman named Chu Keiwei and deliver 1 line for me. Zia An frowned, sounding serious and urgent as he emphasized each word. Zia An is in danger. Come quickly to save him. Wang the head constable turned pale with fear, frantically waving his hands in refusal. No, wait, the Tai Tian Institute. That's not a place someone like me can go to. I can't. Zia An stood by watching, secretly curling his lip in dissatisfaction. I knew it, he thought. As a last resort, he patted his stomach hard with both hands, grinning slyly as he threatened, Boss, if something happens to me, no one's going to pay you back that silver. Help me deliver this message, and I'll give you all of next month's salary. Hearing that, Wang broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, You? He clenched his teeth, furious and unwilling. Zia An, but in the end he gave in, turned around at once, and left cursing under his breath. Your damn grandfather. Zia An stood there watching him go, smiling with satisfaction. Old Wang, I'm counting on you, my true brother in arms. Wang mustered all his strength and rushed off like the wind, just as a shadow quietly darted in from outside. Zhu Lap arrogantly pointed at the newcomer and barked coldly, Who are you? Get out. The man ignored him completely, his deep voice calling out, Zhu Gongzi, as he continued to approach step by step until he stood face to face with Zhu Lap. Zhu Bingjai lowered his head, his tone dark and heavy. I've just learned everything from Ling Yu. His fists clenched tightly in rage, his eyes flashed with a terrifying crimson glint, and in that murderous gaze, fragments of old memories seemed to surface once again. Zhu Bingjai stared straight into Zhu Lap's eyes, hissing each word through gritted teeth. This matter, is it true? Zhu Lap stood frozen, eyes wide and sweat pouring down like rain. In his mind, Zia An's warning echoed, When a common man grows furious, blood will splatter 5 steps. He trembled, face pale as paper, stammering incoherently. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice rang out, filled with overwhelming authority. The prestige of the Zhu household's 100 household officer truly lives up to its name. Both Zia An and Zhu Bingjai were forced to take several steps back, startled. Before the words could fade, a blur of motion flashed by, and a man appeared silently behind Zhu Bingjai. The pressure that burst forth from him froze Zhu Bingjai completely in place, his body rigid and immovable. That aura, Zhu Bingjai gritted his teeth, a dreadful realization dawning. Damn it, I didn't expect someone like this to come. The newcomer's face darkened as he spoke arrogantly. What now, if my young master refuses to let this go? His voice sent chills down everyone's spine. Do you still want blood to splatter 5 steps? Zhu Bingjai's heart tightened in fear, a master of the spirit-refining realm. He struggled several times to break free, but it was useless. Damn it, I can't move. Zhu Lap's face lit up with joy upon seeing him, shouting excitedly, Chen Hu. Old Chen turned toward him, his whole body trembling in worry. Young master, how did you end up injured like this? The two of them rushed forward and embraced tightly. Old Chen's voice choked with emotion as he stroked Zhu Lap's head with trembling hands. Who was the beast that did this? This old servant watched you grow up. Even seeing you scratched hurts my heart. Zia En's eyes widened, cursing inwardly. A 7th-rank spirit-refining expert, 2 full realms above me. Then, a sudden cough shattered the tense air. The county magistrate approached cautiously, intending to ask, "And you are?" but was immediately waved off. The man bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet cold. I wouldn't dare. This old servant is merely a humble retainer of the Zhu household, unworthy of being addressed as sir by the great magistrate himself. The county magistrate forced a laugh, pretending not to hear the old man's mocking tone. With practiced courtesy, he clasped his hands and smiled. Senior, you're too polite. Everyone knows that even a 7th-rank official holds respect before the Prime Minister's gate. This matter is all a misunderstanding. The Imperial Inspector will arrive soon, so let us all act with harmony and reason. What do seniors think? Old Chen gave a cold sideways glance toward Zia En and Zhu Bingjai, his tone dripping with open disdain. Just a couple of insignificant nobodies, not even worth mentioning. They can't possibly affect the inspection of my lord. Zhu Lap smirked triumphantly, echoing the sentiment, everything shall proceed according to the court's established regulations. Suddenly, a thunder of footsteps. Old Chen strode proudly to the front, raising his hand in a commanding gesture. Ministry of Justice warrant. Apprehending a wanted criminal. Unrelated persons clear the way. At the very back of the group stood another official, a mid-level officer of the Ministry of Justice, Imperial Censor Huang Langzhong. He pointed arrogantly, shouting, anyone who interferes will be punished as an accomplice. Yet before 3 seconds had passed, he hurriedly strode over to Zhu Lap, bowing obsequiously with a fawning grin. Young Master Zhu, may I ask, where is the criminal? Zhu Lap's face lifted high with conceit, immediately pointing at Zia En, his voice brimming with command. A chain that damned cure for me. Langzhong instantly understood, flicking his hand to signal the soldiers. Seize him. The guards lunged forward, pinning Zia En's arms while others rushed in with heavy shackles. Zhu Bingjai roared in fury, unable to contain himself, shouting out, My lord, what crime has my nephew committed? Langzhong snapped impatiently. I am an imperial censor of the Ministry of Justice, known for my fair judgment. Whether he is guilty or not, that shall be decided by me. Chu Lap glanced furtively at Zia En and sneered with a triumphant, mocking look. Langzhong wasted no words and immediately turned to order the soldiers. Take him away. Zhu Bingjai helplessly wanted to shout a protest, You people, but was stopped by Magistrate Chu. Do not speak further. Old Chen clasped his hands behind his back with satisfaction. He smiled and asked Chu Lap for his opinion. Young master, this old servant will take you back to the manor to treat your wounds first. Chu Lap angrily demanded that he wanted that brat dead. He laughed, his eyes full of guile as he deliberately glanced and glowered at Zhu Bingjai. Yes, I will handle it properly. In a moment there was no one left. Zhu Bingjai collapsed to the ground, only now regaining some composure. The pressure finally eased. He wailed helplessly, I want to press charges. Magistrate Chu sighed and shook his head. It is useless. A lowly imperial guard like you has no direct audience with the emperor, and no right to submit a memorial. The only thing you can do now, he frowned and suggested, is to go find Zhu Zinian. He is a student at the Vanlock Library. Perhaps he can help. Scene change. Elsewhere, the Vanlock Library, though suppressed by court power, was no place of weak scholars. It was a group of disciples of the sages. Zhu Xinian avoided exile in the tax case thanks to people from that library. After all, those men outside were no ordinary sort. They would use any means, not only clever words to win hearts, but even more skilled at using reason to win hearts. There was a man who was by no means ordinary, the grand astrologer of the Directorate of Celestial Observation, who watched the stars to determine the constellations, established the calendar, and was known as a person who could communicate with the immortals in the heavens. Moreover, the alchemists of the Directorate of Celestial Observation, who brought blessings to the common people, were considered divine beings worshipped in everyone's hearts. And the place before them now was none other than the residence of the immortals, where no one dared to come, except for me. Chief Wang held tightly to the book in his hands, trembling and almost crying, his voice choked with grief. Zhu Ningyan, damn you! He walked inside, and on the first floor of the star-gazing tower gathered disciples of ninth-rank magisters and physicians. In the spacious hall, the students were all busy preparing, and the pleasant scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. Xiao Wen passed by, suddenly startled as he looked toward the door, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Chief Wang looked timid, more humble than ever, forced a nervous smile, and replied, "I am the constable from the county office of Changla." Both his hands gripped the book in his arms tightly. Then the scene shifted to the 7th floor of the star-gazing tower, where murmurs filled the air. "Failed again, Senior Brother Song. Even you could not do it." "Nonsense. How could Senior Brother Song fail? Senior Brother Song is only summarizing from the countless failures before success." The crowd surrounded him, shouting encouragement. Song King, the 4th disciple of the Grand Astrologer, stood among them, known as the leading 6th-rank alchemist. As long as Senior Brother Song could comprehend the profound mystery within, the Directorate of Celestial Observation would once again master a new technique. Senior Brother Song, keep going. But just a moment later, the tiny fragments in the pitch-black bowl began to emit thick black smoke. Song King clenched his fist and had to admit that even simple salt could be refined into fake silver. The person who invented this alchemy technique was truly a genius. He sighed inwardly with admiration, thinking how wonderful it would be to befriend such a genius. Suddenly, within the crowd, he noticed an arm raised high and waving eagerly. "Senior Brother Song, over here." Xiao Wen squeezed through the sea of people, his eyes bulging as he struggled to deliver a message. Just now a constable came looking for Senior Sister Kei. He quickly recounted the details about Chief Wang. "There was a man who asked me to give this book to Lady Kei," he said. "Zhu Xinian is in trouble. Come save him." Song King, as soon as he opened it and glanced inside, his face changed dramatically. What horrible handwriting! But then he caught sight of something that made his eyes widen in shock. He frowned, reading the strange line of text. "Equivalent exchange. The principle of alchemy remains unchanged. Edward Elric. Equivalent exchange." Song King gently flipped to the next page, his mind vaguely being drawn in. Edward Elric. Was that a code name, or some kind of cipher in the field of alchemy? Entering the world of alchemy, this text was teaching others how to step into the domain of alchemy, utterly audacious. He quickly became immersed, trembling as he read and thought to himself, alchemy had always followed rules and models, and it was often said that those of dull talent could spend 3 or even 10 years without achieving anything. Until now, the Directorate of Celestial Observation still had no proper textbook. Suddenly, his entire being seemed to radiate with a brilliant light, as if he had just grasped a profound truth. Lesson 1. The Transformation and Properties of Matter. In the natural world, there exist countless examples invisible to the naked eye. These examples make up the components of matter, and among them, substances constantly interact and undergo unending transformations. He trembled, his whole body quivering as he flipped through the pages one after another, reading with intense concentration. What is chemistry? What is physics? What am I even reading? The others who saw him grew terrified, whispering among themselves, "Senior Brother is again thinking about some kind of alchemy no one can comprehend." That's right. Last year he tried to transmute the flesh of a cat into a tree, so that even if the cat's head were cut off, it could grow back. And the result was, he got imprisoned by the chief supervisor for a month. During those days in confinement, Song King, back to the present, his pupils unconsciously widened. He vaguely guessed to himself, a method for refining silver. The book was densely filled with lines of text. Step 1. First filter the salt water, extract sodium chloride, purified salt. Step 2. Evaporate the salt water, separate the crystals, melt them at a high temperature of 8,000 degrees Celsius. Step 3. The key stage of refining tax silver, determining success or failure. It even emphasized in bold letters, the crucial step for refining silver. The truth lies behind. Song King's hands trembled as he slowly turned to the next page. But unexpectedly, there was nothing. His blood nearly boiled in frustration. That was it. The words in the book and Ju Lap's earlier statement echoed in his mind. Equivalent exchange, the unchanging principle of alchemy, Edward Elric. I understand now, this is an exchange, he said. Zhu Ziyan is in danger, come save him. All of a sudden, he slammed both hands down hard on the table. His whole body shot up, energy surging as he shouted to everyone, brothers, listen to me. This is an opportunity for the Directorate of Celestial Observations to rise rapidly, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A radiant brilliance seemed to illuminate him as Song King raised his hand and declared with conviction, alchemy is about to usher in an unprecedented era of glory. Scene shift. At the same time, outside the outskirts of the capital, a group of travelers were cheerfully chatting as they prepared to re-enter the city. Zhu Ziyan suddenly froze, staring ahead as if recognizing something. A man was galloping toward them in a panic, dust flying behind his horse. Zhu Bingjai's face was pale as he shouted in alarm, Su Jiu, father. He quickly pulled the young man aside and urgently explained everything that had happened. Zhu Ziyan's brows knitted tightly in shock. Elder brother has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Without a second thought, he spun around and called to the carriage behind him. Master, Mr. Mobai. Zhu Ziyan pleaded anxiously. My elder brother is in danger. Please, both of you, lend your aid. Hearing this, the two men seated in the carriage simultaneously lifted the curtain. Their faces showed urgency and puzzlement as they Mobai cut in. That makes no sense. He slapped Zhu Ziyan on the shoulder and laughed. Then casually instructed, Zhu, leave your brother's matter to me. You and your teacher return to the academy first. Zhang Shen scoffed coldly and brusquely pushed his hand away. Those unrelated, do not meddle. I will handle my students' affairs. Zhu Ziyan could no longer watch the two old men bicker. He urgently shouted, Master, Mobai, my senior has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Hurry. If we are late, something bad might happen. Zhu Ziyan was desperate and on the verge of tears. Time for verbal sparring is over. Mobai also sensed the urgency, so he calmed himself, closed the carriage curtain and thought, do not argue now. Rescuing the disciple is more important. Zhang Shen had the same thought. He drew the curtain as well, then used a spell to gently lower the coachman from his horse to the ground. Mobai smirked and leapt to seize the reins. He intoned authoritatively, this is the heavenly mile horse. It can travel 1,000 leagues in a day. No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying surge of power flowed into the horse. It bristled with energy, its tendons bulged, and it let out a thunderous neigh. Then it bolted away. Mobai, still holding the reins, could not help but call back and ridicule his old friend. This disciple is mine now. Zhang Shen, anxious, would not be outdone and performed a similar feat. He mounted first and waved his hand to lower his coachman. You also dismount? Zhu Ziyan was speechless, but hurried them along, panic and resolve filling the air. He sneered, his whole body bursting with aura. This horse of mine is not only big and strong, it is also a heavenly steed that can travel 1,000 miles a day. As he waved his hand, a surge of powerful energy erupted. Zhang Shen shouted loudly, reciting an incantation. It even has 6 legs. As soon as he finished, the horse's body began to transform. Its solid muscles bulged, and 6 In less than a moment, Zhang Shen's carriage proudly overtook Mo Bai's. He laughed with delight and turned his head to provoke, going ahead first. Mo Bai was furious, pointing at him and yelling, "Shameless old thief! What kind of horse has 6 legs?" Zhang Shen laughed heartily and shamelessly replied, "If I say it has, then it has." Mo Bai, enraged by the taunt, clenched his teeth and declared coldly, "Fine. Then my horse will have 8 legs." As soon as his words fell, the horse's muscles bulged again, and 2 more legs slowly grew out. The poor horse looked miserable, tears almost falling, as if it wanted to cry out, "Am I just a tool to you?" In an instant, Mo Bai surged with energy, overtaking Zhang Shen and rushing ahead. Zhang Shen's face darkened with anger, cursing, "Shameless old thief, you just can't stop fighting over disciples with me." Unable to endure the humiliation, he unleashed his ultimate move, waving his hand forcefully. "This carriage of mine is as light as silk." Returning to the pile of ancient documents within the archives of the capital's government office, it was discovered that countless cases of the nobility abusing their power existed. Yet before these matters could even reach the old emperor's ears, they were already suppressed. It was simple. They merely used their authority to erase any memorials or reports from existence. Scene shifts inside the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Zia sat quietly in a dark corner, his mind filled with countless thoughts. They wanted to eliminate him swiftly, then use the lives of his entire family to force his second uncle into submission. He pressed his lips tightly, seeing through their schemes. This way, even during the period of political cleansing, they would no longer fear retaliation or destruction from their enemies. After reviewing everything in silence, Zia sighed deeply and had to admit one realization. Only now did he see how wrong he had been all along. The middle class may live comfortably, but once they provoke the powerful, they are doomed for eternity. A cold, sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "If I want to live like a true human being, I must possess both power and strength." Just then, the harsh sound of a sword clanging against the iron bars echoed through the cell. A haughty guard tilted his chin upward and ordered, "Come out." Zhu Xinian frowned, his eyes cautious as he glared at the man. The guard sneered. At that moment in the Ministry of Justice, the scene was pure and solemn, the stone lion statues at the entrance standing with imposing vigor. Minister Zun was leisurely and intently reading through the files, when suddenly a strong gust of wind blew in, scattering the documents, with some pages even slapping against his face. Minister Zun pulled a sheet down, puzzled, wondering what was happening. Outside, 2 horses lay collapsed on the ground, foam at their mouths, gasping for breath, their riders crying out in outrage, "Cursed horses, damned rascals." Behind the Mo Bai and Zhang Shen sat calmly on the carriage, radiating authority. Minister Zun wiped cold sweat from his brow and hurried out to greet the Zhang Shen brother. "Mo Bai brother, what brings you to the Ministry of Justice? Is there a problem?" Zhang Shen stepped down slowly, then clasped his hands and performed a formal salute, his eyes and voice stern as if issuing a compelled order. "The Ministry of Justice has today arrested one of my disciples, named Zia. Please Minister Zun release him." Minister Zun was stunned and had not yet grasped the whole story, arresting a student from the Yunlu Library. He had long pondered the deeper situation, that on the official stage the Imperial Academy had been suppressing the Yunlu Library for years, and in such circumstances the court could arrogantly proclaim, "We will not use your people. What can you do? Because the Imperial Academy is the state-run academy of the court." Minister Zun also understood the influence of these 2 elders, but the Yunlu Library held the orthodox Confucian lineage and was not something others could shape at will. The damned Yunlu people would defend themselves. Thinking this, his expression turned grave, and he felt extremely uneasy. Unless the disciple they speak of truly violated the law, no one from the Ministry of Justice would casually pick a fight. Right at that moment, a sudden panicked shout broke out, "Minister!" A soldier came running in haste to report. "Outside there is a group of people dressed in the white robes of the Celestial Observatory. They have stormed into the office." As he spoke, he pointed nervously toward the gate. We cannot stop them. Soon after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A group of people wearing white robes, exuding an air of authority, strode inside, led by Song King. He clasped his hands respectfully and spoke directly. "Minister, we have come to the Ministry of Justice to demand the release of someone." The minister stiffened, glancing tensely and doubtfully toward the two elders, demanding someone. Could it be? Song King's expression was firm as he spoke with resolute determination. "The man who was just arrested today by the ministry without cause is Zia-en." Hearing this name, Minister Zun could not hide his astonishment. His heart trembled in disbelief. "It's Zia-en again. Who on earth is this person? For even the great scholars of the Yunlu Library have come, and now the disciples of the Grand Astrologer as well. Even the Yunlu Library, proud to call themselves the orthodox line of Confucianism, when mocked by the Grand Astrologer in his drunkenness as using literature to disturb the law, could only pinch their noses and accept it, never daring to reason with him." The three great Confucian elders of the Yunlu Library, together with Mobai and Zhang Shen, when gathered in one place, formed a force that even those who could stand tall might have to bow their heads before, unable to meet their eyes. While Minister Zun was tense, weighing the situation carefully, the bureaucrats behind him were working at full capacity, whispering among themselves while rechecking the records. "What is going on? Who is Zia-en?" "Right, the one who solved the Treasury tax case was Zia-en. But how could a brute like him be involved with the young master, and even the Celestial Observatory?" Finally, one official widened his eyes in surprise as he examined the documents closely and made a serious statement. "Strange, there is no one named Zia-en in the arrest warrant." Minister Zun froze in disbelief. "None." His voice thundered in anger as he demanded, "Who was the one that made the arrest?" One of the officials rubbed his chin, trying to recall. "I think I remember." He suddenly pointed toward a man sneaking away nervously, shouting loudly. "It was Huang Zhang. I saw it." The registrar's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, "I." His mind raced, quickly fabricating an excuse. "My lord, the incident happened suddenly. I did not have time to retrieve the official arrest warrant." Covered in sweat, he tried desperately to deflect responsibility. Young Master Zhu filed a complaint, claiming the thief attacked him in the middle of the street, and even demanded that his blood spill 5 steps. Song King's face darkened. His eyes glowed faintly with a cold green light as he immediately invoked his spiritual power, the art of vision. A moment later, the light faded from his eyes, and he narrowed them with a chilling smile. "Impressive." The registrar still did not sense the danger drawing near, continuing to justify himself. "Because that man is a martial fighter and the nephew of Imperial Blade Guard Zhu Bingjai. Fearing he might escape, I decided to arrest him first." Song King saw through the deceit and malice in the man's words. How dare he lie right before the eyes of a sorcerer? While the registrar was still explaining, Mo Bai stepped forward. He raised his hand firmly and spoke in a deep, commanding tone. The sage once said. The registrar immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned in terror toward Mo Bai, only to see spiritual energy shoot out from the man's palm. Mo Bai's eyes flashed with brilliance as his voice grew solemn. A true gentleman must be honest. Instantly, that wave of spiritual pressure spiraled forward, wrapping tightly around the registrar's body. His limbs stopped responding to his will. His eyes rolled back as he stammered, "I..." His mind began to twist under the spell, trembling as he looked at his own hands. Covering his face, he cursed himself in shame, screaming inwardly, "Lying! I am truly shameless, vile, and despicable." Sweat poured down his forehead as his teeth ground against each other. After a fierce inner struggle, his lips quivered. "Chew!" Pushed to the limit, he finally shouted out in a burst of despair. Young Master Zhu wanted to kill Zia-en. Everyone around him fell silent, their faces darkening as the registrar confessed everything. He wanted Zia-en to die inside the Ministry of Justice's prison, to vent his hatred and gain favor with young Master Zhu. Hearing this, Minister Zun clenched his jaw, his expression sinking into fury. The officials behind him erupted in outrage. spitting in disgust. "Shameless filth. I will personally write a memorial to impeach you." At that moment, the registrar collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, but his face was oddly relieved after confessing. Minister Zun's face turned stern, his cold, commanding voice echoing through the hall as he issued his order. Meanwhile, inside the great prison, a sheet of paper lay neatly on the table. It recorded the case from the Changle County office, detailing the street incident with Zhu Lan, resulting in murderous intent. Using martial strength, Zia An attacked and gravely injured Zhu Lan. After investigation, the ministry confirmed that Zia An confessed to the crime and would be executed. Zia An stared quietly at the document, deep in thought. Assaulting someone in public, and that someone being the son of the Deputy Minister of Revenue. He hesitated, tense and contemplative, realizing that signing and sealing this would mean exile at best. His eyes cautiously shifted to observe Zhu Lap's expression across from him, but the more Zia An looked at Zhu Lap's arrogant expression, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. This Zhu could arbitrarily act. It was very possible he would declare Zia An beheaded. He enjoyed watching Zia An's embarrassment, casually giving a condition. "Zhu boy, I give you two choices," saying it with a loud, proud laugh. "Agree first, then torture, or torture first, then agree." Hearing this unreasonable condition, Zia An was furious. Was this man trying to get him killed? Zhu Lap sneered, pulling Old Chen's sleeve pretending to act. This expression truly frightened him. "Uncle Chen. What if he makes blood spray 5 steps?" Old Chen followed along, patting Zhu Lap's shoulder to reassure. "Young master, do not worry." While speaking, he glanced with disdain at Zia An. "Just an ant." Zia An gritted his teeth. Feeling extremely agitated and uncomfortable, a cold gleam flashed in Old Chen's eyes. One slap from this old servant could kill him. Watching this scene, Zia An felt anxious as if his heart was burning. This was not good. Why had Miss Kwei from the Celestial Bureau not come to rescue him yet? In his heart he screamed in misery. The book he wrote was clearly very compelling. She could not possibly still not come to save him. He would be ruined. Suddenly Zhu Lap nodded as if thinking of something. His tone became strange. "Right. I heard you were raised by your uncle Zhu Bingjai from childhood, so your relationship must be very close." Zhu Lap waved his hand. "I have reason to suspect this matter was arranged by the two of you." Old Chen understood immediately, smiling and signaling, "Add one more thing in the confession." The servant hearing this was delighted to obey. "Yes, rewrite it now." Contrary to their smug faces, Zia An looked as if struck by lightning. He was being investigated. At that moment someone stepped in, interrupting them. "This is the Ministry of Justice, not the Ministry of Revenue." The official strode in and coldly warned, "If young Master Zhu wants to interrogate the prisoner, go back to the Ministry of Revenue." Zhu Lap frowned unhappily, scolding, "Who are you to disturb this young master?" Magistrate Bing spoke sternly. "If the Ministry of Revenue also manages the prison," he was startled realizing something was wrong but still stubbornly snapped. "What kind of tone is that?" Magistrate Bing lost patience and shouted loudly, "By order of Minister Zun of the Ministry of Justice, release the prisoner immediately." Hearing this, Zia An was overjoyed in his heart. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. Finally they had come. A moment later, outside the grand courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, from afar one could see a crowd gathered in the yard. The iron shackles on Zia An's hands were removed. He stretched his wrists and loosened his joints with ease. Zia An gave a faint smile and reminded them in a calm yet chilling tone, "You should be glad you did not use torture on me." He turned, chin slightly raised with defiant pride, and introduced himself again. "I will introduce myself once more. I am the disciple newly accepted by the Grand Inspector." The two men turned pale, mouths agape in shock. A disciple of the Grand Inspector? How could that be? Thinking back to the past events, Old Chen broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. If he truly was the Grand Inspector's disciple, then the silver tax case would never have brought disaster upon the Zhu family. His mind spun, trying to make sense of the situation and justify it to himself. Yes, in the silver tax case, he succeeded in refining counterfeit silver. and the Grand Inspector, upon meeting such a prodigy in alchemy, made an exception to take him as a disciple. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't find a reasonable conclusion. Nervously, old Chen lifted his gaze toward Zia and, if not. But suddenly his eyes met the group behind Song King, and confusion filled his heart. Why were those white-robed people gathered here? Zia and also glanced at them, puzzled. He did not see Kei among them, and wondered, that little beauty with the sharp tongue, why wasn't she here? His thoughts turned quickly, and he understood the situation. Head Constable Wang must have delivered the alchemy manuscript, but since Miss Kei was absent, the alchemists of the Celestial Bureau who had seen the contents of the book must have come to rescue him instead. Or perhaps Miss Kei was occupied and sent her fellow disciples to help him. Thinking of this, Zia and smiled with renewed confidence. Zia and respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Song King's group. Zia and greets his senior brothers. Everyone froze in confusion, their heads filled with question marks. Senior brothers, what is he talking about? Song King recalled the main issue and immediately straightened his expression, asking sharply, the book written by you? Zia and nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced around, subtly reminding them, yes, but this is not the place to talk. Once we leave the Ministry of Justice, whatever senior brother wishes to ask, Ning Yan will answer everything. Hearing this firm assurance, Song King's mind buzzed, temporarily overwhelmed and nearly losing his composure. Meanwhile, Chu Lap cautiously leaned closer and whispered to Minister Tun. Minister Tun, why are the people from the Celestial Bureau here? The minister frowned and replied irritably, they came to demand the release of someone from me. Hearing that, both Chu Lap and Old Chen trembled all over. He really is the disciple of the Grand Inspector. Suddenly, Old Chen pointed fearfully in another direction, stammering, no way, Minister, those two people. Minister Tun turned his gaze toward Mobai and Zhang Shen, replying in a cold tone, those two great scholars, they also came to demand the man's release. The moment those words were spoken, both Old Chen and Chu Lap were completely stunned, frozen in disbelief. At that moment, the two elderly men also stepped forward. Mobai stroked his beard and spoke with calm dignity. You must be Zhu Zian. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shen rushed forward enthusiastically to introduce himself. I am the mentor of Tuku. The melancholy road ahead has no true companions. Who in this world does not know you? Was that written by you? His words made Mobai furious, the old scoundrel. Zian, however, remained calm and respectful. He bowed humbly and said, it was a humble work of this junior, unworthy of your praise, senior. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Zhu Zian, courtesy name Ning Yan. At that moment, Tong Kan, growing impatient, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, urging hastily, if everything is settled, let us leave the Ministry of Justice and return to the Celestial Bureau, quickly. Zian obediently replied, yes. Meanwhile, the two old men's eyes lit up as if they had found a treasure. This student is truly outstanding. We must have him. Once everything was done, Zian's group quickly departed. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Chu Lap and Old Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on their hearts lifted. He was finally gone. Suddenly, Zian's footsteps stopped. Wait. He turned around, his expression cold and filled with killing intent. There is still one matter I must take care of. Zian walked slowly, each step heavy and cold, toward Chu Lap. The man trembled in fear, continuously retreating, sweat pouring down his forehead as he stammered, what are you trying to do? How dare you raise your hand in the Ministry of Justice? Panic-stricken, Chu Lap hastily grabbed the sleeve of Minister Sun beside him, begging miserably, Minister Sun, please, arrest this criminal at once. But to his shock, the minister only turned away coldly, avoiding his gaze, and with a flick of his arm, pushed Chu Lap aside. Stunned and speechless, Chu Lap froze in disbelief. Why? Zian casually reached for the iron cuffs that had once been locked around his own wrists. With a calm, almost leisurely air, he tossed and caught them, letting the cuffs spin through the air in a graceful arc. Then, suddenly, he gripped the chain tight and swung with full force. The cuffs crashed straight into Chu Lap's head, shattering upon impact. Zia En's cold, sharp gaze pierced through him. All the fury and resentment he had endured now released in that single devastating blow. Blood gushed from Chu Lap's forehead. His eyes rolled white, unfocused. Just before losing consciousness, tears welled up as he reached out feebly, whispering, "Chen, uncle." His voice faded as his vision dimmed. The last thing he saw was the blur of dirt and splattered blood. "Save me." Old Chen stood frozen, his face darkening, his entire body rigid with disbelief. He never expected Zia En would actually strike. Everything had happened too fast, too dangerously. By the time he regained his senses, Chu Lap had already fallen. Rage exploded within Old Chen, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding as fury surged violently around him. Zia En, utterly fearless, shouted boldly, "Kill me then." His voice thundered across the room, in front of my senior brothers, in front of the officials of the Ministry of Justice, in front of the two great scholars. Zia En raised his voice again, echoing Old Chen's own words from before, full of defiance, "Dare to kill me, this ant." Under the oppressive aura of so many powerful figures, Old Chen flinched, his will collapsing instantly. Terrified, he instinctively backed away, step by step. Zia En tightened his fist, his heart suddenly enlightened, as if understanding the truth of the world. Indeed, in this place, only the son of an official could stand against the son of an official. After settling his grudge, Zia En strode confidently toward the group waiting for him. "Everyone, thank you for waiting. Let's go." At that same moment, beyond the city walls, two galloping war horses raced furiously along the dusty road. It was Zhu Bingjai and Zhu Zinian, spurring their mounts at full speed. Both wore anxious expressions, hearts pounding with dread. "Zia En, please, don't let anything happen to you. I wonder if the master managed to save Big Brother in time." Unexpectedly, before they could reach the ministry, they spotted Zia En walking down the main road surrounded by a group of people. Overjoyed, Zia En called out loudly, "Second uncle." Zhu Bingjai, eyes brimming with tears, rushed over and grabbed him in relief. "Zia En, are you all right? You nearly scared me to death." The young man smiled and patted his uncle's shoulder reassuringly. "I've made you worry, second uncle." After a few brief words, Zhu Bingjai noticed the strange group standing beside his nephew. Curious, he frowned, puzzled. Why are people from the astronomical observatory here? They glared back at him with clear irritation. "What are you staring at, you rough brute?" Meanwhile, Zhu Zinian stood respectfully before Mobai and Zhang Xin, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master and Mr. Mobai, for saving my brother." Mobai responded gently, "Zinian, with your elder brother's talent in poetry, how could he ever serve as a mere clerk?" Zhu Zinian immediately understood the implication, casting a sly glance at Zia and with a teasing tone, "Well then, brother, what do you think?" Embarrassed, Zia En scratched his cheek, struggling for words about that. Mobai, seizing the moment, cheerfully grasped Zia En's hand, thinking to himself, "The sooner, the better. I can let that old fox snatch him away first." Without hesitation, Mobai beamed with enthusiasm. "Zia En, are you interested in joining Yunlu Academy to study the Tao of Confucianese?" Zhang Shen, having been outmaneuvered, glared in outrage. Wonderful, he thought bitterly, they've only known each other for less than a quarter of an hour, and he's already calling him by name. Refusing to be outdone, he barged forward, shoving Mobai aside, inwardly smug. "HMPH, I won't lose to you." Zhang Shen grinned broadly and declared, "You could also become my disciple. What do you say?" Zia En stood there dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth twitching, question marks practically written across his face. What in the world are these two playing at? Seeing the friendly smiling faces of Zhang Shen and Mobai right in front of him, both gently asking him, "Zia En, what do you think?" made Zia En break out in a cold sweat. He secretly tilted his head toward Zhu Zinian and quietly asked, "Zinian, what was going on here?" But Zhu Zinian turned away indifferently without responding. Zia En sneered, "Not talking, huh?" He politely replied to the two elders, "Thank you, two seniors, for your affection. Although I cultivate the martial path, the ocean of learning has no limits, and I truly have a natural gift for reading and studying. If I go to the academy, others will surely follow after." As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the last part, surpassing Zhu Xinian, striking right at his pride. Zhu Xinian trembled with anger, no longer caring about manners, and retorted, "What Master and Mr. Mo Bai admire is your poetry. For example, at Manyang Pavilion, seeing Duke Yang off to Qingzhou." The two elders immediately let out an "oh" sound, smiling meaningfully at Zhu Xinian, making him shiver and realize he had stepped on a mine. Zia and caught a few clues and quickly reasoned out the whole story. At Manyang Pavilion, seeing Duke Yang off to Qingzhou, Duke Yang. A moment later he sighed, enlightened. So that's how it is. He had heard before that the official path of Yunlu Academy scholars was extremely arduous. Those who could not become high officials or be recorded in history often relied on poetry as a shortcut to eternal fame. Zia and felt so wronged he almost cried. He did not expect that what they valued when accepting a disciple was not his talent or virtue, but their greed for his poetry. Seeing their cunning and sly smiles, Zia and gritted his teeth inwardly. These two old men are truly despicable. After thinking for a while, he found an excuse to refuse politely. "Thank you, two masters, for your appreciation. Zia and has a heart devoted to learning. To refuse would be impolite. Coincidentally, these days I have suddenly been inspired and have composed several good poems." After settling this matter, Zia An was determined to visit Yunlu Academy to pay his respects to the two teachers. Mo Bai and Zhang Shen's eyes shone like stars, immediately understanding his deeper meaning, and they showered him with praise, several good poems, names that will go down in history. "A gift for your two teachers. This student truly has a quick and clever mind." The two of the M's smiled joyfully and instructed him, "If that is the case, we shall wait for you at Yunlu Academy." Zia An obediently replied, "Yes." Zhang Shen suddenly turned toward Zhu Xinian, his smile dark and meaningful, and spoke with deceptive gentleness, "Right. Xinian, you've been at the opening aperture stage for a year now, yet still haven't broken through to the body refinement realm." Hearing this, Zhu Xinian broke out in a cold sweat, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Sure enough, Zhang Shen gave his command, "Go back and copy the sage's Analects 300 times and deliver it to me in 1 week." Zhu Xinian nearly collapsed, unable to even cry, while Zia and beside him was thoroughly delighted. When everything was done, Zhang Shen left the young men some privacy and took his leave. "As your teacher, I shall take my leave first." A mysterious aura suddenly enveloped him, and Zhang Shen muttered, "One step of mine covers 30 zhang." Then, as he slowly stepped forward, in just a blink, he vanished completely. All that remained was a streak of white light and a fading afterimage. Zia An stood dumbfounded. Where did that elder go? He gasped in admiration. How incredible! Beside him, Mo Bai clenched his teeth in jealousy. Mo Bai smiled one last time at Zia An, muttering his own incantation. "Within 3 inches, I no longer belong to this world." Before leaving, he even turned back dramatically and coolly added, "I belong to the city gates." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body shimmered with light and vanished. Zia An stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, and turned to ask, "Xinian, what realm are those two great scholars in?" Zhu Xinian, still reeling from his punishment, didn't respond, so Zhu Bingjai answered instead. According to what Naiyan said, they are Confucian scholars of the 5th rank, the virtue realm. Zia An's eyes widened in shock. His heart filled with excitement. If I can bluff big enough, then in this world there's nothing I can't do. Regaining his composure, Zhu Xinian roughly explained, "The virtue realm allows one to control the behavior and actions of others, using words to influence or even manipulate people. The main ability of this realm lies in grasping the principle of saying and doing, making words themselves carry power, distorting the laws of reality to a certain degree." He spoke with a gloomy tone. "Thus it also has another name, disorder by words." Overhead, remnants of glowing light from the two elders' techniques still flickered faintly in the air. Zhu Bingjai sighed with admiration. Truly admirable. Every major cultivation system has its own mysteries. Only martial artists are obsessed with combat. Zhu Xinian scoffed disdainfully. That's why martial artists are all crude and reckless. Zia En put on a serious expression and said, Erlang, I've never treated you unfairly, have I? Zhu Xinian witched his lips in irritation and shot back immediately. Before saying that, maybe check your conscience first, dear brother. Zia En smiled cunningly, revealing his real purpose. I have a favor to ask. Xinian hesitated. Speak. Zia En's grin widened as he made his ridiculous request. When you reach the virtue realm one day, I need you to tell me where my Dio Chan is. My Dio Chan is on my waist. Hearing such shameless words made Zhu Xinian nearly cough up blood and rage. He stormed off, shouting, You're despicable. Zhu Bingjai, not understanding a thing, still nodded solemnly. Sounds like something impressive. At that moment, Chen Hangguang cleared his throat to remind them. We've been standing here quite a while. Follow us back to the Directorate of Celestials. Zia En was startled, beads of cold sweat forming as he met the judging gazes of the Directorate members. With a resigned tone, he replied softly, Yes. The Guangxing Tower was the tallest structure in the entire capital. The manpower, resources, and funds spent on its construction amounted to 1/3 of the Daifeng dynasty's annual tax revenue. It was designed and built jointly by the Ministry of Works and the alchemists of the Directorate of Celestials, taking 12 full years to complete, a structure truly unique under heaven. Anyone seeing the Guangxing Tower for the first time would be filled with awe, marveling at its grandeur and magnificence. Chen Hangguang's expression was difficult to read, but he finally asked in disbelief, This is clearly your first time at the Guangxing Tower. So why do you look completely unimpressed? On Zia En's face, the words nothing special were practically written. Inwardly, he thought, because I'm used to seeing skyscrapers. Outwardly, however, he put on an air of false modesty and praised himself. No wonder my second uncle always said I was calm since childhood. Even when a mountain collapsed before me, I remained unshaken. Perhaps that is my natural talent. Chen Hangguang laughed heartily. Excellent. Only with such composure are you worthy of working alongside me. Zia En was puzzled. What on earth does this man mean? Scene change. At the dining table, Chu Keiwei was eating heartily while asking Zhu Xinian, Why did you cause trouble again? Zia En curiously sked back, taking the chance to grab a skewer of meatballs. You weren't tea at the Guangxing Tower before, were you? She chewed and replied between bites. I went to the eldest princess's residence to deliver funds. Chu Keiwei frowned, her sharp gaze immediately catching his little scheme. With a calm motion, she flicked Zia En's hand away from the skewer and said coldly, It seems you haven't eaten yet. Senior brother Chen, take him back. Let him eat his fill before returning here. Zia En stood there bewildered, feeling as though he had just seen what Zhu Lingyan might look like after growing up. She chewed on the meat skewer while casually striking up a conversation. The case of the tax silver has been settled. Do you know who switched out your second uncle's tax silver? Zia En sighed helplessly. I am merely a small constable. Chu Keiwei's eyes sharpened. The one who replaced the tax silver was Lu Wenchai, 100 household officer of the Imperial Blade Guard, along with Chief Registrar Zhang Xin from the Ministry of Revenue. Zia En looked confused, not understanding her implication. So what does that mean? She gave the key answer. As he pieced everything together in his mind, the realization struck him. No wonder that man surnamed Chu had looked so determined to destroy him upon hearing his name. It was because he had uncovered the tax silver case and ruined their grand scheme. So now they sought revenge. His expression darkened as doubt crept into his mind. No, perhaps what happened today had been planned long ago. According to his reasoning, the residence of Vice Minister Chu was inside the city, while the Zhu family estate was outside the walls. The Chu residence and the Zhu residence were far apart, so why had that man wandered near the Zhu estate in the suburbs? The only possibility was that he had done so deliberately. At last, Zia fully understood everything. If that man surnamed Chu had investigated him beforehand, then he must have recognized Ling Yu's face. His so-called flirtation with an innocent girl was merely an act. His true purpose was to provoke a conflict, using it as a pretext to kill him. Realizing this, Zia's entire body trembled in shock and disbelief. Although the capital's authority was near, killing a minor clerk like him was nothing of significance. How could a high-ranking official, a vice minister of revenue of the third rank, be shaken by such a small matter? In the end, Zia found the answer himself. It seemed that from the moment he had solved the case of the tax money, he had already offended the vice minister of revenue. He thought wistfully of his once simple dream. How foolish. He had wanted to stay far away from royal power, to live as a wealthy man with many wives and concubines, living an ordinary, peaceful life without ambition. If not for Xinian wanting to present poetry to the Academy elders, and if not for him suddenly feeling inspired a few days ago to write down some chemical knowledge from memory, his body would probably already be cold by now. He might not even have known the true reason for his own death, just that he had somehow provoked two noble men born into privilege. Yet, this string of coincidences felt far too strange. Zia froze, startled by the realization that it was luck, pure luck. He fell silent for a moment, then called out softly, "Miss Keiwei." She took another bite of her pastry, looking at him blankly. "What?" Zia pressed a hand to the table and forced himself upright. Keiwei used her tongue to lick the crumbs clean from her fingertips, then nodded casually. "I know." With a bright, confident smile, she began to explain proudly. An 8th-rank sorcerer is called a practitioner of aspiration energy. The art of aspiration is the most fundamental ability of us sorcerers. All the strange and wondrous powers you've heard of are built upon this foundation. But do you know why a 9th-rank sorcerer isn't called an aspiration practitioner, but a healer instead? Zia awkwardly avoided her gaze and replied perfunctorily, "Isn't it because all of you sorcerers have hearts that want to save lives?" Keiwei leaned back in her chair, grinning mischievously. She gazed up at the ceiling and explained, "Everything in this world has its own destiny, and among them, humans are the most complex. The 8 sufferings of life, the 7 emotions, and the 6 desires are all parts of fate. Healers save lives, but they cannot escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. Over time." Keiwei winked with one eye, then pointed to the other with a playful smile and finished her sentence. "It grants their eyes the ability to see through destiny itself." Zia was intrigued, secretly sighing in admiration. "I like girls who know everything." He leaned closer to her, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and pointed at his own face pleadingly. "Then, can you see my destiny?" Keiwei closed her eyes, and a faint blue light spread from them. She replied with smug confidence, "Easy." The next moment, she opened her eyes again, and her pupils had turned into a radiant shade of blue. That energy wrapped tightly around Zia's body. It was the art of aspiration. Feeling the strange aura surrounding him, he swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, being targeted by the art of aspiration feels really uncomfortable. In Keiwei's eyes, Zia's figure was burning brightly, the colors of the flames mingling together. When it was done, she withdrew the energy of her art of aspiration and spoke slowly. "Your destiny glows with pale red mixed with black aura." Zia, confused and alarmed, shouted, "What does that mean?" Keiwei recalled what she had seen within his fiery image and explained, "Red represents those who serve the imperial court, but since it is pale, it means you are a low-ranking official. The black aura symbolizes misfortune. This is something you should take to heart." Zia rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Are there no other colors?" Without an ounce of shame, he continued, "For example, a color that represents the child of heavenly fate." These words made Keiwei jolt in shock. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "What?" Leaning forward, she whispered urgently to Zia, "It's fine to say that in front of me, but if someone with ill intent heard you, it would be considered a crime of disrespect." Sweat formed on her forehead as she sincerely warned him, aside from the emperor himself. No one dares to claim to be the child of heavenly fate. Deep down, Kei was speechless, thinking, great disrespect aside, where does this man get the confidence to think he's heaven's chosen? Zia and smiled smugly, but inside he was shouting at the top of his lungs, mighty dragon, open your eyes and see again. I understand now. She couldn't see it, probably because of her rank, or perhaps my imperial golden constitution has nothing to do with fate. His mind wandered, and his restless hands began to fidget again. Kei noticed immediately and cast a sharp, icy glare. With a swift motion, she slapped his hand away and warned coldly, after I finish eating, I'll let you eat. Zia and chuckled dryly, thinking, finish eating. Looking at the plates on the table, now left with only crumbs, he screamed internally, you've already eaten half the entire table. Is your stomach bottomless? He raised a hand and coughed a few times before getting serious again. His expression hardened, murderous intent faintly emanated as he placed one hand on the table and asked solemnly, what is the current situation of the Ministry of Revenue's Vice Minister? Scene change. On the table, inside a white bowl, were a few insignificant fragments. Flames burst out from Chu Keiwei's fingertip. He focused intently, trying to control the fire according to his will, while behind him many worried eyes were watching. Chu Keiwei gritted his teeth, thinking nervously. The next step was exactly where he had failed countless times before. Both Chu Keiwei and the others looked anxiously and expectantly at Zianan. He pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, silently concluding that since the instructions had been carried out without a single error, everything up to this point was still fine. Chu Keiwei took a deep breath and snapped his fingers again, summoning heavenly thunder to strike down into the white bowl on the table. The final step, thunder fusion. Zia and shouted loudly, reminding him, keep your breath steady. They all began to sweat profusely, tightly pinching their noses, repeating in their minds, keep your breath steady, keep your breath steady. Just a moment later, Chu Keiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. It worked. It really worked. A lump of silver sat neatly inside the gray bowl, still sizzling and smoking. The disciples stared at the silver, their eyes sparkling with excitement, cheering, it worked, Senior Brother Chu Keiwei. How did you do that? It finally worked this time, Senior Brother. Please teach us too. He looked at the white silver in the bowl, confused and doubtful. Strange, he hadn't done anything different from before. Every previous attempt had been the same when forging fake silver. Chu Keiwei quickly turned toward Zia and, asking anxiously, Zhu Ningyan, do you know the reason? Under the curious and questioning gazes of the disciples, Chu Keiwei, Zia and firmly chose to remain silent. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Just as he expected, that day when Miss Chu Keiwei succeeded in creating silver on her first try, it hadn't been skill or coincidence. No, it was pure luck. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he realized the truth. It was because of his own presence, because everything was connected to him. He cleared his throat a few times, raising the tension in the air before speaking solemnly, this question, you all should not be asking me. Zia turned his back slightly, smiling faintly as he glanced at Chu Keiwei, and said with a calm tone, as a skilled alchemy practitioner, you should learn to think through problems on your own. I believe you can already sense where the key to the issue lies. His words made Chu Keiwei freeze for a moment. The key to the problem. He recalled every step of the silver forging process in his mind. First, dissolve salt in water. Second, cover the mouth of the cup with silk paper and pour the salt water in slowly. The steps before had no changes, so the real difference must have been. He stayed silent for a while, then suddenly understood something, his eyes widening as he shouted in excitement, I see it now. I see it, Zhu Ningyan, you truly are a genius in alchemy. Overjoyed, Chu Keiwei leaned closer to Zia N, exclaiming, even though you never saw our previous failures, you already knew the real cause behind them, didn't you? Zia N avoided his gaze awkwardly, thinking for a moment before replying calmly, no, I only knew that your thinking was gradually approaching the truth. The disciples and Chu Keiwei all looked curiously, eager to know more. What's the key? Senior brother, what did you realize? Brother Chu, tell us. He didn't let them down and answered immediately. It's the intensity of the thunder strike. Zia and nodded in agreement. Correct, and I call it voltage. Chu Keiwei froze, blinking in confusion. Voltage. What in the world is voltage? In Zia En's mind, a flood of physics formulas appeared. Voltage, also known as electric potential or electric tension, is a physical quantity that represents the amount of energy produced by the difference in electric potential within a static electric field measured per unit charge. Seeing the puzzled, blank expressions on everyone's faces, Zia En sighed helplessly. Of course, if I talk about this, none of you will understand. He picked up the water cup from the table, thought for a moment, then said, let's put it another way. Raising the cup and pouring water slowly, Zia En continued his impromptu lesson. Electricity is like flowing water. It always moves toward the lower point. Chu Keiwei and the group of disciples stared wide-eyed at Zia En's every move, their ears focused intently on his explanation. The water in this cup, when poured on someone, causes no harm. But if it were a waterfall, and a person stood beneath it, the force of the water would shatter their bones. It could even take their life. Zia En blinked one eye and pointed at everyone, saying, electricity is the same. That's why I call this phenomenon voltage. Having just been enlightened with a whole new realm of knowledge, and then came the glorious deeds of Zia En, recounted vividly by Chief Wang and his men. Officials of their low rank, how could their subordinates ever be truly clean? The impoverished commoners wept in despair, while the officials nonchalantly took out stacks of silver ingots. To not prey on ordinary people was already considered a sign of conscience, and as for those wealthy merchants, wasn't exploiting others for profit simply their natural way of life? Yet it was at that very moment that the hero of their lives appeared. The figure of Zia En emerged, accompanied by his firm declaration, but he would not. Whether they were commoners or rich merchants, he never exploited others for wealth. Chief Wang drifted back into his memories, his thoughts wandering. Back then, when the Zhu family was struck by disaster, I decided to take him to check an account of money. He was surprised at the young man's answer. Zia En only smiled and agreed. Chief Wang recalled his own obsequious expression as he handed over the money to Zia En, and after the matter was settled, Zia En divided 5 silver coins for him. This is your share, take it. He happily replied, thank you, boss. Ling Yu's eyes lit up when she heard the next words from Chief Wang. But later he secretly returned the money to its owner. A servant girl suddenly rushed in to report, Master, there is silver at the door. He was utterly bewildered. Strange, who knocked just now? Chief Wang sighed. If one says he was too sensible, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Could he truly not understand that? He clenched his sleeves tightly, his gaze distant as he recalled the days when the 4 of them had walked shoulder to shoulder. Yet to say that he lacked understanding would not be right either. He got along well with everyone, a truly clever man, and so when trouble befell him, they all felt sorrow. Ling Yu listened in silence, her fingers twisting her dress until it wrinkled. All trades are inferior, only reading is noble. Since childhood, Ling Yu had always respected her elder brother. Her mother once told her, your second brother is the only scholarly seed of the Zhu family, the pillar of our future. Her brother was to sit for the autumn examinations that year, and Ling Yu's admiration for him only deepened. Until the day of the taxed silver case, when the entire family was thrown into prison. Her mother had held her tightly in her arms, but alas, Ling Yu had been too young then to understand anything. As she grew older, her eyes lit up again when she met the son of her life. Zhu Xinian's smile was like a spring breeze that pulled Ling Yu out from the darkness. In their desperate moment, her brother had opened a path of survival for the entire family. The more she thought of it, the more her heart trembled. Seeing the familiar face, she jumped up joyfully, overwhelmed, exclaiming, Father, second brother. County Magistrate Zhu rushed in, panting and disheveled. He anxiously asked, Ning Yan is safe now, truly. Zhu Zinian stepped forward to answer on behalf of them all. Yes, I have invited a teacher, and also Mr. Murong. His tone dragged slightly, concealing the faint curve of a smirk, along with the white-robed ones from the Celestial Directorate. County Magistrate Zhu blurted out in astonishment. What? Zhu Bingjai stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the white robes of the Celestial Directorate were there as well? Ling Yu stood stunned in confusion, her mind spinning. My brother knows people from the Celestial Directorate. County Magistrate Zhu's eyes lit up with admiration as he looked at Zhu Bingjai, filled with deep respect. Like father, like son indeed, a tiger father begets a tiger cub. His son was naturally gifted, not only valued by the Yunlu Academy, but also acquainted with the white-robed scholars of the Celestial Directorate. A bright future awaited him. Lifting his chin proudly, he thought to himself, after all, he is the son of Zhu Bingjai. Zhu Zinian coughed lightly, cutting through the moment, as if to correct a misunderstanding. Well, saying his future is bright isn't wrong, he added calmly, but Mr. Mo Bai was not invited by me. He came because of my elder brother's connections. As for the white robes of the Celestial Directorate, I don't know them either. Zhu Zinian spoke in a composed tone. All of them were invited personally by my elder brother. As expected, both County Magistrate Zhu and Zhu Bingjai froze in disbelief, utterly stunned, while Ling Yu stared wide-eyed in confusion. My elder brother. Suddenly her face flushed crimson. Thinking of Zia An's figure, Ling Yu's heart fluttered in a daze, the elder brother becoming more and more mysterious. At that very moment, in the secret chamber of Chief Chen, the room was filled with antique artifacts displayed neatly on the shelves. Ivory carvings, engraved statues, and other rare treasures were all present. Zia An was led there by Chen Hangguang, his eyes wandering around curiously as he remarked, "There are quite a lot of strange toys here." Suddenly, something caught Zia An's attention. He looked at it in astonishment, his expression filled with wonder. Excited, he pointed toward the object before him and asked curiously, "What is this?" Behind him, Chen Hangguang smiled subtly, pride flickering in his eyes as he looked at the item inside the glass tube. The bubbles inside the glass tube kept rising, making a gurgling sound. Chen Hangguang stood before the experiment, spreading his arms wide, his smile growing uncontrollable. Its original form was a cat, he explained. I intended to fuse it with plants, granting it the ability to regenerate when severed. In fact, I was close to success. Even if you cut off its head, it could grow back within 3 days. The only weakness lies in its heart. Saying this, he sighed in disappointment, but I failed in the end. The more he spoke, the more disheartened he became. It had completely turned into a plant, unable to move, unable to think, only able to survive when kept in water. Then his eyes suddenly lit up again as he grasped Zia An's hand with excitement, his face full of anticipation. What do you think of my method, brother? Zia An's lips twitched, his expression frozen in silence. Are you truly such a devil? Seeing Zia An's reaction completely different from what he expected, Chen Hangguang stepped back in shock. You think there's a problem too? Zia An reached out and touched the smooth surface of the glass tube, shaking his head as he spoke calmly. I just think you're heading in the wrong direction, because I've also thought about the principles of alchemy before. Then Zia An suddenly smirked and winked playfully, but I gave it another name, hybridization technique. Chen Hangguang's eyes brightened with curiosity. Hybridization techniques. Zia An nodded and explained in detail. We can start small, by crossbreeding within the same species, for instance, to create an entirely new kind of life. It may produce a superior new species, or the result could be the opposite. Zia An smiled brightly, his eyes squinting in delight. But that's exactly the charm of alchemy, don't you think? Chen Hangguang's eyes sparkled once more as he leaned in close, asking repeatedly with excitement, Just now, you mentioned alchemy, didn't you? You said alchemy. Zia An's eyes widened in surprise as beads of sweat rolled down his temple. Chen Hangguang drifted into his own world, passionately speaking about his theories. I believe that alchemy should not be limited to lifeless matter, he said. but that living beings also belong within the domain of alchemy. That is why I modified this cat." His voice then sank with dejection, but my master disagreed. At that time, Chen Hangguang spoke bitterly, "So he imprisoned me for a long time." He had pounded on the door and screamed in anger, but it was all useless. "Master, I refuse to accept it." The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, until he burst into tears. Zia turned his head away, silently giving the chief inspector a thumbs up in his mind. "Well done, Chief Inspector." Stroking his chin, Zia gave a serious and sincere suggestion. "If you want to refute the Chief Inspector, but still avoid imprisonment, you can start from the aspect of plants. Plants are also living beings, but their properties are much milder." Chen Hangguang's eyes gleamed greedily as he listened to every word Zia said. "I once read in an ancient alchemy text about a form of alchemy similar to your idea." Zia fell silent as he looked at the twisted expression on Chen Hangguang's face, saliva nearly dripping. He turned away to leave, but Chen Hangguang, anxious, grabbed at him and urged, "Wait, keep talking." Zia ignored him, deliberately raising his voice with meaningful emphasis. "Senior Chen, the toys here are quite nice. Remember the unchanging principle of alchemy." Chen Hangguang's face darkened as he fell into deep contemplation, clearly understanding what Zia was hinting at. After a moment of inner struggle and hesitation, Chen Hangguang's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he declared, "I will give you 3 gifts." Zia had been waiting for this moment. He immediately brightened up, giving a big thumbs up in approval. "Senior Chen, you are truly a straightforward man." Chen Hangguang reached toward the wooden shelf and took down an item, saying, "With your current cultivation at the refining essence stage, I believe this artifact suits you perfectly." He explained the treasure he had just retrieved, a bowstring made from the silk of a 6-eyed venomous spider from the southern border, and the shimmering silk of spirit silkworms. It was tougher than ordinary metal, yet more flexible, though its crafting was so difficult that mass production was impossible. In an ambush, it could pierce through the body, protecting Kai of martial artists at the refining Kai stage, though not those at its peak. Reluctantly, he placed the crossbow in Zia's hands and said with solemn emphasis, "The most valuable part of this crossbow is that it has a formation engraved upon it." Zia stared blankly at the weapon in his grip. He then gave a careful warning. "However, it can only be used 3 times, after which the formation will vanish." Zia looked at the heavy weapon in disbelief. This is a magic weapon. He recalled his second uncle once saying that during the Great Feng Dynasty's campaign at Shanhai Pass, the cannons earned great merit. Yet half of their might came from gunpowder, and the other half from formations. Magic weapons were armaments exclusive to the Great Feng Dynasty, the very foundation that allowed them to claim legitimacy over the realm. That meant the existence of magic weapons and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau were inextricably connected. With a serious expression, Chen Hangguang said, "It is not exactly a secret, but do you know what a 4th rank magus is called?" Zia crossed his arms and frowned, thinking hard. "Even though I don't know what the 7th rank stage of the martial artist system is called." Chen suddenly burst into laughter. "It is called a formation master, a renowned cultivator in the martial world." The man known as Master Chen had used his spiritual power to inscribe a formation onto this crossbow. Chen Hangguang tilted his chin upward in pride. "The items crafted by alchemists are called artifacts, but when a formation master engraves formations upon them, they become magic weapons." Zia felt as though a light had been switched on in his mind and murmured to himself in realization, "Oh, I understand now. A 9th rank magus is a pharmacist, laying the foundation for the 8th rank Kai observer. The 8th rank Kai observer, in turn, lays the foundation for the 7th rank feng shui master. However, the 7th rank feng shui master has no direct relation to the 6th rank alchemist. In truth, the 6th rank alchemist and the 4th rank formation master complement each other. The alchemist crafts the vessel of martial power, while the formation master engraves it with power to become a magic weapon. The magus system, it seemed, had its own intricate hierarchy, Elsewhere, the Imperial Director gently lifted a cup of wine, taking a slow, graceful sip. Zia and faintly began to grasp those underlying principles. No wonder the position of the Imperial Director in the Great Feng Dynasty was held in such high esteem. The director turned away, his robe fluttering with each step, murmuring softly, "This wine is not bad." A plate with a golden rim and a circular center was intricately engraved. The second item, the Heart Guard plate, is also a magic weapon. The effect of its formation can withstand a full-force strike from a high-level martial artist at the Kai refining stage 6 times, from a spirit refining stage expert 3 times, and from a bronze bone stage practitioner once. Zia stared silently at the plate, assessing it. The bronze bone stage is the 6th rank in the martial artist system. The final item, the true bone arrow, coated with poison, can take the life of a spirit refining stage master, but is ineffective against a bronze bone heavenly core stage practitioner because the arrow cannot penetrate the opponent's skin. He cradled the treasures with satisfaction, nodding. "I like all 3 of these very much." Chen Hangguang, hearing this eager response, clapped his hands repeatedly, his lips already glistening with anticipation. Then Zia An's expression suddenly grew serious. This type of alchemy technique is called. The sunlight streamed through the window, warming the room as his hoarse voice continued, branch extraction. His eyes sparkled as he spoke at length, similar to the enrichment experiments in my journal, with rich theoretical knowledge but limited practical application. Yet it didn't matter. After all, the practitioner wasn't me. For instance, if Chen Hangguang failed, it was due to his own limited ability. Zia smiled secretly in a place no one could see. If it succeeded, he laughed aloud, revealing his white teeth with excitement. All the credit would be his. After the instruction was complete, Zia said confidently, "This is branch extraction." Chen Hangguang's hair fluttered as if a gust of knowledge had been absorbed. There really exists an ancient alchemy manual like this, a divine book, truly a divine book. Zia stepped down the stairs, his pace lively and cheerful. He hugged the pile of treasures to his chest, grinning from ear to ear. Today's haul wasn't bad at all. He could take one of the magic weapons to the black market to exchange for the reward to open the heavenly gate. Zia trotted along, clutching the treasures even tighter for fear of dropping them. But these items were all very useful. He couldn't bear to part with them. He paused on a stair and then leapt high. Zia posed with a hand under his chin, looking effortlessly cool, realizing once again that not spending money is humanity's eternal source of happiness. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he imagined the next day at Kaolan listening to music. In his mind, he already pictured himself throwing a pile of band notes at Lai Ru without hesitation. But if he exchanged these 3 magic weapons for silver, in an instant he could make Shen Shen bow his head, no longer daring to mock him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, standing mid-landing on the staircase, chuckling to himself. Zia walked on happily, humming a tune, "I stand here, in the swirling wind." A foot quietly stepped onto a wooden stair while he continued singing, unable to bear the endless pain. Still unaware of what was happening, he carried on passionately, wishing to the heavens, clouds drifting in all directions. It wasn't just one person, but a group ascending the stairs together. He raised his hand high, continuing to showcase his singing talent, sword in hand. Zia ended the song with the final line, asking who in the world is a hero. He heard movement and stealthily opened one eye to observe. Zia was surprised to see 3 people slowly making their way up toward him. In his eyes, thick streams of killing intent surrounded them, a powerful aura radiating that made everyone dare not provoke them. Their dark robes fluttered lightly with each movement of the 3 people. They reached the final step of the staircase, directly opposite Zia. The 3 of them ignored him completely, walking past with an air of indifference. The overwhelming black aura made Zia shiver, feeling a chill creeping up his neck. His eyes widened in astonishment, sensing the crushing weight pressing down. The last person passed by Zia and he couldn't help but let out a soft, amused laugh. Long hair partially hid his face, but from the profile, Zia-an could see that he was handsome. That person glanced at Zia-an, curling his lips into a sinister smile, red light blazing from his eyes. Zia-an sensed the threat and instinctively followed the figure with his gaze. After they passed, the staircase and hallway fell completely silent. After a long moment, sweat poured down Zia-an's face like a shower. He exhaled in relief. Finally, they were gone. Those three were not simple at all. Phew, next time, I shouldn't sing such arrogant lyrics again. Zia-an rubbed. Tai Wai cheerfully walked behind Song King, both of them standing at the door waiting for someone. She was still busy enjoying the delicious food and had not paid attention when he had already bowed politely. In front of Song King were three people radiating strong killing intent who had met Zia-an on the lower staircase. Leading them was the leader of the Da Zhang Ren, Wai Yuan. With a stern frowning face, he bowed politely, addressing Lord Wai. Following him were two disciples, Da Zhang Ren Jin La, Nan Gong Zian Ru, and Da Zhang Ren Jin La, Yang Yan. Song King, following proper etiquette, led all three to the tea table, sunlight warmly illuminating the room. Song King bowed seriously and informed Lord Wai, "The teacher has drunk too much and is taking a nap. Please wait in the tea room for a while." He did not concern himself with such minor matters, lifting the teacup with interest, recalling that while going upstairs just now, he had coincidentally encountered an interesting young man. Wai Yuan exhaled a hot stream of smoke, seemingly not a disciple of the Tianjian Bureau. Tai Wai immediately guessed who he was referring to and nodded, "Oh, him," not letting her accidentally reveal anything dangerous. Song King hastily interjected, "He is a minor figure not worth mentioning." He squinted his eyes and added, "But still very interesting. The Da Zhang Ren organization participates in investigations, arrests, interrogations, and other activities, while also collecting military intelligence and conducting ambush operations. It does not belong to the 6 ministries, nor to the military system. It is an imperial intelligence organization. Da Zhang Ren has a distinguished reputation, like a tiger in the eyes of civil and military officials, correcting people without reason." Song King was concerned about these three in front of him. All officials of the Da Feng had heard a saying, "Do nothing shady in the daytime." After careful consideration, he honestly assessed a genius. Song King firmly added, "A genius in alchemy." He could not hide the admiration in his voice. If he had not strayed from his path, if he had apprenticed at Tai Thien Jium, his name would be recorded in the annals. The three people of Da Can Ren smiled meaningfully. Thien Nhu snorted with disdain, "A genius." At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the zoo residence, Lu Enjie was cutting leftover fabric while anxiously reporting, "Madam, yesterday I went to find the eldest master and noticed he didn't have winter clothes, still wearing autumn attire." Lai Ru, embroidering with needles, angrily lifted her head and asked, "What do you mean?" She spoke a little frightened and flustered, and also made a set of clothes for the eldest master. Lai Ru shouted furiously, "Over my dead body." Mentioning that person, her blood boiled. She spoke each word harshly, causing Lu Enga to fearfully shed tears. "That brat, always looking for a chance to provoke me, and still wants me to make clothes for him. Impossible." Thinking of the image of Zia and devouring his meal so nonchalantly, Lai Ru's face had long turned sour. Day after day he came to eat at the house, yet never seemed to contribute a bit to the household expenses. Lu Enya quietly interjected on his behalf, saying, "Isn't the senior master's stipend already given to the residents?" Recalling the piles of bowls not stacked like mountains, she scolded irritably, "With his appetite, it's only enough for himself." Thinking of Zia-an, Lu Enga's anger flared even more, wanting to claw at him. This isn't the second young master family. That unlucky grandson, out of respect for him having saved the whole family's lives, a slight change in attitude toward him would not be unreasonable. Yet he keeps taking opportunities to jab at me, always wanting to live without peace. Zia-an innocently replied, "Wait until after the meal and then talk." She angrily stitched her fabric like a sewing machine, Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat. Dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat feces. The proverb is outside the corridor. The sound of Lai Ru's hurried footsteps echoed. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the place. As soon as she opened the door, Lai Ru burst into tears, calling out her daughter's name, Lin Yin. Looking around, she saw Bing Jai holding the little girl in his arms, with 2 other children standing nearby, and she panted anxiously, her heart uneasy. Bing Jai gently lowered his head, comforting his daughter and reassuring Lai Ru, "Don't worry, it's fine." Seeing Lin Yin sleeping soundly in his arms, Bing Jai tenderly instructed Lin Yin to just sleep and take her back to the bedroom. Lai Ru reached out to embrace her while softly scolding. How could it turn out like this after just stepping out for a short while? Suddenly she pressed her lips together and murmured, "And also Zia An." When Lai Ru looked up, her voice trembled and choked with emotion. Bing Jai could only bow his head and sigh. "It's fine, he has left the scene," he suddenly announced. "This matter can be considered temporarily resolved," and Lai Ru's expression eased slightly upon hearing that. He then gently counseled, causing Lai Ru to pause. "Look, this time if it weren't for Ning Yan, Lin Yu and Lin Yin would have been in danger." Bing Jai seemed to age a few years. He was somewhat solemn, a bit stubborn in character, but he treated his family well. Bing Jai still remembered that moment when Zia An held Lin Yin tightly, soothing her, "Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here," or the time he spoke coldly, "Whenever the husband is enraged, blood can spurt 5 steps away," making Bing Jai marvel, could an ordinary person risk their life for our daughter like that? He regretted recalling the days when his wife constantly scolded Zia An and reprimanded him, always saying he was displeasing to the eye. Noticing that he learned martial arts and earned a lot of silver, feeling that raising him to grow up, saying a few words to him was no big deal. Yet whenever he spoke in a way she did, he continuously questioned whether her heart was not sensitive, leaving her only able to stand there in shock. Not stopping there, Zhu Bingjai turned to his bewildered daughter and recounted how Lin Yu had been wronged by others, and that he could charge recklessly against them, which immediately moved her to tears, silently thinking that in this life she must repay her elder brother well. Zhu Bingjai concluded with a sentence, "If Zia An truly could never return." Lai Ru both regretted and held her child tightly while listening to her husband lower his voice painfully. Could she really not feel heartache? She frowned and stammered, "Ta." Zhu Xinian silently observed his mother choking back words from behind, because he knew clearly in his heart that although his mother always said elder brother was a golden swallowing beast, a bringer of misfortune, in fact she still cared for elder brother. He then saw the absent-minded back of his mother. Zhu Xinian had always sensed how happy Lai Ru had been when Zia An was still living peacefully. After all, she had raised elder brother for 20 years and had affection for him. Zhu Bingjai glanced at his wife and hypothesized that if it had been her son in that place, he calmly envisioned the scenario in his mind, thinking that this time he would probably have been bullied as well. Yes, definitely. Zhu Xinian, confused and full of questions, angrily exclaimed, "What is father talking about?" A while later, Ling Yin was taken back to her room, lying on the bed still drowsy and dreaming, mumbling about chicken legs, so many chicken legs. Lai Ru, while watching over her daughter, instructed the person behind her, Luan Ga, to take the winter clothes of the master and second young master, leaving 1 set of each. She hesitated a moment and then said, "Wait until elder brother returns, measure him a little." Luan Jie seemed to understand something and let out a shout. Meanwhile, the gentle sunlight shone on the wooden table, and someone was grinding ink. Then they lightly dipped the brush into the inkstone. Zia An smiled as he began to copy something. "That's right, I'm about to start keeping a journal." Zia An secretly wiped away his tears. November 16th. This is a memorable day because I have finally decided to abandon the simple, natural yet boring life of the wealthy, such a difficult life. Before Zia An, there was only one goal. I need power, I need martial force. Each elegant stroke was written down, and thus I have 3 thoughts. First, change my cultivation path. Follow Confucianism. As long as I please the two great scholars, I believe they will help me to the fullest. Far better than competing on the martial path myself. My dazzling talent will surely make the two great scholars praise me highly. Poems excellent, truly worthy of being my disciple. Zia and secretly wiped his tears and whispered, others transmigrated use poetry to pretend, but I use poetry to trade. Perhaps this is what makes Olhong different from ordinary people. Yet, the flaw is, he suddenly recalled facing the mountain of books with dread, remembered the fear of being constrained by school life, and I'm not even sure I have the materials for studying. Zia and frowned in hesitation and thought, moreover, I'm about to turn 20. Changing my cultivation path might be a bit late. Then he looked down at the lines below. Second, effort. Zia and immediately thought of the possibility of being close to Chu Keiwei, and his mind wandered, imagining seducing Miss Keiwei of the Celestial Bureau. Then he could openly embrace the beauty while also gaining the support of Chief Inspector, and even without extra effort, he could live comfortably. The drawback was that he might have to part with his 3 wives and 4 concubines, say goodbye to the fulfilled life of listening to music at Gulan. This sacrifice was considerable, such a difficult life. Zia and continued to consider the next point. Third, sell a magical artifact he had obtained from the Celestial Bureau in exchange for a chance to open the heavens. Second uncle had been stuck at the peak of Kai refining for nearly 10 years, a perfect example. He recalled Zhu Bingjai once saying, I only managed to exchange for a master in the army to help me enter Kai refining because I accumulated achievements in the Shanghai campaign. Zia and temporarily set down his brush. Then he folded his arms and silently thought that for now he should focus on the Celestial Bureau's needles and the Yunlu Library and plan later. Zia and looked up at 2 birds playing in the yard and reflected, sensing that the storm from the Tax Bureau case would not end like this. The Zoo Mansion garden was originally quiet. The sounds of occasional punches and kicks echoed from time to time. Zia An was left dumbfounded and speechless when he saw Ling Yin practicing martial arts. Without holding back, he lifted his leg and kicked the little girl on the butt. Ignoring her cries of pain, Zia An asked indifferently, What are you getting so angry about? Ling Yin retorted angrily, I'm practicing martial arts, elder brother. Are you provoking me? He was stunned, nearly choking on his spit. Practicing martial arts. Zia An recalled the little girl's astonished eyes and felt pained. Perhaps what happened early in the morning had already left a mark on her young heart, and this 5-year-old child felt she should learn martial arts. Yet he still wore a mocking smile and provoked her. Hi, yes, provoking you, so what? Ling Yin argued passionately. Father says people compete for a breath. Martial men are the same. This is called, Zia and kindly reminded, dignity. Ling Yin grew even angrier and shouted loudly, Right, I must duel with you. Yet his hand quickly rose to block her. The little girl didn't expect to be stopped just a step ahead, so she screamed at the top of her lungs. Zia An was completely helpless, such noise. Looking at her small wriggling body, he set a condition. I'll give you a chicken leg, consider it your loss. In an instant, Ling Yin immediately saw a delicious chicken leg appear. She obediently nodded in agreement. Okay. Night fell, the oil lamp light fell on the warm tea. Zia and gently put the teacup down. Then he looked up in a sked. What do you all think about what happened this afternoon? The father and son in front were stunned. Zhu Bingjai hesitated and spoke. It's already passed. Zhu Zinian quickly cut in understandingly and said, You mean? He frowned and guessed that Chu young master might still seek revenge. Zhu Bingjai immediately waved his hand to rebut. No. Normally it would be fine, but today the great Confucian from the Yunlu Library and the white-robed official of the Celestial Bureau came forward. He calmly speculated. I think that Chu's surname fellow will not dare to cause more trouble. Zia An sighed and suddenly announced gravely, Today I received news at the Celestial Bureau. He paused a bit then continued. The one behind manipulating the tax and treasury case is Chu Shilling. This news made the 2 father and son surprised and jump up. Zhu Xinyin's face turned dark, and he immediately understood everything. So it seems today was not accidental. But Chu Lai intended revenge. Zia and observed Zhu Xinyin's expression and secretly pleased nodded. Very good. No wonder a reader of books could pass the exam, smart head. He imagined with a headache that if only second uncle had been here today he would have shouted loudly, "Brothers, then go cut people with me immediately." Then Zia and smiled friendly and asked Zhu Xinyin, "What is second young master's view?" But he was not trapped and secretly snorted in contempt. Testing me. He immediately put on an angry face and said, "Of course, preemptive strike. To strike first is to gain the advantage. Otherwise it is unlucky afterward." Zia and calmly watched him drink tea in front of him and silently praised, "Very good." He didn't expect Zuzuku to be able to speak such decisive words of judgment. But Zhu Bingjai, hearing this, immediately scolded fiercely. He didn't expect Zuzuku to say such decisive words. Even if you passed the top scholar exam, you still can't provoke the Ministry of Revenue. He sat down, folded his arms, and analyzed. We are not offending Chu Lai, but the Ministry of Revenue's Shilling Chu Xianbing. Perhaps Chu Lai would not dare retaliate. He deliberately paused and then continued. But what about the Ministry of Revenue Shilling? We are not only ruining his good plans. Zhu Bingjai widened his eyes in disbelief as Zia and revealed the truth. Even his designated heir was injured. This debt, as long as there's smoke, there will be fire, it absolutely cannot be ignored. Zia and casually looked down and saw an ant crawling on the table, then said, "Moreover, in Chu Shilling's eyes, the Zhu mansion is no different from an ant." Zhu Bingjai immediately worried and said, "Impossible, we cannot fight Chu Shilling." He immediately thought of a solution. Zia and, you know, the white-robed official of the Celestial Bureau. Zhu Xinyin is a student of the Yunlu Library. Relying on these two connections, as long as we keep a low profile, no one will dare to provoke us. Zia and, hearing him finish, added, "Perhaps second Uncle Dosen T. No. The white-robed official of the Celestial Bureau does not interfere in political affairs." Zhu Xinyin beside him quietly reminded his father, when handling the tax and treasury case, that I wasn't also a student of the Yunlu Library. Today my elder brother could return because Chu Lai couldn't claim justice. His methods were too weak. But if it were Chu Shilling taking action, he pressed his finger down on the tiny ant as if to speak for him. Zhu Bingjai was dazed by helplessness, questions continuously appearing in his mind. Another tax and treasury case, legally reasonable, could behead the entire Zhu family. Could the Celestial Bureau and Yunlu Library really break into prison for us? Defy the law for our sake? He seemed to want to say more but couldn't, but... Finally, Zhu Bingjai ruffled his hair, panicked and worried. How can we possibly deal with the Ministry of Revenue Shilling, a proper third-rank official? Zia and could only smile awkwardly and think to himself, I don't know either, I'm just a simple transmigrator. He then glanced at the person sitting opposite, head bowed in thought, and tried to ask, "Second young master, how do you feel?" Zhu Xinyin did not respond immediately but continued to ponder. After a while, he raised his head, eyes full of doubt. Earlier I was constantly thinking about one thing. Then the two of them heard Zhu Xinyin say, first, behind him the Ministry of Revenue still has backing. Second, the Emperor still has concerns, for example, wanting to maintain some subtle kind of balance. He described the scene of a mid-ranking official scolding Chu Shilling, looking at my memorial exposing your crimes, and then continued, elder brother once said, a mid-ranking official of the Ministry of Revenue exposed Chu Shilling for embezzling taxes from the National Treasury. So why didn't he expose another Shilling? Why didn't he expose the Minister of Revenue? At this point, Zia and quietly realized the image of the Minister of Revenue, Shilling, another official. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed, could it be? He couldn't believe it, and Asked is Chu Shilling's political enemy dealing with him. Zhu Xinyin, seeing that he understood, continued, the old teacher once said, from ancient times the core of imperial strategy has always been balanced. The emperor does not touch Chu Shilling, clarifying the matter. He spoke in a low voice about a possibility he suspected, very likely related to the factional struggle. Zian immediately rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In normal circumstances, imperial strategy might work. But now, with the upcoming inspection, only by grasping Chu Shilling by the tail could one have a very high chance of killing him. The inspection is organized by the institution. Even the emperor cannot insist on doing it his way. He then raised his hand to chime in. The Confucian art of governance, its core is precisely the two words ritual and system. So Chu Shilling's political enemies will not let it slide like that. Zhu Xinian was immediately stunned, unable to believe it in his heart. The art of governance, and it's also that rough draft from the Qi Shu Tang song. Meanwhile, Zian secretly smiled awkwardly. Don't you overthink? I've just been watching costume dramas. Zhu Xinian angrily pressed and asked him. So what does elder brother think should be done? Making Zian secretly sneer. You really don't give up, do you? If you were the female lead, that cold outside warm inside temperament would be annoyingly much already. Then he imagined a hot sister pressing him. I prefer a coquettish elder sister size 36. Then he returned to a serious manner, cleared his throat and said, why would Chu Shilling fabricate the tax and treasury case? It certainly is not for embezzlement, because embezzlement can happen any time. Why aim at the head of the storm right before the inspection unless he urgently needed a sum of silver, needed that money to fill a gap? And the reason for filling that gap, Zian said in a low voice, is to deal with the inspection. Zhu Xinian remained calm, sipping tea, and noticing him pause, then probed. So, Zian prepared an answer in his mind that we must find the real cause that made Chu Shilling embezzle and withdraw funds. We must break the case so that Chu Shilling has nowhere to hide and admits guilt and accepts punishment. Thinking that he then spoke up, so we must. The situation is off. And when he turned, he saw Zhu Xinian's murderous aura spread everywhere, and the latter coldly smiled wickedly and urged, you say it. In this tense situation, suddenly Zhu Bingjai shouted loudly, I understand now, so we must expose this matter and leave that Chu fellow with nowhere to hide, which rendered the two opposite them helplessly silent. Meanwhile, he was very proud of himself. Ha, Zhu Bingjai is not stupid either. Zhu Xinian finally regained his voice and sneered coldly. Does father think so? Zhu Bingjai was slapped in the face by his son's following words. Can your father's position among the imperial sword guards let you touch the Ministry of Revenue's files? Can you openly investigate a shilling of the ministry? Then he was further attacked by his grandson Zian's words. Ha, of course not. Yet inwardly Zian was secretly sweating and silently grateful that second uncle bore the burden. Zhu Xinian turned cold and asked him. So what does elder brother propose? Zian lowered his voice and said tersely 4 words. Use a tiger to swallow a wolf. His eyes cold as he proposed the strategy. We cannot confront Chu Shilling's main force. What we must do is create a final straw to kill the camel. After less than 3 seconds Zian recalled something and smiled helplessly. As for how exactly, we still have not figured it out. Zhu Xinian inwardly judged that elder brother's idea was not bad, and then said, take a step back. We do not need to confront Chu Shilling directly. He is a proper third-rank official, with sufficient scheming and means, not someone we can handle now. Zhu Xinian, thinking of Chu Lai's clumsy demeanor, said, right after dealing with Chu Shilling, that young master of the Ministry of Revenue, Chu Lai, will be much easier to handle. There's not enough evidence to accuse him. He cunningly raised his hand and smiled. Then we will fabricate a crime. Zhu Xinian immediately began planning, handing the knife to Chu Xianbing's political enemy. Confidently he continued, let them punish Chu Xianbing for us. Then he will personally deliver the knife. Master, the knife has been sharpened. Please use it. Then, just wait for Chu Lai to fall into the trap and bury his own father. Father, why did you fall into the hole I dug? Can you climb out yourself? Chu Xianbing could only angrily scold, wayward son. Similarly, with the inspection approaching, if Chu Shilling's son does anything to anger the people, as his father, Chu Xianbing will find it hard to deny guilt. Zhu Xinian confidently predicted, the emperor may agree to protect once, but not necessarily a second time. Hearing this, Zhu Bingjie slammed his hand on the table, laughed heartily, and looked at his son with satisfaction, praising, "Indeed, my son has the qualities of a leader." Zhu Zinian arrogantly made a face. Of course, Zian could not help but scoff inwardly at the father and son. Could it be that the emperor's grandson has no leadership talent? He lightly blew on his tea and casually said, "Second young master," hence the saying that idle scholars can harm the country. He sipped his tea and teased, "You also cannot escape old patterns." Zhu Zinian, annoyed and angry, folded his arms, then said, "Then please instruct me, elder brother, I must see how it is done." Zian put down his teacup and replied, "What we need to think about is not how to plot against Chu Lai." He waved his hand in agreement and continued at length. "It is to observe Chu Lai, gather information, then compile it, boldly draft a plan, and carefully consider the process to judge the feasibility of the plan. Zhu Zinian, you have the academic status of a top scholar, can interact with the educated circles, gather some political news." Zhu Zinian watched Zian's movements tensely, following closely. Zian looked. Zhu Zinian seriously nodded firmly and replied, "Yes." Zian then turned to assign tasks to Zhu Bingjie. "Second uncle, the Chu mansion within the city. The Imperial Sword Guards patrol the outer city at night. During the day, you are responsible for monitoring Chu mansion's movements. You don't need to go personally, just send a trustworthy aide to follow and observe." Zhu Bingjie listened attentively, noting where Chu Lai goes in a day, what he does, and who he interacts with. Zian even raised his hand to emphasize, "I understand." Zhu Bingjie immediately responded confidently, "Very well," inwardly marveling that Zian was also a clever, resourceful child, reliable in handling matters. He suddenly stared at him and Asked and you. Zian smiled confidently and replied, "I need to plan an escape route for the Zhu mansion." In the dark room lit by a flickering candle, Zian's voice echoed, "Tonight we'll discuss details further, and I'll ask you a few things." After several watches, all lights went out, and the space sank into silent night. In Zhu Zinian's bedroom, they suddenly heard his questioning voice, "Elder brother, are you asleep yet?" Zian also couldn't sleep, thinking, "Then tonight I'll stay in Zhu Zinian's room." He turned over, expressionless, and replied, "Not yet." The person beside him exclaimed, "Oh." After a while, he asked again, "Elder brother, are you asleep?" Zian repeated his earlier answer, "Not yet," and he exclaimed, "Oh," again. Amid the flickering candlelight, Zhu Zinian's voice rang out, "Elder brother." He quietly and awkwardly reminded me, "You're poking me." Zian was startled, face full of question marks, not knowing what he had poked. Then he heard him continue, "Pull your elbow in." Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, the elbow, the elbow." Afterwards, the two of them coincidentally closed their eyes in silence, saying nothing more. Zian suddenly opened his eyes, nostalgically wondering, "How long has it been since we shared a room?" Zhu Zinian then opened his eyes but remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, making Zian wonder if he was asleep. After a moment, Zhu Zinian spoke thoughtfully. "After 5 or 10 years old, since you spent 100 taels each year to learn martial arts, after that confrontation with my mother." He seemed to remember that day very clearly. After going through the intense conversation with Lai Yuru, that night Zian, as if understanding everything, expressed his thoughts, actually not blaming Shenqi. The duties of the Imperial Sword Guards don't yield any fat rewards. Second uncle expends all his effort, plus his salary. In a year he earns just over 2,000 taels of silver, half of which he gives to me, and the other half goes to you for spending. In Shenqi's heart, it was hard to feel resentment. Zhu Zinian, lying beside him, suddenly solemnly warned, "If this danger is not overcome, the Zhu family may be finished." Hearing this, Zian quietly analyzed the situation. If Chu Shilling does not fall from grace, after the inspection is when disaster will strike the Zhu mansion. Zian turned over, carefully calculating, "I will arrange a proper escape route. At most after the inspection, our whole family will leave the capital." Second, Uncle and I are skilled enough. We can always find a way to survive. He paused for a few seconds, then sincerely encouraged, as long as second young master endures 10 years of study to pass the top scholar exam. However, he casually mocked himself. Fame and position are as fleeting as smoke. I am a reader of books, reading the works of sages, cultivating the way of the sages. Why care about mere official rank? Zia and feigned sorrow with tears brimming. Heaven did not give me Zhu Zinian. The great auspiciousness is eternal like a long night. He called out tenderly and earnestly, sending shivers down Zhu Zinian's spine. Second young master. Seeing Zhu Zinian pull the blanket, Zia and indignantly claimed his rights. This blanket is mine. Hey Zuzuku, share a bit with me. In this cold winter, even if my elder brother is at the body training stage, it is hard to endure. By the next morning, the birdsong welcomed the dawn. Lin Yu, in the early morning, gently opened the window, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the fresh air. Immediately after, Lin Yu suddenly turned pale with shock, her face flushing. She and Zia N's eyes met at the same moment, causing Lin Yu to startle in pain. The current situation embarrassed her, as she was only wearing her undergarment. Lin Yu frozen, screaming loudly. Zia N, inwardly crying with pride, thought little sister had grown up. He happily jumped in place. Although he hadn't raised her entirely himself, he had still watched her grow up, fed and clothed well, so there was no need to overreact. Inside the room, she shyly covered herself, thinking normally second brother doesn't come this way, and the main house of her parents isn't here. How could elder brother be in the inner courtyard? At that moment, Zio Mai hurriedly advised, Miss, you must change this habit. Only open the window after washing up. Look, your elder brother has already seen. Moreover, she added pityingly, fortunately he is our brother. If an outsider had seen, how could you live? Lin Yu blushed in anger and shouted, don't you say another word. She anxiously continued to scold, elder brother had seen everything. At the same time, Lin Yin was diligently brushing her teeth, showing her teeth evenly. Just as Lin Yin was looking at her reflection in the water, she suddenly shifted her attention elsewhere. Zia N raised his eyebrows, showing puzzlement. Why are you doing that yourself? The little girl proudly boasted, I'm the diligent one. Lin Yin innocently affirmed, Father said boys must work hard themselves to master martial arts. Zia N, speechless, reminded her about gender. Do you know you're female? The girl cheerfully replied, yes, I know. Zia N shook his head in exasperation. No, you don't. He patiently explained further. Then did you know how males and females are different? Lin Yin, curious and puzzled, asked, how are they different? Zia N groaned inwardly. This involves physiology. Explaining fully would take ages, and Lin Yin might still not understand. After a moment, he carefully snapped his fingers and simplified. On the bustling street, Zia N sat leisurely in a tea house, sipping his drink. He raised his hand and signaled for the bill. Old Wu awkwardly expressed himself with respect. Master, today you're being too polite. It's already a blessing for you to come to this place for a meal. Zia N silently pointed. No need, really. Eating so much. Old Wu pursed his lips, thinking secretly. This servant's appetite is equal to that of 4 or 5 people. He flusteredly waved his hands, beads of sweat forming in fear. No need. How could I charge you? But I dare not, really dare not. Seeing this, Zia N leisurely gave the order. I'll sit here and enjoy my meal for a while. You go, don't bother me. Old Wu stammered and forced a smile. Yes. At that moment, Old Wu sighed deeply in frustration. Today's work was unpaid. Zia N, on the side, subtly mocked. The entrenched evils of the court have lasted too long. He was outraged by a society that restrained him, a day without punishing corruption. The lives of ordinary people would not improve. Zia N then placed money on the table and stood up. As he walked away, he pondered deeply, from ancient times to the present. Those who harm the people most are always the flies of fame stuck on the forehead. Seeing him disappear into the distance, Old Wu sighed dejectedly. Finally gone, what bad luck. While clearing the bowls and chopsticks, Old Wu accidentally discovered a folded stack of money. He panicked and dropped the dishes. Old Wu quickly ran after him, panting as he searched through the crowd. After a while, Old Wu froze. "He's gone," he gasped, glancing around in all directions. Afterward, Lao Wu silently looked at the money in his hand, thinking that in all these years, it was the first time he had seen a scholar pay for a meal, and pay so generously. Returning home, Zia An, excited, gave the order, "Zhu Zinian, take off your clothes." He mischievously suggested, "Let us swap, yours looks nicer." After the household was excused, he turned back to Hua too. Zhu Zinian mockingly teased, "Once you wear it, let us set of clever fellow." Once everything was ready, the two set out, their destination this time being Kingian Mountain, 60 miles from the capital. In the mountain lay a library, the world-famous Yunlu Library. Riding horseback, Zia and curiously Asked Zuku, elder brother, has always been very curious. He squinted, questioning further, "You say the sage was first rank, right?" Zhu Zinian arrogantly lifted his chin. "Do you think I know?" Zia An, speechless, silently scolded himself. "If you don't know, just say so. Why put on such an arrogant face?" Though slightly annoyed, he patiently continued, "So how long did the sage live? Surely you know." Zhu Zinian unhesitatingly replied calmly, 82 years. Hearing this, Zia An was shocked inwardly. 82 years. A sage, the one who founded Confucianism, even if not first rank, his life should not have been bad, yet he only lived to 82. Though that was considered long life for ordinary people in this era. At the same time, on the side of Kingian Mountain, Chen Tai was annoyed and firmly refuted. "This path I took is wrong. I want to go back. I do not care." Zhang Shen replied calmly, "Once lost, there is no regret. This is the rule." The stubborn old man loudly quoted, "The sage said, to know one's mistake and correct it. There is nothing better." Zhang Shen asked in doubt, "Did the sage mean this?" Chen Tai raised his eyebrows and affirmed, "Is it not so?" At this moment, Zhang Shen angrily pointed his finger and provoked, "Old thief, do you want to debate the Tao with me? Fine. Today only one of us will walk away alive." The old man was not the type to yield, he declared loudly. This old man did not grow up eating vegetables only. The stubborn man who argued back was Chen Tai, one of the 4 great scholars of Yunlu Academy, skilled in statecraft. His book Governance Strategies was widely known in the Defeng bureaucracy. At this time, Mobai turned around and mocked them. "These two are terrible at chess." He asked curiously, "Where is the dean?" Zhang Shen calmly replied, "The eldest princess had arrived, so the dean went to greet her." Immediately Chen Tai became gloomy and expressed his worries. "In 3 months it will be the spring examination. The students of the academy have little desire to study. Last night I walked around the dormitories. There were hardly any lamps burning late at night. Even the few lights I saw were only used to illuminate the chessboard." While scolding, he secretly cheated by switching the chess pieces, truly a foolish and irrational act. Zhang Shen was furious and almost spat blood. "Shameless old thief." He harshly criticized his opponent. "When you lose you call others deluded. When you win you boast as if you were a hero. You and Mobai are the same kind, both playing dirty." Mobai, hearing this, unhappily brushed his sleeve and said, "What does that have to do with me?" The path to becoming an official for the students of Yunlu Academy was extremely difficult. Even after passing the provincial and imperial examinations, it was still hard for them to rise quickly in the government. Most were sent to remote mountainous regions to serve as minor officials, or thrown into obscure corners to rot away. This situation greatly discouraged the enthusiasm of the academy students for the examinations. Zhang Shen seriously instructed that this could not continue. They had to revive the students' spirit for studying and taking the exams. He sternly emphasized that no matter how hard it was to sustain, they must hold on. The official path of Yunlu Academy could not be cut off. At that moment, Mobai suggested, "Hold a learning encouragement event. Have the dean take the lead." Zhang Shen waved his hand to reject. Every year the dean encourages learning. They become enthusiastic for a while and then fade again. It has little real effect. Chen Tai calmly explained. They had to find a new and creative way for the students to study on their own initiative and value the spring examination. He tilted his head and proposed, "What about writing essays?" But Jiang Shen immediately rejected it, saying it was a waste of effort. Then Jiang Shen stroked his chin and came up with a brilliant idea. "Then we can only hold a poetry competition. Poetry has always moved people's hearts. If we hold a poetry contest that stirs the ears and dazzles the eyes, the result will be much better than a learning encouragement event." However, within the scholars of Dafeng, poetry had declined for a long time. If Ziqian had not gone to take his post in Yangzhou, this could have been given to him. Among us, he is the most skilled in this art. Seeing this, Chen Tai modestly replied, "Brother Canyon is much more suited to serve in the court than I am." Jiang Shen angrily retorted, "Old man, are you mocking me for failing my post? If you are so good, come here and try." At that moment, a student respectfully entered and reported, "Sir, your student Zhu Jiu has arrived." Jiang Shen was puzzled and asked, "Zhu Jiu, what is he here for? Has he finished copying the words of the sage 300 times yet?" He calmly ordered, "Invited him in." The student bowed and stepped out. "Yes, sir." Jiang Shen proudly boasted, "Speaking of which, I have recently taken in a new student, Zhu Jiu, the nephew of Brother Tang. His talent for poetry shakes the mundane world." Seeing that, Mo Bai eagerly tried to claim credit, leaving Jiang Shen stiff and speechless, "Who is also my student." A moment later, Chen Tai burst into hearty laughter and loudly commented, "The one who wrote the line, 'Do not sorrow that no one knows you on the road ahead. Who in the world does not know you? Are you too blinded by fame and gain, even jealous?' The fame of Ziqian will surely be passed down to later generations because of this poem. Truly admirable. Yet such great lines are hard to come by. Many scholars spend their entire lives and can only produce a handful of good poems, let alone those remembered in history. To create such a line as, 'Do not sorrow that no one knows you on the road ahead, who in the world does not know you,' is already divine. If we can joyfully accept it, we must look forward to the next one." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shen vehemently denied, "No, 2 poems." Then Chen Tai mocked and ridiculed them, making the two hug each other and cry bitterly. A fine pair of men leaving behind an immortal line for all eternity. Being too obsessed with fame and vanity, how can the upright spirit within your hearts continue to exist? A line that lasts through the ages cannot be made at will. Not to mention that the other party is not even a scholar. To expect a petty clerk to utter such words that could bring us eternal fame in history, that is truly delusional. Hearing this, Jiang Shen clasped his hands in agreement. Yuping speaks rightly. Mo Bai sincerely admitted alongside him, "As scholars we must remain pure. Even if we seek to be remembered in history, we must walk the proper and open path, not take shortcuts. It is we who were mistaken." Jiang Shen joyfully proclaimed in triumph, "To know one's mistake and correct it, there is nothing better." At that moment, Zia An and Zhu Zinian respectfully bowed. Students paid respect to the teachers. They smiled kindly and gently replied, sitting down. "We decided to take action first, bringing the women of the Zhu household to Yunliu Academy. This way, even if Minister Chu of the Ministry of Revenue truly sought revenge, Yunliu Academy could still protect the women of the Zhu family. Of course, we concealed our intention of avenging ourselves against Minister Chu." Hearing the proposal, Mo Bai glanced around cautiously and said, "In this matter, it can only be said that the one behind the treasury tax case might be the minister himself. And if that man cannot endure the pressure, he will surely retaliate against the Zhu family." He hesitantly reminded them of the rule. The academy forbids outsiders from staying overnight. It is the rule, and scholars are the ones who value rules the most. Zhu Zinian indignantly retorted, "Doesn't the Princess Royal often stay at the academy as well?" Jiang Shen bluntly reminded him, "What kind of status does the Princess Royal have?" The young man mockingly raised his voice, "So the academy forbids outsiders from staying unless they are of royal blood." Zia An quietly chuckled beside him. The sharp tongue of the second young master remained as cutting as ever. Seeing his quick wit, Mobai wiped the sweat from his brow and commented, "Brother Canyon, your student here, I am rather looking forward to the day he establishes his own name in the world." Zhang Shen forced a smile and thought to himself, that would truly be terrifying. At this moment, Chen Tai carefully inquired, "Are you Ning Yan?" The boy respectfully confirmed, "Yes, this student is." The old man stroked his beard and issued a difficult challenge. "I have heard that your talent in poetry is quite remarkable. So how about this? If you can compose a single line of verse right here that can satisfy all three of us." Chen Tai slowly declared that he would take responsibility and allow the women of the Zhu household to stay in the academy. While protecting the M thoroughly, Zhang Shen thought this unreasonable and Zia and Asked while pondering whether the poetry would be made the students' work for free, whether the poems could be free choice or had a fixed topic. The three teachers looked at each other, then Zhang Shen urgently named the theme as encouragement of learning. Zia, and inwardly displeased, realized free verse was not allowed, or he could produce a singular immortal poem in minutes. On the subject of promoting study fame, he recalled the line in books about glory and beauty within books, and that when Zuku passed the exam he sighed for the hard path graduates of Yunlu Academy face. He carefully remembered that line and feared that if he copied it, he would strike at the heart of Yunlu Academy and produce the opposite effect. Seeing Zia and remain silent, Zhu Zinian anxiously called elder brother. Chen Tai delighted in his mind and then modestly invited the student to perform. The student offered boldly, Zia, and quickly called for assistance and asked Zuku to grind the ink for him. He eagerly held it out, saying here, but was stopped as Zia and quickly asked another favor. "Zuku, write it for me. My terrible calligraphy would only bring shame." "No, in fact, I do not know calligraphy at all." Zia and tapped his fingers on the table to keep rhythm for the poem. Under the expectant gazes, he began to chant. "At the third watch lamps are lit, at the fifth the roosters crow." As soon as he started, everyone turned their heads in surprise. Zia and passionately recited the next lines. "While a man sits reading with black hair, not knowing to study early, he will regret when his hair turns white for studying too late." Zhu Zinian froze in astonishment at the last two lines. "With black hair, not knowing to study early, white hair regrets studying late." What a fine poem! Mobai clapped in full praise, exclaiming, "Wonderful poetry! Ning Yan truly has a rare gift for verse." Zhang Shen's eyes sparkled with admiration, proud of his student. He pondered the lines and commented that the words were simple yet the meaning profound. Chen Tai teared up, repeating the poem. "At the third watch lamps are lit, at the fifth the roosters crow while a man sits reading." He reminisced emotionally, asking Kang Yan, "Brother, do you still remember our days teaching at the academy in our youth?" Zhang Shen held himself as if reliving the past, recalling his poor childhood when he could only eat 2 buns a day, often starving at midnight yet enduring to study by lamplight. Mobai beside him exposed their old habit, saying, "That is exactly why every 3 days you two were stealing my eggs." Chen Tai stroked his beard proudly and boasted, "Although I have never served as an official, I still have some reputation in the Dafan court. I can help you come up with a plan. No need to thank me. If you truly wish to repay me, I have a way." Everyone fell silent in disdain, thinking, "No one said they wanted to repay you." After that, the shameless old man tried to coax him with hidden motives. "Ning Yan, why don't you come and become my disciple?" Zia An was dumbfounded by this action. History always repeats itself in astonishing ways. The other 2 teachers were furious and cursed, "Shameless old thieves." At that moment, Zia An composed himself, then earnestly spoke his purpose. "2 honored teachers, Ning Yan truly had something to ask for guidance." Zia An sincerely revealed his struggle. "This junior has been stuck at the refining essence stage for a long time. From beginning to end, there has been no resource or opportunity to enter the refining Kai stage." He clasped his hands sincerely. "Please, teacher, help me open the heavenly gate." Immediately, Zhang Shen sighed and honestly explained, "I cultivate the Confucian path. How could I possibly help you open the heavenly gate? How to circulate blood and energy through the body, how to open the meridians, these are all matters only martial artists understand. Zia and pondered while feeling confused. Unexpectedly, the difference between systems was even greater than I imagined. If opening the heavenly gate requires the help of a master in the spirit refining stage, then how did the first person open the heavenly gate? Mobai, after hearing that, calmly explained, "Do you think the path of martial cultivation was created by one man, completed in one single attempt?" He patiently unraveled the theories, explaining that such breakthroughs required the exploration of many generations. Perhaps in the earliest times, the refining essence stage had already reached its peak, and someone, through a coincidence of fate, managed to open the heavenly gate. From then on, the refining essence stage became the pinnacle of martial cultivation, and over the years, a complete martial system was gradually formed. Astonished, Zia asked again, a coincidence of fate. Chen Tai calmly proposed a method. Having a master of the refining essence stage help open the heavenly gate is the safest and fastest way, but it is not the only one. He then began to explain the principles. At birth, a child possesses a strand of innate vital energy, but as age increases, the heavenly gate closes, and this innate energy becomes hidden within the body. To control this energy once again, one must reopen the closed heavenly gate. There are many methods. Apart from the familiar one of directly opening the gate, there are two others. The first is the method of breathing and absorption. This method requires training from a young age, daily medicinal baths to cleanse the meridians and open the heavenly gate. It takes 20 years and endless money, thus it has long been abandoned. The second is borrowing external force to open the heavenly gate, a foolish method used by the ancient predecessors, such as swallowing a demon core. A demon core is the condensed essence of a demon's cultivation, containing immense energy. After swallowing it, that force will violently break through the meridians, but since it cannot be controlled, it is a path between life and death. After listening carefully to every step, Zia suddenly understood everything. So that was how it worked. Although he did not gain much, it was not a wasted effort. This trip was not a loss. He politely bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, masters, for your guidance." They smiled in satisfaction, praising him. "This student is both humble and respectful, and he speaks pleasantly." At that moment, outside the academy courtyard, the students were shocked as they stared at the notice board, the poem of encouragement to study. They read the poem aloud, their hearts stirred with emotion and shame. At the third watch, the lamps are lit. At the fifth watch, the rooster crows. That is the hour when a true man studies. Shameful, truly shameful. After the provincial exam, I no longer even bothered to read, someone sighed. At first glance, this poem seems plain and ordinary, yet within it lies a profound truth that awakens the soul. I once indulged myself in wandering the mountains and idle discussions, but upon seeing this poem, I realized that one day I would surely regret it. The students grew restless, asking among themselves, which scholar wrote this poem? Chen Tai stood by, stroking his beard with delight. They say poetry is useless, yet they do not understand that poetry moves the human heart most deeply. Laughing heartily, beside him, Zhang Shen nodded in agreement. He composed it within 10 minutes. At this level, even when compared across history, he would still rank among the finest. A moment later, Mobai sighed in regret. It's a pity he's already past the age. Switching to the scholar's path now would be too late. Chen Tai shook his head repeatedly and lamented such a gift. Yet he chose the way of martial arts. What a waste of heaven's blessing. Rubbing his chin, he recalled a past decision. I once heard from Zhu Jiu that when they were children, their father had already decided. Zhu Jiu would study literature, while Ningyan would practice martial arts. At that time, Bingjai even boasted proudly how clever I am. The others grew indignant and denounced him fiercely, causing the man elsewhere to sneeze without knowing why. That Bingjai truly isn't human. Wasting such a talent is infuriating and detestable. At that moment, the crowd grew excited, asking among themselves, once there was a poem known throughout the world, and now there is another on the virtue of study. Could it be that the poetry of the great Feng scholars is about to be revived once more? This poem of encouragement must be widely spread to inspire the talents of great Feng to devote themselves to learning. But why is there no signature? Who was the scholar who composed it? Mo Bai listened intently in silence. This poem must be shared widely, yet it has no name. Just as he looked around in confusion, he espied Brother Chuanjing. He was here just now, wasn't he? Zhang Shen spotted him and pointed over there. Mo Bai, crafty as ever, quickly grabbed a brush and added a line in the year of Zheng Zai. At the turn of the Xinchu year, Mo Bai, following the teachings of Tai Yang, felt inspired and composed this poem. The others were speechless with disbelief. How could someone even try to steal credit like that? The two of them erupted in fury and shouted in unison, "You scoundrel!" They both pointed at him and ordered, "Drop the brush immediately." Meanwhile, behind the library, in the headmaster's office, Hue King sat calmly, sipping her tea in quiet leisure. She greeted him gently. "It's only been half a year since we last met. Yet your hair has turned so much grayer, headmaster." The headmaster of Yunluo Academy, Zhao Shu, replied with a sigh, "It is all the silver of worry and sorrow." Hue King thoughtfully lifted her teacup. "Today I came up the mountain to hear the disciples of the Yunlu Library recite a poem. Do not grieve that the road ahead knows no confidant in the world who would understand you." Princess Hue King smiled with interest. "Such a beautiful poem. I really enjoyed listening. I wonder which great Confucian wrote it. This princess is not like other women. She studied chess with Wei Yuan, military strategy with Zhang Shen, and statecraft with Tran Tai. She has memorized all the masterpieces of the sages. Her knowledge of literature and classics rivals the disciples of the Guozijian. Her understanding is profound and her knowledge extensive." At 18, the emperor allowed her to participate in the editorial work of the Hanlin Academy. Last year, the princess attempted to compile the historical records of the previous dynasty, which led to protests from the ministers, but she disregarded them. Zhao Shu calmly replied, "The Yunlu Library is full of talented people, but it cannot compare to works created from personal inspiration." He seriously affirmed, "No, the thinking of the entire Confucian Academy has become rigid, conservative, and lacking spirit, while poetry relies above all on spirit." Hearing this, Hue King responded with surprise. "These words from the director truly confuse me. Who wrote this poem?" Zhao Shu revealed in a mysterious tone. It was not a learned scholar, but a minor official at the county office. In the quiet space, only the wind rustled. Hue King slowly set down her teacup and, puzzled, went straight to the point. The director really did not consider the matter of officialdom. Hoi Khan spoke loudly with philosophical reasoning. Scholars focus on humanity. Longevity is not guaranteed. She urged firmly, "Do not waste time." In fact, the official position of the Ministry of Communications in Thanchao was meant for Director Zhao Shu. But Zhao Shu declined, unwilling to take office, so he submitted a memorial to the court and ultimately recommended the scholar Zai Yang. He replied firmly and decisively, "If wasting time can open a new path of learning for future generations, then why would I not do it?" Unfortunately, the Zhu Lin sect has been enlightened for over 10 years, spending countless efforts, yet still could not surpass the gap drawn by the saints of the Cheng family. At that moment, she sincerely advised, "Your obsession is too deep. There is no need to be like this. His Majesty invited you to serve as an official with the intention of reusing the Van Lock Library." Hoi Khan persistently persuaded, "If you truly care for the disciples of the Van Lock Library, you should not refuse." Zhao Shu pondered as if seeing through the world, wondering whether it was because he could no longer control Wei Yuan, or because the schemes of the Chu nobles had become increasingly sharp. She seized the opportunity to speak urgently and loudly, "For the common people of Dai Feng, for all the people under heaven." He bitterly repeated, "The common people, all the people." Hoi Khan sighed as she analyzed the situation. After the Shanghai campaign, the national strength of Dai Feng had been gradually weakening. Natural disasters continued without pause. Countless idlers relied on others, and the disasters caused by minor officials became increasingly evident. Court officials only competed for power and profit. Those who spoke without action were innumerable, while those who contributed to the country could be counted on one hand. She paced anxiously, urgently calling out, "Director." Hui Khan concluded with profound insight. Dai Feng lacked a skilled tailor. However, Zhao Shu remained silent, like water, not uttering a word. Seeing this, she hurriedly continued with a worried tone. 3 years ago, the northern barbarians broke the treaty, violated the borders, and exploited the common people. While the southern barbarians destroyed communication stations, ambushed garrison troops, trying to reclaim lost territory, the western states turned a blind eye, and even the Buddhist sect used this situation to intimidate, hoping to spread their teachings to the central plains. Seizing the momentum, Hui Khan pressed further. "Director, as a learned man, should you not demonstrate your ambition and revive the authority of our country?" At that moment, a disciple rushed in breathlessly with news. "Director, something bad had happened. Mobach, Zhang Zhen, and Chen, the three of them are fighting." The disciple stammered in fear, one shouting an old ignorant man, another shouting an old shameless man. It seemed that both had truly lost their temper. Seeing the urgency of the situation, she showed determination. "Director, take me with you." Zhao Shu gave no words, merely signaling a location 1 away, the scholar's hall of the sage. In an instant, both of them moved swiftly. Hui Khan emerged from the dust, blinking as she looked around. They stopped at the scholar's hall of the sage. Just then, the door suddenly flung open. As the wind rushed in, he quickly shifted position. Curiously, she stepped outside, wondering what was happening. In midair, Zhang Zhen shouted in anger, "Mobai, you shameless man, claiming students from me that day was one thing, but today you dare to act like this. Has all the sage's knowledge gone into the dog's belly?" Mobai paid no mind, calmly responding, "As a teacher, helping a student refine their writing and poetry is no issue. Clearly it is an old ignorant man like you who envies my talent." At that moment, Chen furiously bellowed, "Shut your mouth." He growled, "I can no longer tolerate this." He grumbled angrily, "The anger between you, Zhang, and me has reasons. But what does it have to do with me? Chen, step aside." Zhang Zhen remained indifferent, took out a book and tore a page. It seemed that when competition is straightforward, it's hard to determine superiority. He burned the paper, causing a swarm of malicious insects to appear. They rushed toward Mobai. Proudly, Mobai tore a page from his own book. Years ago he had traveled across the world. Mobai burned the paper, then declared firmly, "It is not that we gained nothing from it." In the next instant, the fire trace emerged. It blocked the swarm of beetles. Without hesitation, Fire Trace unleashed a fierce burst of flames. Before anyone could react, Mobai continued the attack with a single strand of hair. At that moment, the hair unexpectedly radiated a smoky pink aura. From within it, a charming young woman appeared. She seductively approached, teasing Zhang Zhen. Instantly, his eyes grew hazy, caught in enchantment. Seeing Zhang Zhen hit by the effect, Mobach laughed with delight. At the same time, Chen sternly challenged me. "I am still here." He produced a golden alchemy pill. In a mere moment, the pill shone brightly, dispelling all the images. The disciples shielded their eyes in astonishment, wondering what was happening. Hui Khan immediately recognized it as the 6th-rank scholar realm. She keenly explained that one could learn lost knowledge from other systems, modify its writing techniques, and incorporate it into books. Zhang Zhen was employing the methods of an old master. The girl in Mobai's paper must be a system sorceress, and as for Chen, if she was not mistaken, he was using the alchemy pill of the Taoist sect. The disciples cheered excitedly, never expecting to witness such a clash between great scholars, truly a once-in-a-thousand-years spectacle. Extremely rare. Zhang Zhen, furious and contemptuous, spat out, "Shameless old man." He pointed sharply and commanded, "Mobai, your pants have fallen down." His face darkened, teeth clenched as he enunciated each word, "Everyone." Mobai, holding his pants, loudly shouted, "Everyone's pants have fallen down." Immediately afterward, everyone's pants had fallen down. leaving them red-faced with embarrassment. Hui Khan quickly conjured a shield on the side. At that moment, Zhao Shu sternly warned, "This place strictly forbids disciples from harming each other. Strictly forbidden to fly in the air, get down, now." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 scholars fell from the sky, screaming ear-piercingly. They crashed onto the ground, causing horror among everyone present. After a brief silence, Mobach hurriedly called out, "Master." Seeing the important figure appear, he respectfully addressed him, "Master," and Zhao Shu asked in a firm tone what had happened. Zhang Zhen and Mobai, putting arms around each other, awkwardly defended their earlier actions, saying this was just a disagreement in academic research. No one would yield, so they switched to another approach. However, Chen, frustrated, stepped forward and declared, "Master, I want to report that they are lying." Zhao Shu, deep in thought, examined the small inscriptions, the small characters, realizing, so that's it, all seeking fame. Then he suddenly remembered and grew angry. Wait a moment. Zhao Shu frowned in contemplation. What is their intention in hiding this from me? Am I that kind of person? At that moment, Hui Khan stepped forward to ask, "Wonderful poem, who wrote this poem?" Zhang Zhen proudly boasted, "It was my student at Dingnian Yang Jian Yang Kaian in Fan Chao. It was written by him. His name is Zia N." Mo Bai quickly added credit, "Also my student." Hearing the familiar name, she was astonished. Thinking silently, the name Zia N seems familiar. Such talent yet working as a minor official is such a waste of ability. Even if he only knows poetry, I could still have him as an assistant in the mansion. Curious and eager to recruit, she asked, "Where is he now?" The old man smiled and glanced elsewhere. "He's out traveling." At the same time, in front of Zia N stood a stone statue named second-rank Great Scholar, Kaiyan Zhong, according to the inscription, born 600 years ago and active during the early years of the Dafeng founding. At that time, the former king was incompetent, officials corrupt and decadent, wealthy elites oppressed the people, wars ravaged the central plains, rebels rose, and the Dachu court fought against the rebels for over 10 years, while the common people in the lowest class suffered greatly. Kaiyan Zhong of the second-rank Great Scholar realm traveled for 3 years, witnessing firsthand the suffering of the people. Filled with righteous anger, he brought the grievances of the people to the Dachu capital, and with his own blood and flesh, he shattered the fragile national fortune of Dachu. He then established the Dafeng state, quelled the chaos of war, and brought peace across the 4 seas. Zia N could not help but marvel, using the people's outrage to destroy a nation's fortune. Even at the end of a declining dynasty, few could have achieved this. Zia N turned in surprise and asked, "Is the second-rank Great Scholar realm really that formidable? Why don't I see the words formidable on the 3 great scholars themselves?" Zin Nian disagreed, criticizing, "Who told you that these masters are second-rank great scholars?" He gently corrected them to the 4th-rank gentleman realm. Then Zin Nian carefully clarified the concept. Great scholars have 2 meanings. First, those with profound and renowned learning, and the other refers specifically to the high-grade levels of the Confucian cultivation system. The second-rank realm, for example, me, we belong to that category. Zia N listened and thoughtfully concluded, "The Van Locke Library has second-rank great scholars," and he folded his arms, reflecting on history. Heard that in the past 200 years, at most there were 3rd-rank life-establishing realm scholars. The head of our academy is indeed 3rd-rank life-establishing, he said with satisfaction. Not bad. Looking back at the temperament of the masters, Zia N candidly assessed. Furthermore, the 3 old scholars' personalities seemed somewhat ostentatious and lack proper decorum. Still a bit immature, they weren't like this before. He wondered about the cause of this change. After the gentleman realm comes the 3rd-rank life-establishing realm. This surely relates to the life-establishing stage. Zin Nian nodded and added a similar case. Qi Zai Yang likewise suddenly changed personality, as if he had become another person. I heard the master say that Qi Zai Yang was only half a step away from reaching life-establishing. In the quiet atmosphere, only birdsong could be heard. Zia and spoke softly and warmly. Elder brother. Zin Nyan seriously predicted the future. The Zhu family will probably remain wrapped in half a lifetime of luck after the disaster, and eventually, the day will come when the clan is exterminated. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The two of them stopped at the Lesser Sage study hall. After a moment of thought, Zin Nyan solemnly explained that this was the origin of the name of Van Lok Academy. Zia interjected with a guess, saying that Jia referred to a scholar and Baklok was the mount. He immediately objected, saying it was not a mount. Zin Nyan seriously reaffirmed that it referred to a wife. Zia frowned and reinforced his point, which was not wrong. This story is recorded in the Van Lok Chronicles of the library. The white deer was a spirit, and when the sage sat down, it would sit beside him listening to the classics. Later it transformed into a human and stayed beside the lesser sage. One human, one spirit, living together from childhood, forming a deep marital bond. Zia amazed, recounted this obstructed love, noting that at that time the mortal world did not allow humans and spirits to be together, and still does not. But once the sage became aware, he did not separate the couple. On the contrary, he approved their marriage, showing that love has no limits, and as long as there is affection, humans and spirits can remain together forever. Hearing this, Zia furrowed his brows in curiosity and asked himself, since ancient times, relationships between humans and spirits had special names, such as the union of heaven and man. So what would be the nickname of this lesser sage? Then Zia replied with interest, only Lok Roman 6 Ma, the Ma being the character for horse. He bowed in respect, greetings. Suddenly, Zia noticed a stone stele beside him. He read the inscription in puzzlement. Upright and loyal, repay the grace of the sovereign, enduring through 100 generations, immortal in fame, recorded with remorse. Staring at the stone stele, Zin Nyan calmly recounted the ancient origins, explaining that this stele had been left here by the lesser sage of the National Academy. Zia listened, feeling as if he had gained new knowledge. He solemnly continued to narrate, beginning with the story of the national struggle over 200 years ago, when the crown prince was the root of the country. At that time, Emperor Ren was in power, and the throne of the crown prince had been vacant for more than 10 years. Among the two princes, one was the legitimate firstborn, and the other was the son of a concubine born to a favored consort. This consort was as beautiful as a flower and deeply cherished by Emperor Ren. The emperor decided to appoint the son of the concubine as crown prince, but faced strong opposition from both the civil and military officials of the court. Zin Nyan calmly and forcefully pointed out the rules, appointing the elder, not the younger, appoint the legitimate, not the secondary. These were long-established principles that even the emperor could not violate. Zia remarked that ceremonial law comprised mandatory regulations commonly referenced by scholars. Emperor Ren issued several edicts, all of which were rejected by the council, whose leaders were scholars from the Van Lok Academy. This national struggle continued for 6 years, during which all the assistant ministers were replaced, and court officials gradually departed. At this time, a scholar from the Van Lok Library assumed the position of assistant minister, steadfastly serving Emperor Ren, enduring all criticisms to manage the situation. The turbulent 6-year struggle eventually ended. As a result, the Van Lok Library fell out of favor with Emperor Ren, who realized that the existence of the library was detrimental to imperial governance. It was then that Cheng Hui proposed establishing the National Academy to cultivate talented officials for the court. Speaking to this point, he seriously pointed out the inevitable consequence. The Confucian scholars began to weaken from that time, and this was the origin of the conflict between the National Academy and the orthodox Confucian schools. After hearing this, he scratched his head and summarized everything. The National Academy was a state-run university, while the Yunlu Library was privately established. And how could a private institution compete with a state institution? Zhu Zinian, perceptive, cautiously probed, asking if his elder brother had any thoughts on that four-state dispute, noting that it had nothing to do with scholarship. Zian was momentarily speechless, thinking inwardly that if it were about scholarship, someone as prone to misinterpretation as his elder brother would be unable to respond. A moment later, on the surface, it appeared to be a struggle over national assets, but in reality, it was a struggle for power. Scholars who wished to demonstrate their ambition had to seize power, and the power of a nation was already fixed. Once in control, one could have the authority to make others disappear. Following this line of reasoning, Zian emphasized the ultimate goal, the highest level in a power struggle, to render the emperor powerless, turning him into a useless ruler. Seeing his disciples' strong reaction, he cocked his head and boldly asked, "What, am I wrong?" Zhu Zinian cleared his throat, but reminded himself internally. "Continue speaking, elder brother, that's correct. But these words must not be spoken recklessly." At this point, Zian lucidly acknowledged that no matter how capable the Confucian scholars were, imperial authority was ultimately stronger. Manipulating the government was only temporary. In the end, all would be dealt with, because those in subordinate positions would forever remain subordinate. He curiously asked in haste if there was any way to break the deadlock. Zian shook his head and then proposed a difficult approach, one that could lead to success, but immediately added there was none. The court was like a battlefield, and struggles for power brought only temporary pleasure, later harming entire families. However, he noted, there was still one method. The legacy of the Confucian immortals was the clearest example. When a person could influence the kai and fortune of a country, they could rely on imperial authority. Zian painted a vision, leaving Zhu Zinian stunned and speechless, imagining becoming a formidable figure on par with the emperor. He metaphorically praised with subtlety, saying that the second young master was smarter than ordinary people, and yet cautious. Zian shyly forced a smile, clearly testing him. Returning to the main issue, Zian reflected inwardly that although the head of Yunlu Library no longer served as an official, he still controlled the sacred site of Confucian cultivation, while the Confucian system itself was beginning to weaken. He recalled Zhu Zinian's earlier remark that Yunlu Library had second-grade Confucian scholars, though it was said that in 200 years the highest attainment had only been third-grade life establishing level, at most third grade. Zian questioned inwardly, wondering whether after reaching third grade, Confucians had to enter government service, or whether it was related to the Confucian artifacts of kai and fortune. He looked at the engraved content, puzzled, and asked what the stele meant and why it was erected here. Zhu Zinian explained solemnly that this was a continuation of the dispute among the orthodox Confucians, or one could say, a part of it. Zian recounted passionately that the so-called lesser sage had extraordinary talent. After the establishment of the National Academy, he surpassed Yunlu Library, and within 13 years created an impressive system of education for future generations. Hearing this, Zian nodded in agreement, approving the preservation of heavenly principles and the elimination of desires. At that moment, Zhu Zinian, with a serious expression, analyzed intently, saying he was correct. The lesser sage believed that all things in the world followed a single rule, called Lai, the principle. The principle was the most essential and accurate thing in the world, and all things existed and developed firmly because of it. Yet amidst the chaotic intertwining of all things, humans would lose themselves and their reason. Therefore, the lesser sage recorded notes and established a set of rules for sages. Scholars who followed these rules would act rightly, avoid transgressions, and harmonize with the laws of heaven and earth. He emphasized its importance. This set of rules would elevate loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness to the level of heavenly principles. Zhu Zinian then gave a stark and extreme example. If a king wanted a minister dead, the minister must die. If a father wished a child dead, the child could not live, sacrificing oneself for the greater good, willing to die. He emphasized the final point forcefully, to preserve one's integrity. Seeing Zian silent for a long moment, he cleverly probed, asking, "What does Zhu Ju think of this?" Zian posed a challenging question. "Is this right or wrong?" Zhu Zinian was momentarily stunned. pondering deeply, right or wrong. He was about to speak but hesitated and faltered. Zhu Zinian searched anxiously for an answer, right or wrong, and Zia suddenly realized in his heart, I understand now. Zia looked at the stele and concluded the essence of the matter. It was the imprisonment of thought. He understood and pointed at it. Zhu Zinian solemnly recounted history. This stele had stood in the Lesser Sage study hall for 200 years without ever falling, and as long as the inscription remained upright, Yunlu Library could never surpass the National Academy. He revealed the tireless efforts behind it. The Academy director had sat in the library for over 30 years, growing old yet continuing to seek knowledge, attempting to refine and correct the IDEs inscribed on the stele. But he had ultimately failed. Zia pondered a grand hypothesis. Was it because the stele represented truth, represented righteousness? Zhu Zinian nodded solemnly in confirmation. Yes. He sighed and expanded the scope, noting that not only the director but also sages and great scholars across generations had competed with this stele. Yet none could reveal the thoughts of the lesser sage were not something ordinary people could refute. Zia curiously pointed at the remaining stele, a sking about the bland K stele above. Zhu Zinian shared sincerely that it had been erected there by the director himself. But for more than 10 years, he had never set his brush upon it. Later, some scholars and great Confucians tried to inscribe words onto the stele to compete with the inscription of the lesser sage. Yet by the next day, all the writings were erased. He spoke with regret, noting that the brush and inkstone were still left behind. Perhaps the director still held onto a faint trace of hope. Zhu Zinian sadly described the hopelessness of it all, lamenting that the person the director had waited for until the end still never appeared. He gave a strained smile as a memory surfaced, saying that he once thought he could do it, that he too had written words upon that stele. At this moment, Zia spoke in a solemn tone, asking directly, Zhu Jiu, let me ask you. He raised a philosophical question. What is more important, the emperor or the people of the world? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zinian immediately replied, of course, the people of the world. Hearing this, Zia went straight to the point. Then why do you study? Zhu Zinian quickly answered with his long-held ideals, of course, to serve the emperor and repay the nation. But before he could finish, Zhu Zinian suddenly froze as if awakening to something, his body stiffening in realization. Seeing the shocked look on his cousin's face, Zia said nothing and only sighed softly. Then he spoke in a quiet but firm tone, to leave one's name in history. He questioned skeptically, is that truly the goal scholars pursue all their lives? Faced with this difficult question, Zhu Zinian was speechless. Zia did not wait for an answer and slowly walked past. He firmly rejected the unreasonable notion, if the emperor wants his subject to die, then the subject must die. By what right? If a father wants his son dead, and the son cannot live, by what right? Zhu Jiu, grind the ink for me. He declared his determination with strength. This time, I want to write it myself. Zia closed his eyes and recalled everything. Once, he had merely traded petty goods to survive, staying up late and rising early just to get by, clearly sick and near death, yet too afraid to ask for payment, as pitiful as a stray dog. He mocked the feudal system, pointing out that the problems and corruption of court officials had persisted for a long time. All of them men in appearance but beasts at heart, claiming loyalty and love for their country, yet never once casting a compassionate glance at the people. The existence of such extraordinary tyrants had increasingly exposed the harms of the feudal dynasty, leaving the common people without courage to rise in resistance. After careful consideration, Zia resolutely opened his eyes. He snatched the brush from Zhu Zinian's hand and boldly wrote a few characters on the stone stele, because heaven and earth establish the heart. He concluded with the final phrase, inaugurate peace. Zia proclaimed firmly, Zhu Jiu, this is what a learned person should do. Staring at the characters he had inscribed, he was entranced, as if feeling the words being etched into his very being. Zhu Zinian's eyes shone brightly, as if discovering a new horizon. At that moment, he looked curiously at his senior brother's head, noticing purple smoke. Seeing his cousin bewildered, he asked, "What is it?" Zhu Zinian, dazed, replied, "It's gone." Was it an illusion? Nothing at all. Just then, the stone steel beside them suddenly trembled violently. Within seconds, it cracked sharply into two halves. The entire room shook continuously. A strange aura shot out naturally from the statue. It exploded powerfully, radiating a mystical light. The force of the aura surged straight up into the sky. Zia looked around in panic, wondering what was happening. It seemed like disaster had struck, and he cheerfully turned to ask, "What disaster?" Zhu Zinian cunningly held his head and ran, "This has nothing to do with us. We've never been to the sage's learning hall." Hearing this, Zia agreed and pursued, "A learned person, wait for me. In critical moments, the one educated is better able to respond." After they had escaped and reached the other side of the forest, Zia chuckled smugly and said, "At this point, can it be said that I've helped the library resolve an age-old problem?" Zhu Zinian happily handed over the water pouch. He shrugged as if unconcerned, saying at most it's a matter 200 years in the making, nothing too significant. Hearing this, Zia feeling impatient, turned to ask for advice. "What do we do now?" Zhu Zinian, sipping water, replied seriously, "If you were me when first entering the academy, I would suggest that you stay there, so the teachers and students of the academy could express their gratitude and kneel in respect." He then changed his expression and decision, saying that the current you only want to quickly take your senior brother away. Leaving without a trace is the best choice right now. Zhu Zinian's eyes grew sharp as he analyzed the situation. The Yunlu Library and the National Academy are in a dispute over legitimacy. When the elder brother receives gratitude from Yunlu Library, he will simultaneously incur the hatred of scholars from the National Academy. All the nobles of the dynasty come from the National Academy. Zhu Zinian contemplated a specific example. One tax collection alone could lead to numerous disasters, and this matter is 100 times more troublesome and dangerous than such a tax. Hearing this, Zia silently admired and approved. "Zhu Jiu's thinking happens to match mine. Very good. The second brother is not a rigid scholar, which is probably why he is so proficient in military strategy." He jokingly teased his cousin, "Zhu Jiu, you really live like a dog." Zhu Zinian calmly explained the plan. "It's fine, as long as we leave. I trust the library will not reveal it casually in the future, but will keep the secret on our behalf." At the same time, on Hui Khan's side, everyone was stunned by the strange aura, a pure Kai, coming from the direction of the Academy of Lesser Saints. She panicked and turned her head to look around, searching for the director and the three sages. Meanwhile, inside the Academy of Lesser Saints, Zhu Bingjai quickly entered to examine the scene. He was horrified when he saw the pile of ruins. Zhu Bingjai anxiously asked himself how the inscriptions of the Lesser Saint of the Chen clan could have broken for no reason. Immediately after, the three sages hurried in behind him, asking, "Director, the Academy of Lesser Saints is filled with pure Kai. What on earth has happened?" They asked again in astonishment, "How did the inscription break?" Seeing this, Mobai was overjoyed as if he had won the lottery, saying, "Great, great news. This means that the suppression of Yunlu Library's fortune has begun to waver. In an era without lesser saints, there is now someone capable of shaking the inscriptions of Chenxi." At that moment, he suddenly saw Zhu Bingjai looking elsewhere. Mobai called out anxiously, "The director." Moments later, he began reciting the classic poem on the stele. "For heaven and earth to establish intent, for the people to establish destiny, for past sages to pass on the earth's supreme knowledge." Zhu Bingjai was startled as if a hidden potential had been awakened. He continued to recite with fervent passion, "For 10,000 years, bringing about great peace." Chen Tai murmured in astonishment. The old man read the final line with excitement. "This is the work that a learned person should do." Chen Tai's eyes shone as if he had suddenly grasped the truth of life. Serving as an official is for the people. The country exists for the populace, not merely for one family line or a few individuals. he asked emotionally. Have you been enlightened? Who wrote this? Zhu Bingjai calmly commanded. All of you go outside first. Whatever happens we will speak of later. He turned his face and gently reminded them, a gentleman should remain silent. After the three sages stepped outside, the Academy of Lesser Saints fell into a deep quiet. Warm golden sunlight streamed through the window. Zhu Bingjai politely knelt on the ground. He clasped his hands in front of him in reverence, showing his respect. Zhu Bingjai calmly performed the ritual before the stele, saying that when the court learns of this, it will already be too late. Outside, Hui Khan stood in thought at a corner, recalling that earlier the Academy of Lesser Saints had been filled with pure Kai, and within a span of 10 Jang the inside and outside had been completely separated. She pondered and remembered the previous report. The princess, do not ask. I also do not yet know. The guards bowed respectfully and asked, Your Highness. Hui Khan said firmly, the Yunlu library is filled with pure Kai. The Academy of Lesser Saints is sealed, and report this matter to Lord Y. Have him keep an eye on the library and investigate this thoroughly. The guards respectfully and resolutely acknowledged, yes. After a moment, she fell into contemplation and added, There is more. The scene shifted to a rooftop in the heart of the city. In the center, two master and disciple sat together enjoying the view. Chu Keiwei cheerfully asked, Master, when will I reach the threshold of 6th grade and become an alchemist? Jian Zheng sighed in exasperation and warned, When you stop being so greedy for food and can calmly cultivate, the opportunity will come. She sadly ate while speaking. Then perhaps I'll never achieve it in my lifetime. Chu Keiwei innocently changed the subject. That's right, silver is very easy to ignite, and if thrown into water it explodes. There's basically no way to preserve it. She realized the problem with wide-eyed concern. Then it means I can't speak to the emperor about it. The old man scoffed dismissively. That emperor only knows useless work. Just tell him to stay out of the way, and that's enough. Chu Keiwei stuck out her tongue mischievously. I wouldn't dare say such words. You say them yourself. At that moment, she hastily changed the topic. Master, 4th senior brother is about to go mad, and you don't care. You keep running outside the city for no reason. What nonsense. The alchemy has already opened the secret door for him. Moments later, Chu Keiwei continued talking non-stop. Master, I think that mistranslator Zia and isn't bad either. Can we recruit him into the private celestial bureau? Oh, right. You don't even know who he is. He's the one who solved that taxation case. Master, what exactly does pruning mean anyway? At that point, Jian Zheng gently interrupted Chu Keiwei, and she obediently replied, Yes, master, please continue. The old man helplessly reminded her, Can even food shut your mouth? Chu Keiwei, ever curious, continued to ask Master, Why do you keep looking over there? Jian Zheng, weary, revealed his inner thoughts. Chu Keiwei, the master, feels a bit regretful. She urged earnestly, Master, to speak. He sipped his tea and then used a spell to blacken all the food. How could you not know the silence prohibition of the Confucians? Seeing her beloved food ruined, Chu Keiwei panicked and pleaded, Master, I was wrong. Quickly turn it back. Jian Zheng sternly wanted to impart knowledge. Master, let me teach you another principle in the field of alchemy. But she was still absorbed in the food. I only ate a little. He emphasized wickedly, Then you cannot oppose most of its transformations. Chu Keiwei huffed in frustration and stomped away. I will never come to find you again, old man. Meanwhile, inside the thatched house, Mobai pondered and recounted the previous events I had asked before. At that time no student was near the sacred academy, and we didn't know who had entered. He said thoughtfully with certainty, The handwriting on the stele is not from any student in the library. Writing so poorly, I don't think any student we taught could have done it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen suddenly remembered and knocked on the table. He reasoned logically, if it wasn't a student from the library, yet was inside today, then only the brothers Ningyan and Tuku could be traveling. Zhang Zhen was startled by the sudden thought. Could it be? Mobai shyly revealed his own intention. Just thinking of that stele, I feel so embarrassed. I had long abandoned the idea of serving as an official all these years. He held his head in despair and lamented, only wishing to leave his name to be remembered for generations, to have his mark written into history. Seeing this, Zhang Zhen immediately encouraged him. Brother Chunting, you truly have virtue. Then allow me to guide you in the poem of scholarly enlightenment. Mo Bai suddenly saw the light, focusing on his purpose. But serving the people and the nation does not necessarily conflict with leaving one's name in history. Hearing that, Zhao Shu was stunned for a few seconds. He widened his eyes and looked straight at him. Astonished, brother, are you about to reach the life-establishing realm? Mo Bai stroked his beard and joyfully affirmed, my thoughts have cleared, enlightenment has arrived in an instant. The other two looked on in awe, their faces filled with envy. In the cultivation world, the third rank, life-establishing realm, is the stage where one seeks the true purpose of life, and every individual has a path of their own. The path of Dean Zhaoshu was to create a new school of Confucian thought, to help tens of thousands of scholars in the world break free from the prison of ideology and find a new way forward. Therefore, as long as he has not achieved this goal, he cannot break through to the second rank. He solemnly concluded, from this day forward, no student is to enter the sacred academy, and this matter must not be spread outside. Zhao Shu, with calm authority, gave his order, a gentleman must know when to remain silent. The three scholars responded in unison, yes. Meanwhile, Zia An and Zhu Zinian were on horseback, returning to the city. Along the way, the younger one asked suspiciously, elder brother, shouldn't you explain a bit? You only just began learning, so how could you say words so earth-shaking? Zhu Zinian arrogantly lifted his face toward the sky, saying that such words could only be spoken by people of learning, like himself. Zia An frowned, mocking in his heart, look how pleased you are. He felt a surge of confidence within, shouting silently, so what if you are good at studying? I have had 9 years of compulsory education, and am even a master of the keyboard. If we really compare knowledge, scholars like you are merely juniors before me. He forced a smile and began to analyze calmly yet deeply. Scholars like you are molded by a certain school of thought. Even if over time you realize it is not right, it is still very difficult to break free from it. Zia An's face darkened as he pointed out the essence of it. This is the imprisonment of thought. Zhu Zinian was astonished and repeated those 4 words, imprisonment of thought. Zia An carefully dissected the issue. The dean of Yunlu Academy is imprisoned by ideology. Influenced by the doctrines of Master Cheng, he wants to break through, to create a new school of thought. But when he himself is trapped in the whirlpool, how could he lead other scholars in the world out of it? Then he drew the conclusion of truth, only those standing outside the whirlpool. The scene shifts to a tea house down the street. The shopkeeper clasped his hands nervously and pleaded, young master, please, take this golden dagger as a gift from me, but I beg you not to come here again. Zia An smiled cheerfully and tucked it casually into his robe, saying, this is too kind of you. The shop owner watched his figure fade into the distance and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was gone. Although it is a tradition of the treasure pavilion that anyone who solves a riddle can buy jewelry at half price, this young master. Before that moment, he had been gleefully enjoying the game. Ladies, I can help you solve the riddles, but you must share half the winnings with me, all right? The crowd of women admired his brilliance, cheering loudly, young master, you are incredible. Every guess is correct. Me, it's my turn now. After Zia An left, the ladies sighed wistfully, wondering, why did that young master leave? When will he return? The shop owner felt as if a burden had been lifted. If he stayed any longer, all my capital would have been gone. At dusk, on a familiar street, Zia An was walking slowly when he suddenly sensed a strange aura. His instincts sharpened immediately. Someone was watching him. He could feel a chilling, killing intent. His mind quickly analyzed the situation, concealing his hatred. This must be a skilled master. At this moment, the one who resents him and secretly follows him can only be from the Chu residence. Zia An frowned in thought, then concluded decisively, it can only be the Chu family. He reflected on his earlier choice. Visiting the Yunlu library had been the right decision after all. Though both he and his second uncle had good martial skills, the presence of women in the household was still a burden. Ziya reminded himself to activate his emergency plan. He could not delay his countermeasures against the Chu family any longer. When he returned to the mansion, Lin Yin was playing with a flock of geese. Seeing him enter, the little girl happily called out, "Big brother, you're back." She lifted her chin proudly and boasted, "Big brother, do I look majestic?" Ziya went inside to change his clothes, then asked in confusion, "Where did the geese come from?" The girl innocently replied, "Mother told me to buy them. She said we should raise." Lin Yin eagerly volunteered to lead the way. "The big goose is over there. Let me bring it here. Big brother, wait for me a moment." A second later, the little girl was dragged by the goose and panicked, screaming for help. "Big brother, help me." Seeing that, Ziya pretended not to notice and calmly asked if Uncle Tu and second uncle were still in the study. Inside the room, Tan Nyan softly reported the recent developments. "My brother and I have arranged everything properly. Tomorrow we can bring mother and little sister to the library. It will also be a good chance to invite the teachers there to educate Lin Yin." He excitedly imagined her reaction. Once Lin Yin hears the good news, she will surely cry tears of joy. Then Ziya hurriedly shared an important matter. "Oh right, I have something to tell second uncle." He spoke in a serious tone, reporting the news. "On my way back, I was being followed." Tu Ju turned to ask, "And what about you?" Tan Nyan sighed and shook his head with self-doubt. "Even if someone was following me, how could I possibly know? I am only a 9th grade scholar at the opening spirit stage." At that moment, Zhu Bingjai gave strict instructions. "Ning Yan, stay in the residence tonight. The two of us uncles and nephews should stay close. That way we can protect each other more easily. Tonight we will head out again. Tell the guards to increase patrols around the area." When evening came, the family gathered together for dinner. Lai Yu looked silently at her nephew's strange actions, wondering what he was up to this time. Ziya took out a gift, and her eyes immediately lit up. The golden dagger from the treasure pavilion. Lai Yu smiled and stretched out her hand. "Well, at least you still have a bit of conscience left. Hand it over." However, Ziya calmly passed it to his little sister instead. "Little sister, this is for you." Lin Yu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, big brother." Zhu Bingjai forced a smile to calm his wife. "Don't be angry. Don't take it too seriously with this boy. Ning Yan, if you have money, you should help the family instead of buying impractical things like this." She found it unreasonable and quickly stepped in to defend him. "Our family is not short of food or clothes. The very rice father is eating now also comes from big brother's salary." Zhu Bingjai grew suspicious and stepped forward to question Ning Yan. "Where did you get the money from?" Ziya calmly explained in detail. "I saw that the jewelry my little sister wore was too cheap, so I kept it in mind. I saved money by eating and spending less, and combined with the Treasure Pavilion's game that gives half price if you solve their riddles." Ziya silently reminded himself, "I can't say that this jewelry was obtained for free." Upon hearing that, Lin Yin was suddenly moved, unable to speak, and remembered it deeply in her heart. She murmured softly with emotion, "In this family, only big brother truly keeps me in his heart." At this moment, Lai Yu quickly changed the topic. "The new year is coming. Ning Yan is already 20. Old master, shouldn't we start thinking about his marriage?" Lin Yu was startled and reacted strongly. "What?" The woman cleverly listed the girl's virtues. "Luna is also a good girl. She grew up in our residence since childhood and is childhood friends with Ning Yan." Lin Yu boldly objected. "Mother, please don't decide on your own again. The matter of big brother's marriage should be discussed between him and father. Don't you know what place you hold in big brother's heart?" Lai Yu spoke firmly. "Ning Yan and Luna are well matched and understand each other well. Is it your place as a younger sister to oppose it?" Ziya, upon hearing that, proudly corrected himself and thought, "No, saying we understand each other well is a bit too much. It's not to that extent." Tan Nyan instantly caught on and revealed the deeper reason. Mother feels that if Lu Na marries Big Brother, we 1T have to spend on the betrothal gifts, and it will also give Big Brother a reason to move out. The woman froze, sweating profusely. Lai Yu laughed awkwardly and teased this child, still as blunt as ever. Zia N, seeing that, felt quietly proud, that is truly my honest little brother. Zhu Bingjai scolded to ease the tension. Enough. You don't need to worry about this. Until Ning Yan reaches the refining spirit stage, he will not go near women. Lu Na was heartbroken, unable to believe what she heard. Madam. That night in the couple's room, Zhu Bingjai sadly reproached, "Did you have to be like that?" Still angry now, Lai Yuru sulked with annoyance. "That brat of yours truly has no conscience at all, only knows how to anger me." She added plaintively, "At first, when I took him in from your hands, he was still like a little kitten," Lai Yuru petulantly reminded. "Who raised him then?" At that Zhu Bingjai produced the gift and calmly explained. "Ning Yan told me to give this to you," Lai Yuru helplessly recounted. Neither of you would admit defeat, and he was embarrassed to hand it over. Holding the object, she was astonished and speechless. "Unexpectedly, this is even more expensive than the one for our daughter." Lai Yuru pondered and suddenly understood why it was not brought out at the table earlier. She smiled with relief and a hint of satisfaction. "This brat still has some conscience." He said nothing more and took the sword and stepped outside. Zhu Bingjai set his face ready at any moment and gripped the sword tightly. By morning the sun had just risen. Ling Yu woke as if expecting something and hurriedly ran to push open the window. She breathed in the fresh morning air and stretched to enjoy the clear sky. Xiao Mai cautiously asked, "Miss, what are you looking at the window?" Ling Yu, startled, denied it at once. "No, I am not looking at anything." Seeing the odd behavior, she asked again, "Miss, are you waiting for something?" Ling Yu firmly denied. "I am not waiting," Xiao Mai urged anxiously. "Miss, come brush your hair. Get ready, we are about to depart." Ling Yu complained impatiently, "I know you are annoying." Time passed and the family paused at the foot of Qingyan Mountain. Ling Yan sat in the carriage curious and asked, "Mother, where are we?" Then Zhu Bingjai cautiously inquired, "Have we been overthinking it?" "Since last night everything has been calm." Zhu Zinian rubbed his chin and proposed, if the person who followed elder brother yesterday was truly from the Chu residence, then they have already missed two prime opportunities to act. But it is also possible that in Shilling's eyes they can deal with us anytime, or he is entangled in a larger trouble, facing imminent danger. Zia and stressed. "But we must deal with one thing. If we do not eliminate Shilling, we will surely die." After a moment of discussion, the family climbed the steps together. He carried Ling Yan on his back and gently asked, "Do you know where this place is?" The little girl innocently replied, "Elder brother, I do not know." Zia N smiled mysteriously and pointed ahead. "It is your second brother's academy. We are bringing you there to study. From now on you will not come home anymore." Ling Yan was struck as if by lightning and burst into tears. "Mother, I do not want to go to the academy. I do not want to study." Lai Yuru softly comforted her. "Your elder brother is a bad person, he is lying to you. So noisy." As they reached the gate, Zhu Zinian politely greeted, "Master Mo Bai, where is teacher Zhang Shen?" The elder stroked his beard and calmly replied, "He is in seclusion." Mo Bai then turned his gaze toward Zia N and recalled the verses engraved on the stone tablet. Regaining composure, he carefully announced, "I have already arranged a room for you." Zia N gratefully bowed. "Thank you, master." Zhu Zinian sincerely requested, "My little sister is just beginning her studies. Would you allow her to stay in the academy for a while?" Mo Bai agreed without hesitation, breaking the little girl's heart. "Very well." Ling Yan was 5 years old. At this age, scholars did not refuse to enlighten children, and even encouraged it. 2 days later, at the zoo residence, Zia and solemnly began the main task. "Then let us report the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days." He laid out a bold idea to devise a plan against the Chu residents. Regarding the information obtained, his second uncle's report was as follows. "These past few days Zhu Lai has been very well behaved, probably warned by Minister Chu already, obedient, and without any violations. He spends his days indulging in women often seen at gambling dens, taverns, and pleasure houses. Zhu Lai frequently visits a certain house, though it has no signboard, likely a private residence he bought outside. Inside are a maid, an old woman, an old man guarding the door, and a woman. Zhu Bingjai excitedly offered a logical assumption. That woman is most likely someone he keeps outside. He pondered and asked further, "What do you two think about this?" Zhu Zinian calmly began to speak. Although our academy does not follow the same path as the Imperial College, individuals can still associate and make friends. Scholars of the same age sometimes gather together. Zhu Bingjai watched the two brothers discussing and felt dissatisfied. Why are they ignoring me? He pondered and continued to analyze. Zhu Lai is an arrogant and domineering man who has had conflicts and quarrels with fellow students in the Imperial College, but he is definitely not a brainless rich fool. Those who hold grudges against him usually come from ordinary families. Then Zia closed his eyes and thought carefully. Although Zhu Lai's methods are not wise, he does possess a certain degree of cunning. His arrogance and bullying are directed only toward those beneath him in status, which will surely make him more difficult for us to handle. Zhu Zinian summarized the useful information. Zhu Lai has been infatuated for a long time with a courtesan named Fu Xiang from the pleasure house. He added more details. Whenever he visits the pleasure house, it is always to seek Lady Fu Xiang. Yet he often loses in gambling sessions there. Upon hearing this, Zia froze for a moment, recalling the image of that poetic beauty, Lady Fu Xiang, the top courtesan of the pleasure house. Zia was slightly moved, stunned for a few seconds. She is the beauty whom Captain Wang once said was worth a lifetime just to spend one night with. At this moment, Zhu Zinian spoke slowly with deep thought. I have been thinking that we could try to provoke him once more, using the conflict between Zhu Lai and his fellow students to form a plan. He suddenly came up with an idea, but those classmates are not strong enough to have any real influence over him, and with Zhu Lai's cautious nature, making him start trouble with the sons of more powerful officials would be far too difficult, almost impossible. The term inner court refers to the sons of nobles and bureaucrats. After analyzing the situation carefully, Zhu Zinian concluded with a strategic tone. Zhu Lai visits the pleasure house quite often. If we want to gather more intelligence, then Lady Fu Xiang is our best breakthrough point. At that moment, Zia tapped the table as a reminder. Zhu Jiu, do not be mistaken. He spoke seriously. We cannot create an overly complex or sophisticated plan to deal with Zhu Lai, because the gap between us and him is simply too great. Scholars often fall into the trap of being too clever for their own good. When they plot against others, they end up making things harder for themselves, always trying to devise some elaborate scheme or refined stratagem. Especially someone with high self-esteem and knowledge of military tactics like Zhu Jiu. Hearing this, he eagerly asked, "Then what is your brilliant idea, elder brother?" Simple. Zia calmly stated the core principle, the simpler the better. He then expressed a unique view. The way to commit a crime without leaving traces is the passion to kill. The passion to kill is a type of criminal passion in criminal theory, opposite to premeditated murder, meaning killing without deliberate motive, but under the victim as provocation. The killer loses reason, cannot control themselves, and slays another. Cherish life, do not imitate. Next, Zia outlined the most basic steps. Step 1: do not involve too many people. Step 2: do not make the matter too complicated. He posed a hypothetical. If Zhu Lai has a conflict with some son of a noble whose father happens to be able to punish the minister. After a moment of silence, Zia slyly asked, "What would you do?" Seeing his junior speak mysteriously and incoherently, he waved his hand to counsel Tuku to stop scheming. Then Zia painted a simple plan. We can easily disguise ourselves, seize the chance to beat that noblest son, and then swagger away. Zhu Bingjai enthusiastically banged the table, approving this idea of Ning Yan. Zhu Zinian asked in surprise, "Is it really that simple?" Zia smiled and retorted, "Simply does not mean ineffective. Sometimes leaving an opening is more advantageous." Next, he simplified the victim's psychology. The struck noblest son will think, "Who have I offended recently? Dan Zhu Lai." And Zhu Lai certainly will not confess these things. None of this matters. Anyone can testify freely. After all, the conflict has already intensified. You hit me, so I hit back. He grinned mischievously. How about that? Zhu Xinian folded his arms, nodded in agreement. Not bad. So what intelligence have you gathered? Zia and solemnly reported, I have already learned who the political enemy of Minister Chu is. Both of them were stunned when they heard that. Zia and calmly revealed the secret. It is the Minister of Revenue. Hearing this, Zhu Xinian was shocked to realize the Minister of Revenue, the one above the Vice Minister. He quickly grasped the truth. No wonder Vice Minister Chu planned the tax reform, because he knew the superior was about to make things difficult for him and needed a large amount of silver to cover the shortage. Since they were both in the same ministry, the minister could easily catch the fox by its tail. Zhu Bingjai asked in disbelief, Ning Yan, how do you know these things? Zia and mischievously yet honestly replied, Lady Chu Keiwei of the Astronomical Bureau told me. He secretly noted the price he had to pay for the information, but in exchange only a skewer of candied hawthorn, a roasted goose leg, a bowl of fish sauce, and a bowl of fishball soup. Zia and commented with amusement, that little beauty is very easy to bribe, which is a virtue, though her flaw is that she has no interest in court politics, and the Astronomical Bureau itself does not intervene in government affairs, so the information is limited. Returning to the main issue, he sighed in disappointment and pointed out, it seems the information we have gathered is still not enough to form a thorough and meticulous plan. What should be our next step? Zhu Xinian proposed a new idea. I suggest we go to the music courtyard to gather news from Lady Fujiang. But I certainly cannot do this since I have never been to such a pleasant place. Zia and firmly refused and explained, I cannot go either, for I have not yet reached the spirit refining stage, and thus cannot break purity. Both then turned their gaze toward Zhu Bingji. He shook his head disdainfully at such debauchery. Why are you looking at me? Am I the kind of man who would visit the music courtyard? I cannot even read. Going there would only make a fool of myself. Zia and replied with ironic praise, Yet the poems you wrote are much loved in the music courtyard. Zhu Bingjai defended himself without backing down. Your elder brother is an honest man. He does not even visit brothels. He affirmed awkwardly, if you send him to the music courtyard, he will end up stuck there, unable to finish the mission, and even lose his body to women. Zia and nodded approvingly, upright, virtuous, correct, an honest and decent man indeed. Zhu Bingjai refused to go to the music courtyard, not only because it was a place for refined scholars who disliked rough men, but also for another reason. Zhu Xinian refused to go to the music courtyard, not only because a scholar must protect his reputation and honor, but also for another reason. Zia and refused to go to the music courtyard, not only because he had never set foot in such places, but also for another reason. Inside and outside the city were not the same. Outside the city, people were not forbidden to go out at night. Inside the city, outside the city, within the city walls were all people of status, and to ensure their safety, once the drums were heard after sunset, no one was allowed to go out to the streets anymore. And everyone knew that the Department of Music and Entertainment was a place that operated during the night. This meant that those who came there were not only there to gather information, but also to stay overnight. They were young men, full of vitality, and if they stayed there and were teased by the courtesans, who could possibly resist? Therefore, anyone who went to the Department of Music and Entertainment was going there to consort with women. The three men sitting here all had distinguished backgrounds. The first was a scholar, an upright gentleman named Zhu Jiu. The second was a man who knew self-restraint, Zia En, who never visited places of pleasure. The last one was known for his faithfulness, Bingjai, who deeply loved his wife and children. Even if there were personal reasons, going to such a place was still consorting with women, and that fact could not be changed. Then Zia En began to imagine the scene of their indulgence. Xinian took the initiative and said, Father, you are here too. Today this courtesan is mine. Tomorrow will be your turn. The father became furious and fought back. Get lost. Who is the real father here? Me first. The son cut in, determined to take the courtesan for himself. Both of them quarreled, saying, Move aside. This girl is mine. In that instant, Zia and suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly calmed himself. What am I thinking? Forget about the matter at the Department of Music and Entertainment for now. Let us continue gathering information. After all, we cannot be sure whether Miss Fuxiang's information will be useful to us or not. Then he proposed a concrete plan. The day after tomorrow, we will compile the information once more, and if we still have no results, only then will we consider going to the Department of Music and Entertainment. As soon as they heard that, the two men immediately replied in unison, agreed. After the meeting ended, Zia pondered deeply. Perhaps he should make a small sacrifice and visit the Department of Music and Entertainment tomorrow night. Inside the city, he quickly changed his clothes, for when going to a refined place like that, he naturally had to dress like a young gentleman. In this era, those who could live inside the city were all people of status and rank. His aunt had always wanted to sell her property outside the city and move inside, but unfortunately, she had a nephew who devoured all her gold and silver, so she could never make the move. At that moment, Zia stopped at the city gate and looked up. He saw the signboard that read Yongkang Street, one of the main roads in the capital. Zia was overwhelmed by the scale of the street. His second uncle had told him it was large, but he had not expected it to be this vast. Even 10 carriages traveling side by side would not cause a traffic jam. Such a wide main road clearly had its reasons, for when the emperor and nobles went out, guards would come in advance to clear the way. Even if assassins wanted to hide in the houses on both sides to shoot hidden arrows, with this 200-meter width, weapons such as crossbows or cannons would lose their effect. Just then, he turned around in suspicion. Zia's gaze fell upon a luxurious carriage. This carriage, the next instant, he laughed at himself, thinking that even if he worked hard his whole life, he would never be able to afford even one wheel of that carriage. At the same time, 2 soldiers were quarreling over a game. Missed again, so annoying, move aside, my turn now. Seeing their actions, Zia quickly understood they were playing a game of throwing darts into a bottle. One of the soldiers, who had not won a single round, walked forward confidently. He pulled out his money pouch and declared, "Old Taoist, my master said he will use 60 taels of gold to buy everything in your stall." Zia was speechless and mocked silently. Since he could not win, he decided to use gold to buy it outright. Jin Lion said nothing, only curved his lips into a smile. The old Taoist calmly reminded them, rules are rules. Seeing this, Zia felt a wave of suspicion. This Taoist, looking closely at the items displayed, he sensed something unusual. Leaving the other things aside, the fact that gold and silver could be displayed openly here without being stolen meant that this Taoist was definitely not ordinary. At that moment, another soldier patted his companion's shoulder and warned, "Stop playing, our master is calling us to go." At this moment, Zia stepped forward and asked, "Old Taoist, how much does it cost for 1 round?" Jin Lion handed him the tool and answered clearly, 1 tael of silver, from 30 steps away, blindfolded, turned around and thrown. Zia held the tool in his hand and analyzed it as he turned around. Throwing from 30 steps away would not be too difficult for someone in the refining energy realm, but turning around and being blindfolded would make the player lose their sense of touch, increasing the difficulty so much that it seemed almost impossible to hit the target. Zia confidently tied the blindfold tight, for he had absolute faith in himself. Gathering all his focus, he turned on his heel because Zia drew an arrow. Then, with calm ambition, he threw it, thinking, "I haven't picked up any gold for several days already." At that exact moment, the person inside the carriage gave the order, "Go." Without hesitation, Zia threw the remaining arrows all at once. He proudly struck a confident pose, thinking, "This pile of gold and silver will all be mine." The crowd around him trembled, pointing at the target, "Hit." They cheered in excitement, "It's in." The next instant, the person of authority in the carriage commanded loudly, "Stop the carriage." Immediately, Zia thrilled with anticipation, triumphantly declared, "Old Taoist, this pile of gold and silver now belongs to me." But before he could scoop up the treasure, the old man swiftly stopped him. Jin Lion calmly presented 2 items and said, "Young master, you have thrown 3 arrows, so choose one of these 2. Zia quickly refused without hesitation. "I don't want them, I want the silver." The old Taoist repeated firmly, "Rules are rules." Jin Lion tried his best to persuade him, praising the true value of the 2 treasures. "These 2 items are rare artifacts. How could worldly things compare?" Looking at the strange object in his hand, Zia asked in confusion, "What is the use of this treasure of yours?" Jin Lion remained calm and mysterious. "I do not know. I only know that she is waiting for someone destined to have it." Zia's eyes turned sharp with suspicion and mockery. "Whether it is a treasure or not, who could tell? Silver is far more practical." At that moment, Zio, who approached earnestly, "Young master, my master wishes to ask for your help with something." Zia, curious yet cautious, asked in return, "What does your master want?" Then the man clearly pointed to the bracelet, the string of Bodhi beads placed there. Zio, who respectfully offered an appealing price, "My master is willing to pay you 60 taels." The gleam of money clouded Zia's mind, and he agreed immediately. "All right." The man handed him 3 arrows and added, "My master says you may throw a few more times. We will cover the cost." Zio, who closed his eyes and reassured him, "Even if you fail, it's fine." No sooner had he spoken than Zia hit the target in 1 try, leaving Zio, who astonished. 1 shot, and it's in. Zio, who evaluated seriously, "This young man may look like an ordinary scholar, but he is definitely a formidable one." However, the person inside the carriage remained silent. Zia smirked slightly and removed his blindfold. The window of the carriage opened slightly with the passing breeze. Jin Lion happily concluded, "Both of these treasures shall belong to you." Zia handed over the item to complete the deal. "Here is the string of beads your master wanted." The man bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Then Zio, who handed Zia a money pouch. Receiving his payment, Zia joyfully lifted it up. 60 taels of gold were now in his hands. At the same time, he grew curious, wondering who the person inside the carriage might be. Just as he turned around, he suddenly realized something. Zia looked around in confusion. Where did that Taoist go? He snorted dismissively and tucked the item into his robe, pretending to be mysterious. Zia cheerfully skipped away in delight, thinking, "I'll go and exchange the gold for silver notes first." After completing the exchange, he suspiciously examined the note in his hand. The conversion rate between gold and silver here was 1:8, so 60 taels of gold equaled 480 taels of silver. After doing the math, Zia compared with dissatisfaction. This amount of silver could probably only buy a small house in the city. If I want a large house, without 20,000 taels of silver, it's out of the question. He smugly imagined the scene, but even that would be enough to throw it in his aunt's face. "You, how dare you?" Zia paused and wondered, why is it that every time I earn money, I can't help but want to throw it in her face? The main character seems to bear quite a grudge against his aunt. He began listing tempting options. Aside from throwing it in her face, 480 taels of silver could also be used to redeem a lower-ranked courtesan from a brothel, perhaps even bring her home, but that wouldn't be worth it. With 480 taels of silver, he could instead take turns enjoying time with another courtesan and have enough to sustain a few months of pleasure. But redeeming a courtesan would not only cost all his wealth, he would also have to provide for her daily needs, and with his current income, he could barely afford to support one official wife. Moreover, he had no desire to redeem any woman from the brothel. Using public funds for personal indulgence would surely invite divine punishment. A while later, Zia stopped in front of a grand gate. Standing before its magnificent structure, he stared in awe. So this is the famous Great Treasure Pavilion of Guokai, the Department of Music and Entertainment. He recalled what the head constable had once told him. Normally, a brothel is built with 2 or 3 stories and a few small courtyards, and that is already considered standard. But the Department of Music and Entertainment is different. because this entire row of buildings belongs to it. That is how wealthy the Guokai Empire truly is. The Department of Music and Entertainment had its own threshold, and the minimum entry fee was 5 taels of silver. A lower-class prostitute only cost 1 coin, yet 5 taels of silver amounted to several months of income for an ordinary family. And that was only. Therefore, the guests of the Department of Music and Entertainment were divided into 3 types. The first were the powerful nobles, the most extravagant of all. These people, who held considerable positions in society, were especially obsessed with the wives and daughters of convicted officials. The second type were government officials. For them, the Department of Music and Entertainment was a place to gather and drink tea after work. Whenever they wanted to feast and socialize, this was where they came. Notably, officials from the Ministry of Rights were exempt from paying fees, since the Department of Music and Entertainment was under the ministry's jurisdiction. The third type were scholars. These men were more refined than nobles, fond of composing poetry and writing couplets, and much easier to please than officials. As a result, they were the favorites of the young ladies working there. The young women of the Department of Music and Entertainment were also divided into 3 groups. The first were the wives and daughters of convicted officials, the most tragic kind, forced into prostitution and constantly humiliated. The second were women captured in wartime. The third were courtesans personally selected and trained by the department itself. In the end, Zia couldn't help but admire and acknowledge one thing. If a man could live and learn until old age, then his mentor, the head constable, truly deserved respect. After exploring the area, Zia finally stopped in front of the Plum Shadow Pavilion. As soon as he stepped through the main entrance, he knelt politely and introduced himself. I am Yang Ling, a licentiate scholar from Changle County. I have long heard of Miss Fuxiang's reputation. Zia smiled with formal courtesy and expressed, that is why I have come here specially to pay my respects. A beautiful nightlife is about to begin. The Department of Music and Entertainment had a total of 12 courtesans, ranked according to virtue, fortune, talent, and beauty, divided into 4 tiers. Miss Fuxiang belonged to the highest tier, known for her dual mastery of poetry and music. The attendant presented the price with a serious expression, 10 taels of silver. That was why the banquet fee here was twice as expensive as in ordinary rooms. By the time night had fallen, Zia was invited inside by a maid. Young master, please come this way, the evening banquet has already begun. Inside, the guests were applauding and cheering in admiration. Wonderful, what a fine verse, who will go next? One man smiled awkwardly and replied, well, I haven't thought of one yet. At that moment, Zia slowly stepped forward. Bowing slightly, he introduced himself clearly. I am Yang Ling, a licentiate scholar from Changle County. Greetings, gentlemen. A friendly scholar struck up a conversation. First time here, you look rather unfamiliar. Zia eagerly replied with admiration. I have long heard of Miss Fuxiang's fame, so I came especially to broaden my horizons. He then glanced toward the front. His eyes grew dreamy as he saw the flickering silhouette at the center. Zia stared blankly at the main attraction, the courtesan of the Department of Music and Entertainment, Miss Fuxiang. This woman was truly stunning. He clutched his chest, feeling his heart tremble as if it might burst. Just then, another scholar volunteered to recite a poem. My turn now. Frozen wine. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Zia's eyes widened in surprise. So fast. He looked toward her nervously. Fuxiang smiled brightly and clapped her hands in praise. At that moment, the scholar announced loudly, Young Master Yang, your turn. Zia rubbed his chin uneasily, thinking, I'm not very good at poetic couplets, even making them rhyme is already hard enough. After pondering for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. Got it. Clove blossoms bloom by the hundreds, the thousands, the tens of thousands. Everyone around him nodded in appreciation and praised wholeheartedly. The second line matches perfectly. Zia looked expectantly toward her. Yet Fuxiang remained composed as always, making him secretly doubt that the smile on her face seemed far too fake. Observing more closely, he realized that after assessing him once, she immediately looked away and paid him no further attention. His sitting posture was stiff and formal, and he only drank when forced to by others. From these small details, he drew a sharp conclusion. Therefore, the courtesan clearly looked down on their level, only enduring their company out of obligation. At that moment, a cheerful courtesan urged him warmly, "Young master, please sit here." Zia turned his head curiously. Someone else had arrived. When he saw the newcomer's face clearly, it was none other than Xinian. Shocked, Zia broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing the commotion, Xinian glanced over. Both of them gasped in alarm and shouted at the same time. Then, in their fluster, they spoke awkwardly. What a coincidence." A confused scholar nearby asked, "Do you two know each other?" Xinian cleared his throat and faked a few coughs. "Know each other? You could say that." Zia forced a strained smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "We have met a few times before. It seems Brother Zhu still remembers Yang. We once met in Changla County." Xinian then formally introduced himself. "I am Bingjai, a student of Changla County." Next, another man entered the room at a leisurely pace. Both of them froze in dread, thinking inwardly, someone else again. When they saw it was just a stranger, the two sighed in relief, realizing they had overreacted. However, behind the newcomer, Bingjai appeared, looking elated and showing the demeanor of a carefree playboy, which nearly made them choke on their drinks. In the end, the three of them sat at the same table, like one big family. None of them spoke a word, all frozen and awkward, yet fate had gathered them there. Bingjai fidgeted in irritation, thinking to himself, "Didn't those two brats say they were busy? Forget Sujiu, at least I somewhat understand what's going on in his mind. But Ning Yan never even sets foot in a brothel." Beside him, Zia was confused and indignant. Didn't second uncle say he was on duty today? Every time he argued with aunt, he always said that marrying such a beautiful wife was the blessing of 8 lifetimes, and he would never scold her. Yet here he is in a place like this. Next to him, Xinian ground his teeth in frustration. "Big brother, didn't you always say you never came to brothels? No wonder my clothes went missing. You shameless man. Didn't father always say he loved mother deeply and never went to these places of pleasure?" He wiped his sweat, wanting nothing more than to vanish into thin air. To think he came out for a night of pleasure only to run into his uncle and younger brother. He wanted to crawl under the table instead of sitting at it. At that moment, Zia let out a long sigh and tried to comfort himself. "But still, I'm not the only one embarrassed here." Everyone clapped and cheered with delight. "Bravo, excellent. Brother Zhao is truly talented, worthy of being a scholar from the Imperial Academy. No one can match his couplet." Zhao feigned modesty with a self-satisfied smile. "You flatter me too much." Fu Huang pondered silently, secretly impressed. This young master Zhao indeed has remarkable talent. As for the other three who attempted the couplet, they all failed miserably. Bingjai spent the whole time just drinking, drawing ridicule from the crowd, while Xinian performed only moderately, neither outstanding nor favored by the courtesan. Zia, unable to come up with answers at times, had to drink as punishment. He gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. They've already played the flower and wine guessing games and the couplet contest, but no poetry. If only there were a poetry round, I could have shown them my true skill." Poetry in the great Feng dynasty had declined, and most scholars were no longer skilled in verse or music, so naturally such contests were avoided during gatherings. At that moment, Fu Huang gracefully stood up and excused herself. "I feel a bit tired, please continue at your leisure. This round of the gathering is over." If the courtesan took interest in someone, she would have her maid invite that person into her room. If she favored no one, the maid would escort the guests out to prepare for the next round. Then Mai Nai slowly approached, her face bright with joy, and announced the good news. "Our lady invites young master Zhao to her room for tea." The next second, Zhao gasped in dismay. Oh no, what should we do? Our 30 taels of silver are gone. Even spending the night with a maid here would cost several taels already. Bingjai frowned and urged hurriedly, you two, think of something quickly. Zia, An and Xinian stiffened with serious faces. This isn't about the money. The real problem is that we couldn't get any useful information at all. At that moment, Zia En's eyes lit up with a sudden flash of inspiration. Wait. He silently recalled an important detail. The courtesan Fu Huang's title was Twin Mastery of Poetry and Music. Poetry? He quickly pushed the dishes aside on the table. Then Zia An urgently turned and signaled Su Jiu, hurry and ask the maid for some paper and ink. You'll write it down for me. His voice burned with determination as he declared, I'm going to compose a poem. Meanwhile, inside Fu Huang's chamber, she gently blew at the rose petals floating on the water. Immersed in the bath, she was enjoying a rare moment of rest. Beside her, Mai Nai spoke admiringly. Mistress, young Master Zhao is already waiting in the tea room next door. The guests outside said he's a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Fu Huang replied indifferently with a faint chill in her tone. What's so special about a scholar? Mai Nai cleverly flattered, still, with young Master Zhao's talent. Passing the her lips curled into a teasing smile as she mockingly added, I knew it. Mistress has a fondness for refined gentlemen like him. That troublesome Zhu Lai only flaunts his father's official title, nothing more. Mai Nai's face brightened as she began weaving an ideal vision. Young Master Zhao is so talented. If you entertain him well, perhaps the two of you could become a story sung through generations, your names recorded in history. Fu Huang flicked water playfully, laughing with a hint of mockery. Are you making fun of me? Her tone softened into quiet melancholy as she spoke a bitter truth. For a woman to have her name remembered in history, how difficult that is. She sighed deeply, lamenting a lofty dream, something even most male scholars could never achieve. Suddenly, a maid hurried in to report, Mistress, a guest named Yang outside asked me to deliver a poem to you. Mai Nai's face darkened in irritation as she scolded sharply. How dare you break the rules? Mistress has already chosen young Master Zhao. How could that be changed? Did you accept some kind of bribe from him or what? She recalled that pleading moment and hesitated tearfully. Please deliver this poem to Lady Fu Huang immediately and tell her that Yang will be waiting here. Fu Huang stood up from the bath. She reached for her robe and gestured to place it on the table. Fu Huang gently gave her instructions and told the guest that Fu Huang had received his sentiments. The maid respectfully replied yes. Then she calmly instructed Mai Nai to go and invite young Master Zhao in. Mai Nai quickly responded yes. At that moment Fu Huang suddenly noticed the letter on the table, and she was startled as if she had discovered something. Fu Huang shouted, Wait! She stammered and questioned repeatedly, Whose poem is this, which the young master sent to speak quickly. Mai Nai hesitated and replied, It seems it was from someone named Yang Mistress. What is wrong? Before she finished speaking, Fu Huang anxiously pushed the door open and rushed out. The maid panicked and tried to hold back her mistress. How can you go out like this? Ignoring her disheveled clothes, Fu Huang wept and struggled fiercely. Let me go, do not let that gentleman leave, chase after him quickly. The maid worriedly comforted her mistress. Please do not be anxious. I will immediately invite the gentleman here to return to your room first. After regaining her composure, she quietly returned to her room, then picked up the letter and began to read. Inside the paper was the content of a marvelous poem, petals scattered quietly and alone capturing all the grace within the small garden. Faint shadow slants across the clear blue stream, hidden fragrance drifts beneath the golden twilight moon. Fu Huang became entranced, reciting the last two lines with emotion. A faint shadow slants across the clear blue stream, hidden fragrance drifts beneath the golden twilight moon. The signature at the end left behind 3 characters to Fu Huang. Outside the reception hall, Bingjai complained bitterly that the banquet was over and that Lady Fu Huang still did not choose me. Xinian calmly rejected the disappointment. It is just a woman who could possibly understand the essence of poetry. Zia unclenched his teeth, denying in frustration that this is impossible. There is no way she would reject me if this poem were presented to the two great scholars at the Yunlio Academy. They would even treat me like their own son. At that moment my Nai hurriedly approached, calling out young Master Yang. She asked suspiciously if that poem was written by you. The two others were so delighted they almost cried. She is here. Zia and straightforwardly admitted it was me. My Nai gently conveyed the message that my mistress invited you to her room. Please follow me, sir. Everyone around grew restless and dissatisfied, protesting this is against the rules. How can two guests both be invited? The maid earlier mentioned something about a poem. I happened to see that handsome young man writing something just now. A polite scholar stepped forward to inquire, gentlemen, may I ask what kind of poem you and that young master wrote? Bingjai shrugged indifferently. I just scribbled something at random. I heard that gentleman say his calligraphy was poor and that his writing would not look good, so he asked this young master to write it for him. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the scholar angrily exclaimed, fine, then did not say anything. The father and sons quickly made their way toward the gate. They could not stay there any longer. Bingjai anxiously analyzed the current situation. If anyone discovers the relationship between the three of us, it would be troublesome. Xinian understood immediately. Bingjai sighed with regret, calculating if we had stayed at the Yingmei Pavilion, those maids there would only cost 1 or 2 taels of silver, but now we can only go to the side residence to find other women. The lowest price there is 5 taels of silver, and that already includes the opening fee. At that moment Bingjai grew puzzled by his son's unusual silence. This time the second lad did not sarcastically question how I know such details. He gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head, and muttered to himself, but I had better not ask. Bingjai kindly handed him some money, and the second lad took this silver. He worriedly added, when your father reached the refining essence realm, I no longer feared heat or cold. Even sleeping outside for a night is nothing, but your body will not endure the chill of tonight. At that moment, Xinian's face darkened in thought. The tax case had brought the Zhu family to ruin and left them living in poverty. He pushed his father's hand away and firmly refused. I don't need it. Bingjai refused to give up and tried to persuade him gently. Just take it, son. But Xinian stubbornly protested. Father, I said I won't take it. Right then, a silver ingot suddenly slipped out. At the same time, inside the courtesan's chamber, Mai Nai softly closed the door. Zia and slowly walked toward Fu Huang. His eyes lit up as he took in her soft and graceful figure. His gaze moved upward to her fair and delicate chest. He was stunned by the change in her appearance. During the vegetarian feast, she had seemed refined like a lady of virtue. Yet now inside the room she appeared so charming and irresistibly alluring. Fu Huang shyly tilted her head and asked, young master, why are you looking at me like that? Zia and sat down and sincerely confessed. I heard that Lady Fu Huang possesses peerless beauty, a rare kind unseen in this world. I did not believe it before, but now I do. She playfully warned, young Master Yang, do not tease me so. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun grew impatient and complained loudly, I have been waiting in the tea room for a long time. Why hasn't Lady Fu Huang come to meet me yet? Bin Nai skillfully explained, young Master Zhao, please don't be surprised. The lady has chosen someone else. He grew furious and harshly scolded Lady Fu Huang, who clearly chose me. Why has she suddenly changed her mind? Is she toying with me? If you don't give me a proper explanation, don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, Fu Huang calmly instructed Bin Nai, since young Master Zhao was dissatisfied, to bring out the poem and show it to him. Zhao Yun stiffened and asked in confusion, poem? What poem? After reading it, he stood there like a man who had lost his soul, then walked down to the hall in silence. Seeing this strange behavior, everyone became curious and began asking questions. Brother Zhao, why have you come out here? Brother Zhao, what happened to you? I lost, Zhao Yun admitted sorrowfully, completely convinced of his defeat. They hurriedly pressed him for answers. Why did you lose, and when did it happen? Brother Zhao, that man wrote a poem, didn't he? What kind of poem could move Lady Fu Huang to break her own rules? Hurry and tell us, we are dying to know. He stepped forward and began to recite the magnificent poem, the flowers falling and dancing alone in graceful silence. All the charm of spring gathers toward the small garden. The faint shadow leans across the clear blue stream. Hidden fragrance drifts beneath the yellow dusk of the moon. Upon hearing it, the scholars were deeply moved, their voices trembling with emotion as they praised. This poem would make even the poets of ancient times feel ashamed. They hurriedly picked up their steps, Zhao Yun and several scholars eagerly spreading the word. Gentlemen, I must attend another feast now. I shall spread this poem far and wide. And I too, I will go. I must not be absent when a poem that glorifies the phoenix among poets is sung. They left in excitement, laughing and conversing with joy. Meanwhile, Fu Huang, deeply touched, spoke softly in gratitude. This humble woman must thank you, young master. She smiled with modest grace. If in the future my name is ever remembered in history, it will all be thanks to you. In this world, there are two kinds of people who crave fame, scholars and courtesans. Yet throughout time, few famous courtesans have been praised for their poetry. Zia An, astonished, placed his hand on the Fu Huang gracefully offered. Young master, the night is still long. Why not let this humble one play a tune to add a touch of elegance? Zia An nodded appreciatively, enjoying the melody, and began with a compliment. First, let me say, Lady Fu Huang, you are truly a beauty of the nation. Curious, he then asked a question that made her pause her hands. Has no one ever tried to redeem your freedom? Fu Huang sighed softly, her tone carrying sadness and resignation. A courtesan under the Bureau of Music cannot simply be redeemed by will alone. Even if she meets a true lover, the Ministry of Rights would never allow it. To redeem a famous courtesan from the Bureau of Music is exceedingly difficult, as she is considered an official performer of the court, requiring bribes to many officials and a great deal of silver to surpass other courtesans from ordinary pleasure houses. A top courtesan from a normal brothel would cost about 500 to 1,000 taels, but one from the Bureau of Music would likely require double or even more. Zia An silently calculated with dismay at his current income. It would take 10 years of frugality to save that much. He nodded in agreement, then tactfully changed the subject. Indeed, with your beauty, no one in the great Feng can compare. She blushed and coyly protested. Young master, please don't tease me so. I am but a fragile willow. She smiled admiringly and added, the most beautiful woman in Great Feng is said to be the Lady of the Northern Duke. Upon hearing this, Zia An was startled and exclaimed in surprise, the Lady of the Northern Duke, that woman again. Fu Huang gently recounted the fascinating tale. The Lady of the Northern Duke was born into a scholarly family from Zhongnan. At the age of 9, she accompanied her parents to the Jade Buddha temple to offer incense. The abbot there gifted her a poem, one that astonished the world and silenced all blossoms, serene and radiant, surpassing all grace. Among countless beauties she stood as the very essence of charm, destined to dwell within the royal halls. From that moment, thus, His Majesty bestowed upon him the most beautiful woman of Kai City. Zia An curiously interrupted, then who was the first great hero? Without hesitation, she replied, Duke Y. In the beginning, Duke Y was the commander of all 3 armies. Fu Huang sighed, revealing the cruel twist of fate. If not for the fact that he was a eunuch, the Lady of the Northern Duke would never have become a duchess. Zia An immediately understood and spoke with admiration. So it was him, Y Yuan. His name is legendary. Zia An reflected thoughtfully. Though a eunuch, he possessed extraordinary talent, a man capable of both governing a nation and quelling rebellion. If he had not been a eunuch, becoming the top scholar and ruling as a prime minister would have been as easy as turning his hand. Changing the subject, she pouted and bluntly denounced that Zhu Lap is a lecherous and wanton man, utterly without learning. Every time he attends a chaste gathering, I simply act as if he does not exist. The Music Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. So even if he is the son of Vice Minister Zhu of the Ministry of Revenue, I have nothing to fear. Zia smiled calmly and remarked, how wanton could he truly be? Flirting with women is hardly unusual, is it not? Fu Huang lowered her voice and revealed a shocking secret. This matter concerns some confidential affairs within the court. She whispered carefully, I only heard it from other officials, so please, Lord Yang, do not spread it around. Fu Huang went on to recount the events of that night. It happened during the Lantern Festival last year. Zhu Lap had set his eyes on a young lady. Taking advantage of the crowd, he molested her and even ordered his men to beat the maid who tried to protect her. But who would have thought that the young lady was the daughter of Marquis Wu's concubine? Her mother was the sister of the Marquis's legal wife, and since the legal wife was fond of the girl, she treated her as her own child. Elder sister, you must seek justice for Ying Nai, cried the lady. Mistress, that poor child, the mistress will never forgive that lecher. The Marquis Wu filed an accusation, and Vice Minister Zhu submitted a written explanation. The two sides fought bitterly for several days before the emperor finally ruled that Vice Minister Zhu had failed to discipline his son properly. He was fined 1 year's salary and ordered to compensate Marquis Wu with 5,000 taels of silver. Zhu Lap was confined to his residence for 3 months, and the decree stated that if he were to reoffend, he would be severely punished without mercy. Zia froze, repeating the last line to himself. If he were to reoffend, he would be severely punished without mercy. His eyes widened, as if a new plan was beginning to form in his mind. Zia put forth a classic hypothesis. Zhu Lap had long been infatuated with Marquis Wu's daughter. Having suffered humiliation and punishment in the past, he grew increasingly resentful. In a fit of rage, he might once again intend to lay hands on her. Thus, he could have her kidnapped, hidden away in a private residence outside the city to indulge in lust, and then kill her to silence the witness. Of course, Zia's true intention was merely to stage the event, to frame Zhu Lap. He had no intention of killing an innocent girl. Seeing the cruel glint in his eyes, Fu Huang looked at him blankly and called softly, "My lord." Then she smiled faintly, her tone teasing with hidden meaning. Could it be, my lord wishes to sit with me all night long? Zia stiffened, murmuring inwardly, I still cannot lose my innocence yet. Not sitting all night, then could it be? That night, he and Fu Huang lay together on the bed. Fu Huang slyly reached her hand into his robe, slowly caressing from his chest downward. Then she whispered seductively into his ear, my lord. In the awkwardness of the moment, Zia's entire body stiffened, inwardly lamenting, if this continues, my little brother won't hold out much longer. Seeing his flustered reaction, she curiously asked, could it be that the young master has never done this before? He grew embarrassed and silently argued with himself, no, I did it in my past life. Suddenly, Zia hesitated and changed the subject. Fu Huang, have you ever heard of this special ability? She tilted her head curiously. What ability? He proudly declared, a unique skill, falling asleep within 3 seconds of lying down. Fu Huang calmly replied, I don't believe it. Zia instinctively backed away a little and said, then move a bit farther from me, and I'll show you. Though skeptical, she agreed, very well. He began to count slowly, 1, 2. Just as he reached 3, Zia rolled over and fell asleep instantly. At that moment, she froze and called his name, Lord Yang. Yet he didn't move at all, sleeping soundly. Fu Huang forced a bewildered smile, utterly unsure what to make of it. By the next morning, the sun had already climbed to its peak. Zia slowly opened his eyes from his dream. At that moment, he felt embarrassed and dared not move. Realizing it was the perfect chance, Zia tiptoed away. I have to get out of here quickly. He opened his robe and frantically searched around. Wait, where's my band note? Then, a sudden thought flashed through Zia's mind. Could it be that the maid from Xiao Jiying Mei took advantage of my sleep and secretly stole my band note? Looking into the mirror, he was utterly bewildered. Why did my band note end up inside the mirror? Zia angrily shook it hard. You'd better spit it out, or I'll smash you to pieces. Just then, the money scattered and fell to the ground. He froze in astonishment at the strange sight. The banknotes came out on their own. Zia and pondered deeply. So this mirror is truly a treasure. He thought through a series of questions. Was it luck? Or did that old Taoist deliberately give me this mirror? What is his purpose? Could it be that he has already discovered my strange luck? No. Keiwei, who is well versed in the Tianjian's art of observing fate, couldn't even detect anything special about me. He stood dazed, confused, then calmly stepped outside. That Taoist. I don't understand the ways of cultivation systems at all. Being gifted such a strange item only makes me uneasy. At that moment, Mai Nai curiously asked, startling Zia and, "Young master, aren't you waiting for the lady to wake up?" He nervously made an excuse to slip away first. "I have urgent matters," afraid she'd scold me for being worse than a beast. She looked up at him with a puzzled face. "Young master, aren't you going to bathe before leaving?" After some time, Zia and had returned to the zoo residence. Zhu Bingjai looked at him suspiciously. "Why were you gone for so long? And now you take a bath as soon as you get back." He gave a faint, mocking smile and questioned coldly, "Can't someone from the music bureau take a bath?" Xinyan awkwardly lowered his voice to ask, "Did you gain anything?" After that, he went straight to the point, discussing the matter in detail. Upon hearing it all, he seriously analyzed the key to this plan and how to kidnap the daughter of Marquis Wu. Bingjai decisively proposed a strategy. Send someone to follow her first and then look for a chance to strike. When the Marquis's daughter goes out, she won't be accompanied by too many attendants. He cunningly elaborated, "We'll create chaos and seize the chance to capture her." At that moment, Xinyan rubbed his chin uneasily and reminded me, "But if we act during the day, it'll be difficult to kidnap someone in such a crowded place. Once the city patrols hear of it, we'll end up suffering the consequences ourselves." Bingjai spoke with calm confidence. "What if I can solve that problem?" Outside, a servant carrying some items suddenly spotted a stranger. The household staff hurried over and shook him. "Wake up! Why are you fainted here?" The servant blinked in confusion. "Just now I was boiling water for the young master. He was bathing inside the room." He hesitantly continued, "The young master suddenly called me into the room. Then, where is he? After that I can't remember anything, just that my head feels a little sore." The old servant cautiously asked, "Does your backside hurt?" The young servant innocently replied, "No, it doesn't." The old man sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Time passed at the academy. A junior brother waved cheerfully. "Brother Song." The junior excitedly brought news. "The alchemy prodigy Zia An has arrived. He said he wants to see you." Song King tightened his grip on the brush in excitement. Perfect timing. Facing him directly, he voiced his doubts, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. "To be honest, I have some suspicions about you." Song Khan revealed the results without reserve. "These past days I have investigated your family lineage back 18 generations. Hearing that, he felt a bit angry, then curiously asked back, "Is it appropriate to say you investigated 18 generations of someone right in front of them? What did you find?" He exclaimed admiringly, "Utterly spotless." Song Khan excitedly invited him to see the findings. "Let me show you my recent research." Zia An looked solemnly and thought to himself, "I even fabricated a tale of a master roaming the 4 directions, but if I had not asked." He took the documents in hand and admired the capacity to learn. Last time I explained branch grafting theory to him. This fellow grasped tenfold from one, but the contents roughly proposed combining humans with horses so that the great Feng need no longer worry about war horses. Soldiers would not have to fear lacking excellent mounts, because we could domesticate war beasts ourselves by capturing bird demons and crossbreeding them with humans to create half-demon air forces. Zia An hastily set the papers down and solemnly stated his purpose. "I came to the Tianzi office to ask Brother Song for help." He replied enthusiastically, "Go ahead and say it." Zia An moved straight to the point. "You must know I offended Vice Minister Zhu." Song Khan calmly answered and explained the rules. "Keiwei already told me." but I cannot help you. The Tianzi office will not intervene in state affairs because the emperor forbids it. Moreover, a powerful Vice Minister Zhu exceeds the scope of what I can handle." Zia and hurried to reassure him. "Brother Song, do not be hasty." He whispered his request. "What I ask of you is very simple." Upon hearing it, Song Khan was horrified and refused firmly. "This cannot be done. I am an upright and honorable man. I will absolutely not do such a thing." Zia and quickly backpedaled. "I spoke thoughtlessly. Let us continue discussing your branch grafting theory." He solemnly emphasized. "Forgive me for speaking plainly. This matter absolutely cannot be done." Zia and cheerfully posed a new question. "Have you ever heard of the periodic table of elements?" Meanwhile, at the residence of the Marquis Wu, a maid tilted her head to ask, "Has the second young mistress's sedan been prepared?" The coquettish girl just mentioned was the Marquis Wu's concubine, Ngok An, and today's itinerary was carefully planned. First to the city temple to offer incense and observe the vegetarian day. Second to the study of Uncle Wen to drink tea with beloved siblings and chat. After the schedule was set, the Wu household procession began to move. While traveling on the road, a horse suddenly lost control, and they were stunned. What was happening? The carriages unexpectedly collided into one another. Panic spread as people did not know what to do. A charioteer frantically shouted, "Move aside! Move aside! This horse has gone mad!" They urgently called out to stop the carriages, stopping them at once. Ngok An fearfully lifted the curtain to peek. What was happening? Then someone screamed in terror. "It hit someone! The carriage hit someone! Help! Save me!" At a private villa somewhere in the city, Ngok An slowly opened her eyes from a daze and realized with horror that she had been kidnapped. At that moment, the outer gate suddenly opened. Zia and disguised himself and feigned triumph, stating that he had secretly inspected the goods earlier. He pointed with a tone of desire, saying, "This young lady is very beautiful," while Zhu Zinian also disguised and sneered, "You are truly despicable." He pouted in a sulky manner which made Ngok An inside turn pale because they had not taken her along, and she was still a young lady. Zhu Zinian deliberately spoke loudly, revealing that she was the second daughter of Marquis Wu and still a maiden. And upon hearing this, she was filled with terror that they knew her father was Marquis Wu, yet still dared to abduct her. Zia and cruelly asked how young Master Zhu would deal with her, and noted that keeping her for long would be unsafe. Zhu Zinian coldly replied, after pondering, that once young Master Zhu tires of her, he will kill her and bury her in this house. Who knows? He added without mercy that they could also share a taste of soup, since her body is so tender and fresher than many courtesans at the brothel, and if young Master Zhu wanted fresh goods they could eat her now. After all, he is the son of Vice Minister Zhu. Hearing this, Ngok An was stunned for several seconds. Not long after, the two urged haste, saying, "Let's go drink wine. Is that okay? What if something happens? Twilight is near. We must buy wine now." And they quickly left and shut the door. She trembled in fear and murmured the name young Master Zhu. Ngok An was terrified as she silently recited his title, the son of the Vice Minister of Revenue. After managing to untie it, she forced herself to stand up. She slowly opened the door and, seeing no one outside, decided to act at once. She ran quickly toward the gate and reached out to touch the latch. Her heart sank when she realized the door was locked from the outside. Ngok An squatted down and burst into tears. Meanwhile, outside, Zia An was eating and praised the earlier conversation, saying those words were well said. Zhu Zinian grew uneasy, fearing the plan might fail. What if she could not get out? Why lock the door? Zia An calmly reasoned that the desire to survive would awaken human potential, and she would find her way out. While slurping noodles, he added that if the door were left unlocked, it would be too obvious. The small house was the private residence that Zhu Lai bought outside the city, and the woman who originally lived there along with her maid, an old woman, and the gatekeeper had all been sealed into the mirror already. He had tested it himself. That jade mirror could contain both objects and living beings. Then Zia An pointed toward the corner and said with pride, "Look there." He announced smugly, "She got out, didn't she?" Ngok An climbed over the wall and fell face down onto the ground. She lifted her head with only one thought in mind. To escape, she had to run away. Ngok An leaned against the wall and slowly stepped onto the street. Seeing soldiers patrolling nearby, she was overjoyed and ran while sobbing, shouting, "I am the daughter of Marquis Wu. I was kidnapped. Please save me." The crowd became alarmed, asking what happened, and the soldiers suspiciously questioned who kidnapped the young lady. Choking back tears, Ngok An uttered the name Zhu Lai. Regaining her composure, she spoke bravely of young Master Zhu Lai, the son of Vice Minister Zhu of the Ministry of Revenue. The next day, Marquis Wu put on his armor and entered the imperial palace. He wept bitterly yet spoke with firm conviction. Our ancestors served the emperor, braving wind and waves, facing life and death on the battlefield. Now the daughter of their descendant has been humiliated, and if your majesty does not protect her, will this not chill the hearts of generals across the realm? Zhu Lai turned pale as paper hastily denied, "I never kidnapped the second young lady of the Zhang family, father, I did not do it." The Vice Minister of Revenue reacted furiously and scolded Marquis Wu, "You are slandering my family with false accusations." The situation immediately escalated to a grave level and Emperor Yuanjing became enraged, ordering the Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate to investigate the case thoroughly and produce results within 2 days. The first stop for Zhu Lai was the Censorate. The official there slammed his command token onto the ground and declared, "No need for words, the Censorate will begin by giving 30 strokes first and talk later." During the beating, the officer coldly interrogated Zhu Lai as to whether the daughter of Marquis Wu was imprisoned in your private residence or not. Beaten half to death, he stammered yes, but before he could continue, the officer cut him off and concluded, "If it is your house, then there is nothing more to discuss." The Censorate decisively ended the interrogation and signed the verdict. Zhu Lai cried out in despair, "It was not me, I did not do it." After the Censorate finished the examination, the report was sent to the Ministry of Justice, the second station for Zhu Lai. Inside the prison, the jailer approached gently, saying, "Young Master Zhu, I will apply medicine to your wounds now." Old Chen comforted him affectionately, "Young master, we will not let anything happen to you." Zhu Lai whimpered, calling out his name, "Uncle Chen." A moment later, he groaned repeatedly in pain, "It hurts." The old man anxiously consoled his young master, "Please endure it a little longer." After several hours of interrogation, the Ministry of Justice rejected the conclusion made by the Censorate and declared that Zhu Lai was innocent, claiming that someone had falsely accused and framed him. However, when he was in the ministry, the attitude completely changed, from harsh treatment to respectful hospitality. "Young Master Zhu, wine and beautiful women have been brought for you." In the end, the case documents were transferred to the Supreme Court, the third station for Zhu Lai. At that time, the official in charge showed no mercy and ordered directly, "Beat him until I say stop." Zhu Lai panicked and objected, "You have not even asked me a question yet." After a strict and cruel interrogation, the Supreme Court overturned the judgment of the Ministry of Justice and concluded that Zhu Lai was guilty. On the second day, when the emperor saw that the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice all had different opinions and could not reach any result, Yuanjing ordered all 3 departments to conduct a joint trial and elevate the case. The Ministry of Justice and the Censorate argued fiercely. With no one willing to yield, the Supreme Court insisted he was guilty, while the Censorate claimed Zhu Lai was innocent and had been falsely accused. Both sides argued for an entire day without any outcome, until a disciple from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau arrived. Song King boldly entered from outside, announcing, "I have received His Majesty's order to assist in the investigation." He stared straight at Zhu Lai and questioned him urgently. "Zhu Lai, did you kidnap the daughter of Marquis Wu, Ngok An, or not?" Zhu Lai desperately cried his innocence, insisting that it was not him. "I did not. It was not me. I was wronged." The officials around became restless and asked, "Well then?" Song King kept a stern face and concluded, he was lying. Zhu Lai was so shocked that he could not speak. Only 3 days later, Vice Minister Zhu was accused of embezzling grain and money from the treasury, and for failing to properly discipline his son, he was dismissed from office and sent to serve as a soldier. His son Zhu Lai was exiled to the southern frontier. At that moment, the 3 members of the Zhu family happily raised their cups to celebrate. Bingjai drank all the wine in satisfaction. Finally, Vice Minister Zhu was overthrown. Xinian curiously sought an answer and asked his elder brother, "I have something to ask you." Xian, fully understanding his thoughts, turned the question back. "You are wondering why Zhu Lai confessed in the end, right?" He put down his cup of wine and changed direction. Or perhaps... Xian used sharp words, digging deep into the essence of the matter. Why did neither Marquis Wu nor the entire imperial court see through such a simple case of false accusation and framing? He stroked his chin and answered honestly, "I can only figure out part of it. For the political enemies of Vice Minister Zhu, whether Zhu Lai was truly guilty or not does not matter at all." Xinian pointed out the clear motive. They would seize this weakness to completely destroy. He judged that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed, and for Marquis Wu, this was also the perfect chance for revenge. In the past, he could not defeat Vice Minister Zhu because he lacked support, but now that heaven itself had granted him an opportunity, that was why he wore armor into the palace that day, stirring up an uproar throughout the court. Xinian reasoned sharply. As for whether his daughter was really kidnapped by Zhu Lai, he might have some doubt. But before there was enough evidence, that arrogant young Master Zhu who had repeatedly humiliated his daughter would be even more hateful in his eyes. He pondered restlessly, yet the thing that remained hard to understand was that if Zhu Lai truly had not done it, then Vice Minister Zhu and his accomplices, who clearly knew the truth, must have already prepared countermeasures in advance. At this moment, Xian calmly asked directly, thinking about why I had to go to the Astronomical Bureau that day. He skillfully posed an open question. "Do you still remember what the 8th rank position in the Astronomical Bureau is?" Xinian, as if seeing through everything, immediately exclaimed, "The Kai Diviner." At first, the magicians of the Astronomical Bureau were involved in reviewing and handling the case of the tax treasury, which meant that the current emperor relied heavily on the Astronomical Bureau. Xian calmly clarified the method. At first glance, the case seemed unreasonable, but when examined deeply, no clue could be found. Combined with the struggle for power, this case was certainly troublesome and difficult to investigate, so the simplest and most effective way was to seek the help of the magicians from the Astronomical Bureau. He seemed enlightened and quickly concluded. So elder brother bribed a magician from the Astronomical Bureau. But Xian frowned and raised his voice in protest, then eloquently defended himself. How vulgar! How could the matter of an alchemical scholar be called bribery? It was an equal exchange. At that very moment, in a secret chamber of the Astronomical Bureau, Song Khan joyfully praised without restraint the periodic table of elements. "Xian, you truly are a genius of alchemy." In the solemn atmosphere, Xian spoke with deep gravity, imparting the philosophy of life. "To Jiu, you must remember clearly, in this world, apart from family, every friend or foe exists only for the sake of interest, especially within the imperial court." He firmly advised his younger cousin, "When you later enter the court to serve as an official, I hope you will be a capable official, not merely a righteous one." Xian gently reiterated the core principle. "Remember, do not be rash with the world." Xinian was stunned after hearing that and repeated, "Do not be rash with the world." At that moment, he anxiously asked, "What if one day I lose my way in the whirlpool of power and ambition?" Xian calmly and resolutely declared, "Then it will be because you created it yourself. If you ever become a treacherous minister who brings calamity to the nation, I will personally cleanse the family name." Xinian's eyes blazed with determination as he solemnly swore, "Fine, if one day you become a brute, I will do the same." Xian was momentarily awkward, then cheerfully said, "Somehow I feel like I just set up a flag. Second uncle, you must bear witness for us." Bingjai erupted in fury, shouting discontentedly, "Enough! All you two ever talk about is fratricide. Do you take me for nothing?" In the quiet room, Zai Mo sternly frowned and reminded me, "How many times have I told you? Your sitting posture when writing must be upright." Ling Yin obediently replied with respect, "I understand, teacher." Still unsatisfied, he urged continuously, then corrected it. The little girl tilted her head innocently and asked in confusion, "Correct what?" Zai Mo sighed helplessly and switched to another method, then stopped writing, reciting the three-character classic with me, "At the beginning of man, his nature is good." Ling Yin hesitated and repeated the first line, "At the beginning of man, his nature is what?" He patiently tried to teach, "At the beginning of man, his nature is good." The little girl stammered and stumbled. At "nature is good," Zai Mo was speechless and asked, "Why did you stop halfway?" Ling Yin innocently replied, "I forgot." He grew irritated, pointed at her, and set a goal, "You, I refuse to believe I cannot teach you." Just then, Huai King, who had been standing outside, suddenly chuckled. She stepped forward curiously and asked, "Since when has the Yumnio Library had a child here?" Zai Mo immediately bowed respectfully, "Princess Royal." He sincerely explained, "Please forgive the child's rudeness, Princess Royal. These two are the family members of a scholar studying here. Because there are troubles at home, they have temporarily been placed under the care of the library." The little girl's eyes sparkled as she secretly admired, "This elder sister is so beautiful." Hearing that, Huai King asked with concern, taking refuge, "Whose family is that?" Ling Yu, without hesitation. Hearing the familiar name, she immediately realized, Xinian, the cousin of Zia An. Huai King curiously asked further, "Since when did this happen?" The girl gently replied, "It has been nearly a week already." Huai King narrowed her eyes, recalling the timeline, a week. Her sharp mind quickly connected the recent events. The mastermind behind the treasury tax case was Minister Chu, and around 10 days ago, Zia An had a conflict with Minister Chu's son on the street. He was acquainted with Kwei, and Kwei knew that Minister Chu was involved in the treasury tax case. If Zia An already knew he had offended Minister Chu, then wouldn't it have been wiser for the whole family to leave the capital together? Yet he sent the women to the library while the men stayed behind in the city. What kind of plan could this be? She recalled the major incident that had erupted earlier. Huai King fell silent, saying nothing. After their conversation ended, she stopped by the bamboo residence of Zhao Shu. Inside, she softly greeted, "It has only been a week, yet the dean's complexion seems quite different." He replied thoughtfully with deep meaning, "The sages say, in learning there is no distinction of rank or size. Those who achieve success will naturally stand above others." Hearing this, she pondered and deduced the earlier events. It seems this is connected to the stream of pure energy at the Sub-Saint Hall that day. The Sub-Saint Academy had been sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the boundary masters were powerless to interfere. Huai King's heart was restless. What exactly happened that day? She asked quietly, "Dean, have you heard that Minister Chu has been stripped of his post and sent to serve as a soldier?" Zhao Shu calmly commented, "For the bureaucracy of Dafeng. This is merely the opening move in the battle for power." He smiled and skillfully shifted the topic. Since Mobai was defeated 3 times by Wei Yuan, he has never played chess again, and within the library, there are few who can truly discuss such matters with me. Zhao Shu enthusiastically proposed, "Since the Grand Princess has come today, why not play a round of chess with this old man?" Huai King replied with regal confidence, "Playing chess with me, Dean, would only be to humiliate yourself." Meanwhile, at the quarters of the 3 scholars, Zhang Shen trembled in astonishment and exclaimed, "I did not expect that during my period of seclusion, such a brilliant work would appear in the capital." Their eyes gleamed with admiration. In terms of profound artistic conception, elegant expression, and striking charm, who in the world has not heard of the poem, "Who in the world does not know you" by Ningyan? Mo Bai skeptically asked, "Who is this Yang Ling, with such talent? How have I never heard of him before?" Chen Tai quickly supplied, "I heard he is a scholar from the Changli County Examination Hall, the one who wrote this poem." The 3 expressed envious regret, and he gifted it to the courtesan Fu Xiang, enviable. Jiang Shen, filled with passion, proposed an idea. I think we should immediately report this to the dean and invite this scholar into our library. We cannot overlook such a talent. The other two agreed. Indeed, that makes sense. After some time, the scholars recruited him and earnestly advised Tu Jiu. It seems that the teachings I instructed you to record from the sages have benefited you greatly. At that moment, Mo Bai suspiciously asked, recording the sayings of the sages helps one step into the realm of divine cultivation. How come I have never heard of such a thing? Xinian stared blankly at his palm. He truly had touched the threshold of divine cultivation. But that was after he saw the 4 lines his elder brother had written on the stone stele. He cautiously reminded himself, of course, this is not something that can be spoken aloud before so many people, even if everyone already knows where those 4 lines came from. Then Chen Tai, with a voice full of implication, slowly probed, since the 2 of you are in the capital, you must have already heard. Lately a most astonishing work has appeared. Ning Yan, though you are a talented poet, do not become arrogant. Remember that among the scholars of this world lie hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The other 2 scholars scoffed in disdain. This old man is simply jealous that we have such a talented disciple. Embarrassed, he coughed to cover it up. Though scholars nowadays lack spiritual essence, there are still exceptions. That Yang Ling may not be able to compose another poem, but with Ning Yan's talent, there will surely be a 3rd and a 4th. Jiang Shen eagerly chimed in. Flattering, indeed, Ning Yan need not compare himself to that one. Shut up, will you? Hearing this, Xinian sneered inwardly with ridicule. He then bluntly revealed a shocking secret. That poem was also written by my elder brother. Xia, and startled, scolded his cousin, little brother, are you itching for a beating? Why would you expose me like that? The 3 scholars were stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. What? They stammered and asked repeatedly. Yang Ling is, he reluctantly confirmed, that is my pen name. The scholars questioned further in doubt. Then what were you doing at the Education Bureau? Xia and mischievously replied briefly, beautiful young ladies. The 2 teachers flared up in anger, harshly rebuking such an immortal masterpiece. And you dedicate it to a woman, is she even worthy? A poem praising plum blossoms should remain about plum blossoms. Yet you gifted it to Fu Xiang. This is utterly vulgar. You have ruined a fine poem. Xia and inwardly mocked with scorn. Right, if it were written for you instead, it would have been splendid. If it had been dedicated to Master Mo Bai of Yunliu Academy, you would have been laughing in delight already. Xia An, understanding the situation, stepped in to ease the tension. If there are good poems in the future, I will surely invite the 2 masters to help me refine them. Chen Tai quietly proposed to himself, if Ning Yan already has 2 teachers, then why not 3? A chill ran down Xia An's spine. Why did he suddenly feel cold all over? Right after, Xinian cleared his throat and brought the conversation back on track. He gently asked, my little sister has been studying at the academy for days now. What has she learned so far? The old man happily recounted what had happened. That little sister of yours has an unshakable will. No one can influence her. Within a single week, she has already changed 4 instructors. The 4th one this week got so furious that he fainted, even swearing that he would never teach beginners again for the rest of his life. Xinian sighed affectionately. Lin and oh Lin, and that's just like you. The scene shifted to a peaceful and tender mountain courtyard. The little girl, feeling wronged, threw herself into her father's arms, crying out softly, Father, you finally came to take me home. Bingjai gently stroked her head with aching tenderness. It seems Lin and had quite a hard time at the academy. The teachers there are truly strict. The 4 of them sat together chatting warmly. Nyanyan, you've finally arrived, my poor daughter. As the eldest son, the elder brother was respected by everyone, while Lin and could freely nestle in her father's embrace. Ling Yu, feeling a pang of envy, muttered with slight resentment, and what about someone stuck in the middle like me? At that moment, Xia and calmly took her small hand. After their time apart, he asked with concern, we haven't met for a week. You've lost weight, haven't you? Ling Yu affectionately called out, elder brother. Zia and smiled kindly and said, "Let's go home." She nodded with a bright, touched smile. Before leaving, Lai Ru didn't forget to question suspiciously, "My lord, while I wasn't at the manor, you didn't go out for pleasure, did you?" The two brothers quickly denied, "No, we didn't." She narrowed her eyes and replied skeptically, "I wasn't asking you to." Zia and, ever the understanding one, spoke up to ease the tension. "If there are good poems in the future, I will surely invite the two masters to help me refine them." Chen Tai quietly proposed to himself, "If Ning Yan already has two teachers, then why not three?" A chill ran down Zia and spine. Why did he suddenly feel cold all over? Right after, Zhu Zinian cleared his throat and steered the conversation back on track. He gently asked, "My little sister has been studying at the academy for days now. I wonder what she has learned." The old man cheerfully recounted what had happened. "That little sister of yours has a strong and determined mind. No one can sway her. Within just 1 week, she has already changed 4 instructors. This week, the 4th one got so angry he fainted, even swearing that he would never teach beginners again for the rest of his life." Zhu Zinian sighed affectionately, "Lin and, oh Lin and, that's just like you." The scene shifted to a tranquil and tender mountain courtyard. The little girl, feeling wronged, threw herself into her father's arms and pouted softly, "Father, you finally came to take me home." Zhu Bingjai gently stroked her head with aching tenderness. "It seems Lin and has suffered quite a bit in her studies. The teachers at the academy are very strict." The 4 of them gathered and chatted warmly together. "Nayanian, you've finally arrived, my poor daughter." As the eldest son, the elder brother was loved and respected by everyone, while Lin and could freely throw herself into her father's embrace without restraint. Chu Keiwei sighed with faint resentment. "And what about someone stuck in the middle like me?" At that moment, Zia and gently took her small hand. After a long time apart, he asked with concern, "It's only been a week, but little sister, you've lost weight." Chu Keiwei affectionately called out, "Elder brother." Zia and smiled kindly and said, "Let's go home." She nodded with a bright, touched smile. Before leaving, Lai Yuru didn't forget to ask suspiciously, "My lord, while I wasn't at the manor, you didn't go out for pleasure, did you?" The two brothers quickly denied, "No, we didn't." She narrowed her eyes and replied skeptically, "I wasn't asking you to." Time passed, and 3 days later at the zoo residence, Chu Keiwei smiled brightly and suggested, "Elder brother, since you have a day off today, why don't you come out with me for a walk?" Zhu Bingjai frowned and firmly refused. "No, what if you run into some thug like Zhu Lai again?" "I'm off today too, Keiwei, I'll come with you." She grimaced and quickly made an excuse. "Never mind, I suddenly felt a bit dizzy." That left him standing stiff as stone. At that moment, a servant rushed in, shouting anxiously, "Master." The servant panted and stammered as he delivered the alarming message. "Outside, at the gate." The man gasped, "The inspectors are here." In the Great Feng Dynasty, those 3 words, "inspectors," always came hand in hand with blood-soaked phrases like questioning guilt, imprisonment, and house search. Ding Feng coldly and decisively commanded, "One of you is Zia An, come with us." Zia An did not flinch and calmly answered, "That would be me." Zhu Bingjai panicked and stepped in front of him, asking worriedly, "Officers, what crime has my nephew committed?" The man sternly replied with a phrase full of meaning, "Those who do no wrong by day need not fear the inspectors by night." Zia An patted his uncle's shoulder reassuringly. Then, after taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "Very well, I'll go with you." Without many words, they escorted Zia An onto the carriage. On the way, he worried silently. Why would the inspectors be looking for him? Because of Zhu Lai's case, impossible. Although he could not guarantee he had committed a perfect crime, the Great Feng Court had no surveillance devices, so they could not possibly trace the kidnapping of the Zhang daughter to him. He calmed himself and tried to reason. Even if there were traces left, it would not be so quick to conclude it was him. He reached into his robe, fumbling for something. Zia An touched the mirror and pulled out the banknote. He obsequiously flattered, I am a simple commoner who always follows the rules and admires those who toil for the people like you, honorable sir. I offer 10 taels of silver for you to drink tea. Could you tell me what has happened? Ding Feng sternly explained, the inspectors operate under strict rules. Accepting bribes over 10 taels is punished by 50 lashes. Over 50 taels leads to exile. Over 100 taels to execution. Do you think I would endure taking 10 taels? A moment later, he shifted his attitude and flashed a crafty smile. We need more money. Ding Feng then whispered slyly, collect 30 taels, you and I 10 taels each, the remaining 10 taels. Tonight we will go to the Department of Music and Entertainment for a banquet. In the end, Zia ended up handing over 30 taels, and Ding Feng answered calmly as if nothing had happened. I merely obeyed orders to bring you for questioning. The details I do not know well. Ding Feng carefully advised, when you reach the magistrate gate, remember one thing. Speak of what should be spoken, and what should not be spoken, even if beaten to death, do not say. He cursed inwardly in anger, as if he did not already know that principle himself. After a short while, they stopped at the office of the inspectors. Ding Feng cheerfully announced, we have arrived. They led him inside. Passing through the long corridor, they reached the central area, the magistrate hall of the inspectors. As he walked, Zia anxiously calculated his countermeasures, wondering whether he would be thrown into the inspector's main prison, a place where flesh went in and never came out. He decided it would be best to act according to the situation. Just then, the door to a room opened. The guard quickly ordered, go in. As he stepped inside, Ding Feng called from behind, oh right, I forgot to tell you. His tone dripped with irony, pray for your own luck. The door shut firmly behind him. Inside, Lai Yuchun spoke in a deep voice, and we met again. His tone was sharp and warning. I will ask, and you will answer, if you lie. His eyes turned cold as he stated the consequence clearly, you will be punished severely. Noticing Zia N's untidy appearance, he frowned and scolded, before answering that you should straighten your robe. This is the most basic form of etiquette. Startled, Zia N quickly noticed the wrinkles and adjusted himself. As soon as he sat down at the table, Xiao Chu went straight to the point. Do you know that the mastermind behind the treasury tax case is Minister Zhu? Zia N modestly and cautiously replied, I once heard Lady Chu Keiwei from the Celestial Bureau mention it. He pressed further, then you also know that Zhu Lai came after you for revenge, right? Zia N thought swiftly and gave a vague admission. I have considered that possibility. Zia N pondered over the events that had happened before. That day the man in white from the Celestial Bureau broke into the Ministry of Justice to rescue him, in front of many witnesses, which was undeniable. Xiao Chu continued sternly, probing. Did you know that Zhu Lai wanted to push you to your death? He did not hesitate to answer, yes. His voice became sharp as he drew a conclusion. Therefore, in order not to be avenged by the Zhu family, you kidnapped the daughter of Marquis Wu and framed Zhu Lai for it. Hearing this, Zia N felt like he had been struck by lightning. He silently lamented in his heart, so it was indeed because of this matter. He yawned, pretending to be confused. This humble one does not understand what the Lord is saying. Xiao Chu ignored his denial and went straight to the alibi. On the day the daughter of Marquis Wu was kidnapped, you were not on duty at the Changle County office, so where did you go? Zia N looked regretful and stammered. This humble one went to the courtesan house to listen to music. This humble one indeed did not fulfill his duties, often sneaking away to the courtesan house. On this point, the head constable and other officials can testify for me. At this time, Lai Yuchun immediately countered. Then how do you explain the documents? In the official records of the office, it was written that you entered the city many times. He appeared aggrieved and insisted on his innocence. This humble one has been wronged. This humble one has never entered the city, nor ever gone to the office to take any documents. Zia N secretly felt proud of his perfect scheme. They were trying to lure him into a trap. Every time he entered the city, he had someone else handle the paperwork for him. His hands were completely clean, and the person who did it was Yang Ling. So what did that have to do with him, Zia N? Speaking of interrogation techniques, he also considered himself quite a professional. The two investigators observed his attitude and praised. From his answers we could not detect any trace. Very good. Lai Yuchun sneered and issued a threat. If we had not already found evidence beforehand based on your words alone, we might have actually believed you. He arrogantly mocked his heart, trying to bait me again, and with such a confident tone too. Without another word, Xiao Chu opened the notebook and read the detailed accusation. On the first day of October, the day of Rengsu, Xia and returned from the Yunliu library, bought 2 daggers at the Bayak Ai Pavilion. On the way back he was followed, suspected to be people from the Zhu residence. That night he frightened off assassins from the Zhu family. On the second day of October, the day of Gihai, he sent the women of his family to Yunliu library for safety. On the 5th day of October, the day of Bingyan, he entered the city and went to the education department, stayed 1 night at the Yingmei Pavilion. The poem dedicated to Fu Xiang was suspected to have been written by Xia and, on the 7th day of October, the day of Wuchen, he rode a carriage and crashed into the daughter of Marquis Wu, then used unknown means to kidnap her. When he finished reading, he closed the notebook and smiled deeply. Xiao Chu faced him directly and pressed him to the final step. Do you have anything left to say? After hearing all that, his face turned pale, sweat poured down like rain. So on the day he went to the library, he had already been watched. Every scheme over these days had been seen by the investigators. It was all over. At that moment, Xia and felt both anxious and doubtful. No, this did not make sense. If the investigators already knew everything, then why had they not exposed him? Instead, they waited until Minister Chu was overthrown before inviting him for tea. He frowned for a long time, thinking carefully. Xia An, being perceptive, quickly confessed. This humble one admits guilt. He calmly acknowledged all his wrongdoings. Everything was done by me. How to deal with me depends entirely on you, my lord. As soon as he finished, the 2 investigators looked at each other and nodded. Lai Yuchun clapped his hands in admiration. Xia An, you are extremely clever and quick-witted. He smiled and revealed the truth. Earlier we were only testing you. If during the interrogation you had exposed yourself or been frightened by the evidence, Lai Yuchun slowly emphasized the consequence. Then what awaited you would have been true punishment. He then delivered an unexpected piece of news. But now, what awaits you is an invitation from the investigators. Xia An stared blankly in disbelief. An invitation from the investigators, inviting me. Lai Yuchun patiently explained the reason. At that time in the back hall of the prefecture, I already knew you were a genius. It was just that the investigators had their own rules, and the limit was at the refining essence realm. But you have proven yourself with your own ability. Even if you are only at the refining essence stage, the investigators are still willing to welcome you. Xia An immediately realized and mocked himself. So it was because of my cunning and cautious thinking that they reluctantly accepted me. Zhu added another reason, of course. The main reason is that the eldest princess personally recommended you. Xia An was stunned and questioned inwardly, the eldest princess. He was confused, unable to understand the connection. It seemed he had heard her mentioned once at the Yunliu library, but they had never met. So why would she recommend him to the investigators? Curious, he asked for more details. Aside from these reasons, why did the 2 of you not accuse me? Lai Yuchun hinted at the core of the matter. Surely you know the duty of the investigators. Xia An reflected on their great responsibility. The duty of the investigators is to supervise all officials. Since Minister Chu embezzled the national treasury, he was someone not aligned with the investigators. In fact, Minister Chu's downfall was also thanks to their intervention. Lai Yuchun calmly reassured him, Minister Chu was bound to meet his end sooner or later because we had already begun to act against him. It's just that your little scheme helped us speed things up. As soon as he finished, Lai Yuchun spoke cheerfully and meaningfully. Master Sun, according to our previous agreement, I will be taking this one in. Please step outside. Zhu refused to back down and eagerly interrupted. Will you follow me or him? He did not hesitate to belittle his rival with harsh words. We are both silver investigators. but he is a man without sense or adaptability. Those who follow him all live dull and ordinary lives. Zhu did not forget to boast about his generous benefits. Those who follow me as fellow silver investigators can buy a small house in the capital after at most 3 years of service. Hearing that golden promise, Zia and quietly repeated to himself, 3 years of work, a house in the capital. After careful consideration, he finally made his decision and replied, regarding the treasury tax case, it was Lord Lai who first gave me the chance to atone for my crime. That favor I have never forgotten. I wish to serve under his command. Lai Yuchun said nothing, simply rose to his feet. Zhu, as he departed, praised him, knowing to repay kindness is a good thing. Then, Lai Yuchun kindly revealed his identity. Let me introduce myself. I am Lai Yuchun. You may address me directly as superior, or simply as Lord Lai. Zia and playfully yet respectfully asked, May I call you Brother Chun, Lord Lai? He answered seriously, If you work for me, remember this above all else. You must never be ashamed of your own conscience. After that, Lai Yuchun carefully explained the hierarchy. In the investigator's bureau, the lowest rank is white attendant, usually unregistered workers doing miscellaneous tasks. They are mere errand hands. Next is the rank of silver investigator, a proper official investigator, who must at least reach the refining spirit realm, earning 5 taels of silver and 2 stones of rice per month. Higher still are the silver silk ranks, enjoying privileges across the capital. Above silver silk is the golden investigator, the highest position in the bureau. Within the great Phoenix capital, there are only 10 golden investigators, all directly obeying Duke Y. The duty of the investigators is to supervise all officials and to protect the capital. Seeing Zia En's current ability, Lai Yuchun presented him with 2 choices. You have now reached the peak of the refining spirit realm, so I have 2 suggestions. First, slowly accumulate merit points and wait for your opportunity. Second, pay 400 taels and I will help you open the heavenly gate. Without hesitation, Zia En decisively chose the faster path. I'll take the second one. Lai Yuchun was momentarily stunned and praised. Quite wheel thy errand to you. Zia En hurriedly explained. It was Miss Chu Kwei from the Astronomical Bureau who lent it to me. After finishing their conversation, Zia En was allowed to leave. Ding Feng slung an arm over his shoulder playfully and teased, then good-naturedly introduced himself. You're something else. First day here and already a colleague. My name is Ding Feng. The quiet man beside him replied briefly, Guang Zio. Ding Feng offered some friendly advice. Working under Lord Lai means you won't have to worry about petty internal conflicts. Just be careful when accepting bribes. Don't go too far. Zia En was speechless and asked, Then can you return my 30 taels? Ding Feng pretended ignorance. When did I ever take your money? After completing the recruitment procedures for the Investigator Bureau, there was still one final step left, the aptitude test. Zia, an innocently asked aptitude test. Do I just touch a crystal stone? Ding Feng patiently explained. The aptitude test is a procedure established by Duke Y. He specified the evaluation criteria, including intellect and strength. Not stopping there, he emphasized the final and most important criterion, the heart of inquiry. After that, the 3 of them entered the hall together. At that moment, Zia En suddenly noticed something ahead. He read the inscription on the pillar, offered himself to the mortal realm with utmost sincerity, never seeking personal gain. Ding Feng smiled gently and explained, This was written by Duke Y himself, to warn and remind us. Zia En sighed in disappointment as he realized the harsh truth, that it clearly had no real effect at all. Returning to the main matter, Ding Feng sharply shifted the topic. Since you've already reached the refining spirit realm, there's no need to test your combat ability. Let's test your intellect first. Zia En grew annoyed at his indifferent attitude, pretending not to hear. Ding Feng carefully explained the details. Within the time of 1 incense stick, you must guess which box contains an object. You may choose one of the 2 people here to ask a question, but only one. He added an important note. Among the 2, only one speaks the truth. Guang Zio sincerely advised, This question is very difficult. Think carefully. He crossed his arms and warned, although Duke Y calls this a simple game, very few can guess correctly. I myself knew the answer afterward, but it was already past the time limit. It is said that only the Golden Luo officers can answer this within a few minutes. Zia sighed inwardly, thinking, such a simple logic puzzle. I must have seen it countless times in my past life. The examiner lit the candle and called out, to begin the test. Without hesitation, Zia calmly proposed his question, if you were him, what would you say to me? The examiner stared blankly and replied, there is no object. A moment later, Zia immediately understood the problem, then placed the label on the remaining box. The object is in this box. The examiner smiled and said, correct. He asked in astonishment, how long? And the examiner, stunned, gave a number, excluding the time spent on official paperwork. It was 30 seconds. Ding Feng changed his perspective and whispered an assessment. If he can solve the tax case, he clearly isn't just a blind cat who happened upon a dead mouse. Next, he pointed to the upper floor, explaining the next challenge. The moral test is upstairs, just go straight from here to the top floor. This stage has no requirements, but remember, proceed according to your own will. If you act too ostentatiously, points will be deducted. Zia asked anxiously, points, again, points. Ding Feng elaborated, the total score for the aptitude test is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, D. The better your aptitude, the easier you are to train. He proudly boasted, I am B. Guangzhou casually added, I am C. Seeing this, Zia helplessly picked at random, then I will be D. They waved goodbye, we'll wait outside for you. After they left, Zia slowly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was flustered by the object in front of him. Zia looked up with suspicion. Why is there a bronze mirror in the middle of the stairwell? He stared at his reflection for a long moment. Instantly, Zia became alert, realizing something was wrong. This mirror is abnormal. He immediately understood the situation. It would cause anyone who looked into the mirror to enter the state of a sage. Worldly fame and profit would feel as light as drifting clouds. My heart calm and even. Attachments in the mind must be extinguished. Without hesitation, Zia walked inside the great hall of the 2nd floor. Before him stood a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Zia fell silent and stared for a few seconds. Saying nothing, he continued to climb to the upper floor. Reaching the great hall on the 3rd floor, the scene was the same, a stone statue and a scholar intent on writing. After looking long enough, Zia turned away and went on. Ascending another floor, he entered the great hall of the 4th floor. Standing before the statue, Zia made an objective observation, then turned and left. This saintly statue was not much different from the Yunlio library. At that moment, he suddenly awoke to the deeper meaning of the challenge. He now understood what the moral test truly implied. It was an examination of ethical character. The function of that mirror was to make people unable to act against their own inner will, to deliberately offer incense and perform rites. Zia was terrified as he realized the truth. Doomed. I do not worship Buddha, nor the Tao, nor the sages, which means I would be disrespectful to gods and Buddhas and scorn those who revere the classics. He anxiously tried to calm his worry. These things are not a problem, but, reaching the 5th and highest floor, standing before the final target, Zia resolved firmly, on this 5th floor I must bow. If I do not bow, I will surely be finished. At that moment, Zia realized he had made a mistake and told himself that someone without parents, who showed no respect for gods or sages, could not survive in this era. The Da Kang Ren were a protective unit, spies subordinate to the emperor. They might be disrespectful to the 3 teachings, but they could never be disloyal to the emperor. A superfluous person like himself would not only be kicked out of the Nha men by the Da Kang Ren, but might also have the old matter of harming Zhu Lai dredged up again. Zia clenched his hand until the veins stood out. He gritted his teeth and forced out the word, Bo. Zia shook his body, trying to lower himself, bowing to the ruler. He lost all patience and demanded once more, "Quickly, bow for me." However, Zia still did not move. At the same time, Zio who rushed down the stairs in a flurry. He then ran clumsily back up again. Zio who, panting, relayed the message. "I have consulted with colleagues downstairs." And when Wei Gong set up the Zun Zin trial, he once instructed that if someone keeps going to the 5th floor without kneeling or bowing, then that person is certainly a sinner. Zia gritted his teeth and gave himself one more chance, big brother. Zio who gently guided, so Wei Gong was given an additional opportunity, setting up a 6th trial. It's just that no one has ever entered that trial before. Zio who calmly reassured him, "Relax your body, don't TT witch anymore, follow me to the back." After that, the two of the entered another room. He respectfully spoke. "This is the 6th aptitude test, sir, please." Zia paused, turning his attention to the table. Zia hummed the lines of the poem in his mind. Having once killed tens of thousands of enemy generals, with the sword still soaked in blood on his back, returning with a golden mace in hand, neither the civil nor military officials of the court dared to complain. Zia pondered, trying to guess why Wei Yuan had hung this poem here. Was it a poetry duel? That couldn't be. In the next moment, he quickly understood the intention. He knew. Zia deciphered the mystery behind it, with logical and subtle reasoning, realizing that both of Wei Yuan's poems conveyed the meaning of loyal service to the new dynasty and a warning to the officials. Hanging this poem here was meant to seek empathy. If the sinner without parents truly had an evil nature, then in the Zun Zin trial, he would be unable to resist himself and would be forced to compose a sympathetic poem. Conversely, this indicated that he still possessed precious virtues, which is why Wei Yuan granted him an additional chance. Zia earnestly requested a brush and ink. Swiftly, they were handed to him. Zia took the brush, closed his eyes, and firmly affirmed his stance. Although he did not place the emperor above all, nor show reverence to gods or sages, being a true materialist, he was not a sinner. Within him lay justice, beneath his feet lay principles. He had never exploited the people, nor extorted others by relying on official positions, even if such behavior was considered a societal norm. But if Wei Yuan wished for empathy, then he would offer a poem to satisfy that desire. Zia skillfully wielded the brush, composing lines that satirized the greedy, stating that the blessings and wealth they received all came from the bones and blood of the people. He exposed the vices of the officials. It was easy to oppress the common folk. Next, Zia admonished the cruelty, warning that it was much harder to oppress heaven itself. After finishing the composition, Zio who cautiously took the test paper, trembling as he looked at the messy characters like a chicken had scratched them. Zio who solemnly announced, "The Zun Zin trial has concluded. Before the results are revealed, please do not leave the Nha main, as the aptitude of every Da Kang Ren must be personally evaluated by Wei Gong." He hurriedly ran off, saying he would immediately present it to Wei Gong. After putting down the brush, Zia exhaled in relief, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted. Finally, it was over. Then Zia quickly stepped out of the gate. Seeing his exhaustion, Ding Feng cheerfully asked how many times he had knelt. Guang Ziyu inquired with concern, noting that Zia's complexion did not look well. Zia, utterly fatigued, expressed his wish, "I want to find a place to sit down, drink tea, and rest for a moment. It's not just that my complexion is bad, I feel as if I've walked the brink of life twice over." Seeing this, he generously suggested an enticing plan, inviting a young lady from the Qiu Lan pool to accompany him. Zia excitedly made a bold request, to invite Miss Fu Xiang from the Jiao Fuang Tai. Ding Feng threw up his hands teasingly, "I dreamed of this back when I was young." Meanwhile, over at the Lao Hao Kai branch of the Nha Men Da Kang Ren, Tian Ru breathed in the fresh air, the sunlight gentle, the sky cool and partly cloudy, thinking that standing here enjoying the scenery was far more delightful than hiding in the library reading books.